The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. It's a three-horse race at the Super Rapid Blitz Croatia in Zagreb. Frontrunner Alireza Firouzja is on fire, going undefeated and picking up 7 wins to build a 3-point lead going into the final day. His countrymen NVL and Blitz phenom Nodirbek Abdusattorov are within striking distance. Can they catch the red-hot Frenchman? Day 5 of incredible chess, coming up next.
Hello and welcome back, chess fans, to the 5th and final day of action here at the Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb, Croatia. Well, after his devastating injury in Poland, it looked as though Alireza Firouzja was done and dusted. But he has roared back here to take an incredible lead, and especially after winning 8 points out of 9 yesterday, it looks as though it's impossible to catch him with that 3-point edge. The answer to the question will come. Will he be coronated today, or will someone be able to pull off a miracle comeback? For the answer to that question, we'll jump to the studio with Nazi, Yasser, and Cristian.
Beautiful shots of Zagreb, Croatia, host of the 2026 Super Rapid Blitz, the third leg of the Grand Chess Tour. Welcome back, chess fans, to our beautiful studio here in St. Louis as we are getting ready for the final championship day of Blitz in Croatia. Alongside my co-commentators Yasser Seirawan and Nazi Paikidze, we will be providing all the action for the final 9 rounds.
Hello everyone and welcome to the championship day. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with the one and only Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, a pleasure. The finals. It's
very exciting to see how it all goes.
And it went so fast too. Hello everybody and welcome to our coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. It is Blitz and we have 9 more rounds of what have been an amazingly tense tournament, and we do have a clear leader. Nazi, do the honors and tell us the standings.
Let's have a look at the standings after 4 days of very exciting chess. There's one player that's been dominating this field, and it's Alireza Firouzja. Look at that. Going into the last round, he has a 3-point lead over 2 players, Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Rest of the field has really fallen behind.
Absolutely, a very impressive result so far. The format for this Super Rapid and Blitz, tell us about it.
Right, we're in the Blitz portion of the event. Yesterday, they played the first 9 rounds of total of 18 games. Today is the last 9, and time control for this Blitz is 5 minutes with 2-second increments.
Obviously, our schedule is this is our last day, but there is a potential twist. There could be a playoff.
There could be some other players need to really start winning to catch up with Alireza for possible playoffs. But today, it all ends.
Exactly. Cristian, Blitz chess can feature some extreme outcomes.
Absolutely. The swings are just wild, and we've seen that in yesterday's matches as well. Just incredible games all around, but I do want to highlight a few of the players that we have in the standings. Before that, let's take a look at the standings of Blitz and take a look at that. Just such a dominant line score for Alireza Firouzja. 8 out of 9. That's a +7 score right there. Nodirbek Abdusattorov and NVL with a very good score. Altogether, 6 out of 9. That's a fantastic score. The problem is you're facing Alireza Firouzja, who is just steamrolling the competition right now. And let's take a look at the line scores of a few players. One player in particular has struggled. He came into that final day of Rapid and he demolished everybody with 3 victories, 6 points out of 6 possible. But take a look at the Blitz portion, a lot of zeros in that one. So unfortunately for him, it almost feels like he's out of contention. Let's take a look at Abdusattorov and see how he performed in the Blitz portion, you can see that he started off blazing hot with a lot of victories, 4 victories in the first 6 rounds. But after that, in round 7 against Prague and in round 9, that incredible game against Alireza, he unfortunately lost, and right now he's facing a very steep mountain to climb. And of course, our leader, Alireza Firouzja, let's take a look at his line score. Just incredible. +7, no losses. It almost feels like he took a break in that 3rd day of Rapid, and then he came back guns blazing. Take a look at that, +7. That's almost like Magnus usually does in this type of competition. Guys, we have an incredible pack of players, and everybody is vying for position, but it is Alireza in the lead. Anastasiya and Maurice, what do you guys see there in Zagreb?
Well, it's definitely a hot performance by Alireza Firouzja. We've got on our summer Sunday outfits, as you can tell. The heat is everywhere here. You got some hot action elsewhere as well in the tournament.
Absolutely, Maurice. It's unbelievable. It feels like a blitz fever is here in Zagreb, and especially in this hotel, the official hotel of the GCT tournament. And once the players finished their games yesterday, at the same moment, women's blitz tournament has started on the 17th floor, and we can see a critical game between the leaders of the tournament, Laura Omuk from Slovenia, and Ukrainian superstar, current European champion, 16 years old, Anastasia Khnatishin. The Ukrainian player managed to win this game, and it became crucial for the final standings. She finished the tournament with 6 out of 6, perfect performance. Right these days, she is the student of Kasparov Chess Foundation, which had just a session here next door, and she's doing really, really well. More than 30 participants showed up for this tournament, and today in the morning we also had the open blitz tournament, where more than 100 players tried their blitz skills. And today we're going to have the 2nd day of Blitz in main event, GCT event, and I'm really looking forward to follow the games and see who is going to win.
Yes, absolutely crucial. In fact, Anastasia, what happens now, it's only the midpoint of the Grand Chess Tour, but it could be over already for a few players. Let's take a look. If the standings ended yesterday, the tournament ended yesterday, where the overall Grand Chess Tour standings would be. And you see there, Fabiano Caruana, he's only played 2 events. He's got 20 points. Alireza Firouzja, if he closes the deal today, he would have played 3 events and gotten the same 20 points. It's essential that he win to have a chance to get into the Final 4. Vincent Keymer would have 18 points. Very nice for him with 2 more events to go. And Wesley as well. But we look at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's played 3 events, even with maximum points. He's not going to be sitting pretty unless he can actually win the Sinkfield Cup, the only event remaining for him. Praggnanandhaa with 2 events and 11 points, and Sindarov at 10.5. They're virtually on the bubble. They might get knocked out unless they come in top 2 minimum in the next 2 events, the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And Anish, Giri and Jorden van Foreest, I'm sorry to say, it would take an absolute miracle for them to survive and actually get into the Final 4. As you see them ready at the tables, and the points leader right there. It is a watch of history today. Alireza Firouzja could possibly make history in 11 years of the tour. The best score ever, 27 points out of 36 by both Magnus Carlsen in Calcutta in India and Fabiano Caruana in the Super United Rapid Blitz here, right here in Croatia. 27 points. He's got 20 right now. He scored 8 out of 9 yesterday. If he does that again, or even just 7.5, he will be the best performer in the history of the Rapid Blitz. That's something to watch. We'll be watching here from Zagreb. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Anastasia and Maurice. Will we be making history? Well, first, let's take a look at the pairings for this round of 10 coming
yes, sir.
up.
Let's have a look. So since first day of Blitz was yesterday, today they'll just flip the colors and play same pairings. We have Ivan Saric against Bogdan-Daniel Deac, Vincent Keymer facing Praggnanandhaa. Our marquee matchup will be MVL against Alireza. Nodirbek against Gukesh will be our backup.
Absolutely.
And Jorden is playing his countryman, Anish, Giri.
The players are fighting hard for GCT Tour points and lots of money. As it's a $200,000 prize fund as
Yeah,
we're
big
getting
prize
ready.
fund. Thank you to all the sponsors. We're going to start with MVL and Firouzja's game. We're going to follow the leader. Can MVL slow him down?
Well,
For other players, yes, but also for MVL, right? He wants those highest GCT points he can get. Maybe he can't catch Alireza, but he still needs to overtake Nodirbek.
interesting. It's a English attack against the Najdorf, and Maxime obviously has been a Najdorf player literally his whole career. Kind of fun to see him on the white side of a Najdorf for a change.
This is not the first time we're seeing him from the white side in this event.
No.
Everyone's testing him in this opening.
Yeah. And the players are playing what at one time was a heavily contested theoretical battle. I remember Garry Kasparov, Alexander Grishuk, and many others contesting this opening.
By the way, I'll point out that this opening is not that rare. There are games in the database. What you're seeing on the screen is not exactly accurate. Even in the current position, there is still about 50, 60 games.
Wow. Goes to show how vigorously contested this
and a lot of those are for MVL with the black pieces. So he definitely knows exactly what he's doing. In fact, he faced this against Magnus in 2019. So a very topical opening choice by both players right now.
So h4, so essentially what Maxime is trying to do is create a weakness on the g5 pawn. He wants to trade, capture on h8, and capture on g5 with the queen. This is not a convenient way of defending the pawn on g5. Therefore, Alireza captured. And I don't know if you're supposed to follow it up with h5, or there's no threat at the moment in the position. So Alireza just develops his rook c8.
Still not in a new position. 4 games I see in my database here.
And what's the most popular move for white after rook c8?
Long castle.
You walk into it.
I just played rook c8. Looking at the c file, you're like, come at me, I'm not scared.
Wow. I was thinking for a moment there that I might even want to castle short. Well, castle short meaning move by hand. Bishop e2, king
Leave
f1.
the king on f1, or would you go all the way to g1?
I would probably go all the way to g1, but I don't know. Walking into queenside castling, and look at that.
Maxime does exactly that, not afraid.
A brave, brave soul. Okay.
I also want to point out that if Alireza at some point plays bishop f6, I think white's idea is to sacrifice an exchange, right? Leave the rook on h4, probably play f3, and that dark squared bishop's going to be so dangerous on the king side.
Right, you'll definitely miss the bishop on g7 is huge, and its absence.
Alireza dropped back with the knight. I thought he was going to wait for f3 or bishop e2, right?
It was coming in either case, and since the knight no longer has a role, and I think he really wants to play knight to c4.
Yeah, Maxime. Oh, no, Maxime played knight d5.
That I thought was a really good move to stop the bishop from controlling the c4 square. So knight d5 preps f4, f5, booting the knight, but Alireza says, no, I still want to play knight to c4. Sorry, I want to play knight to c4.
Yeah, I think if Maxime wants to stop knight c4, only move for that is queen c3, but that's
The walking into the rook on c8, something bad could happen.
Very awkward move. Ooh, pawn c3. Is that necessary? I guess after knight c4, he does not want to take. And he had to protect the pawn on b2.
Right, but I don't like such moves as c3 there.
Because as Cristian says, it's a hook.
It's a hook. Knight a5, we could force an exchange. Otherwise, I get to play knight to c4, right? Okay, he just played knight c4 right away. Queen e1.
Knight to g6 followed by b4 was much, much stronger because you have the c file opened up for the rook. So after b4, you're getting a tremendous attack against the white king and against that hook on c3.
Well, it's strange that the chess engine felt that this was a step in the wrong direction, knight to c4. I mean, it's...
Well, you don't have b4 anymore.
Yeah, you just
So you need to spend more time in doing all of those ideas. And in fact, if you don't get b4, then how do you continue the attack in the position?
And maybe not necessarily, knight c4 wasn't necessarily bad, it's just that knight g6 before was stronger for black.
Much stronger, yes.
A5,
And in fact, right now, white has quite a significant advantage because black just simply does not have a clear way to follow up.
If I were black, I'd feel actually that I was doing well. I would be thinking A5.
So does
and
Alireza.
Alireza says, look, I'm going to play A5, A4, A3. Remember, this bishop is dreaming.
The problem is that right now,
Yep.
I have the extra option of just simply exchanging that knight on c4. So I can take on c4, you take back with the b pawn, and then that pawn on c3, in fact, right now it doesn't have a way to be attacked by another pawn. King to b1 a bit slow. Let's see if it works as well.
Well, the idea is what you were saying, if A4 you could capture and then maybe use that tempo, but knight to D2.
Yes,
So
I'm not a big fan of
knight
this.
takes
I'm worried
B2?
about that king now, knight b2, b4.
Knight B2 and B4.
Knight b2 looks compelling, guys.
It really
A3
does.
also looks very good. But I think tactically knight b2 is
I
already
think
working.
knight takes b2, he's going to play it.
He
No.
played it really fast.
You went
He didn't
knight
calculate.
a5, okay.
He's playing just based on intuition.
But knight B2 looked like
Looks-
a missed opportunity. It looked like a great
too
opportunity.
tempting,
But
right?
can't I
I
just
mean, that
lock
bishop-
everything up right now with a3?
Pardon me? Yes, no, I love the A3 for white.
I can lock everything up right now.
Yeah, no, that's a great move.
Your
Just
whole attack on the queen side is just disappearing
Frozen.
after a3.
maybe even starting with bishop C4 and A3. And
Bishop
then just,
c4 is also very compelling. Like at some point, I have to take that knight from c4. I have to
Yes.
exchange it for my bishop and then play the move a3, and that kills the attack for black.
Which is all I want out of the opening, is a very safe king.
Maxime
good-
has taken that knight.
I think that was
Without
a very
that knight on c4, blacks, we don't believe in black's attack.
There's no attack.
There is no attack, exactly.
The bishop on G7 can't do it
But I
all
do
by
think
itself.
Maxime still needs to play a3 and really close everything up.
Crucial
He's,
moment.
of course, going for it.
Yeah, and he nicely.
And
Nice
Maxime,
judgment.
Look, Maxime knows if he wants to fight for the first place, which I'm sure right now he's probably only thinking about second place for the moment. He doesn't dare yet to dream about that first place. But if he does want to get first place, he needs to win this one.
Yeah.
Because it's a direct competitor, Alireza, with 3 points ahead right now in the lead. If he wins, he's going to cut down to 2 points.
Agreed. Knight takes E7.
He also has more than a minute advantage on the clock. That is
Yeah.
huge.
Knight takes E7 immediately, and bishop takes D6, followed by F4.
Just tell me why knight b6 doesn't work.
I don't know. But Knight
Provocation
B6,
to win an exchange, but no one's going
Queen
for it.
C6, Knight takes C4, Queen takes C4.
Yeah, you don't want the queen and bishop set up on the diagonal.
But I would say that Queen E2 does menace
Now you are threatening.
the move Knight B6.
So maybe Alireza has to take the knight on d5 here.
But bishop takes D5, E4 takes D5. Any trade of rooks would be helpful, beneficial for white, I would guess.
All right, he's played queen c6 instead. I like this rook h5 move by MVL, using the rook in the corner.
Yeah, eyeballing the potential of rook takes B5 as well. I love this idea of F3, knight to B4, and then maybe E4, E5.
Maybe he wants bishop h4 with that last move. Looking at e7 square.
Wow, and
Whoa, whoa,
this is
f5.
this was a fantastic
You can see
exchange
Alireza
sacrifice.
shaking his head. That last move he played was not a good one. And
No.
MVL, huge advantage now, close to winning.
Instantly, rook takes F5. Didn't hesitate. Go ahead, take my rook, open up the E file, let me menace queen takes E7,
I also have
checkmate.
queen h5 in between move. I don't
Maybe
know if
even
that's
queen
better.
h5, yeah.
But it's an option, yeah.
It's unclear
And
which one is
no
better.
time on the clock for Alireza
16
as
seconds.
well. It's terrible.
Bad news, rook to f8.
Okay.
Trying to survive like that, but can I try
By the
in
way,
a check?
queen
to
H5,
h5.
check.
Queen h5, bishop f7 to cover that, and maybe queen h4 to start looking at that checkmating threat on e7.
I'm just an old pawn grabber. I take on F8, play F3, say, look, you just lost not just any old pawn, but a crucial pawn. That pawn on F7 shielded the king.
I still like bishop h4, looking at that e7 pawn.
I
He's got
see
it. Just rook takes f8.
Yeah,
an
Maxime's going for
exchange.
your line.
Yes.
King takes f8. Bishop h4. Yeah, I can keep that in reserve, actually.
I mean, even now it looks very good.
Sure.
Yep,
He's done
he's
it.
going for it.
12 seconds for Alireza, but his position is
By the way,
not
there's a bishop
hopeless
takes
yet. It's
e7
just-
check
oh, right now.
Oh.
as an intermezzo, I
Very
mean.
Oh, that's a
nice.
nice one.
He's looking for it.
I think they both just spotted it, and
Another free pawn.
Maxine is saying, okay, okay, you know,
Well, there's some line to be calculated because at the end
Yeah.
there's queen e8 and we're pinned.
a little bit.
But we can always get out of it
Rook
with a
e1
check. Queen
and-
f3 also should work.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's so nice.
Let's see. Let's see if
has
he
a
takes
lot of
that pawn.
time.
He says no, I'm not going to take that pawn.
Well, I
Bit of
think
a
he's just going
surprise,
to
but-
go rook e1.
He's probably still going
But rook
to
e1, you covered that with bishop e5, right? So you're
guys,
still...
bishop on h4 is hanging.
Oh,
Let's not
excuse
forget.
me, alert, alert. Yeah, and by the way,
Easy to blunder.
he recognized that indeed it was. Queen check.
I wouldn't
King
count Alireza out yet. I think he can still survive this. I've seen
after
him survive this,
yesterday's.
but he does have only 5 seconds, so that is not helping him.
Queen e4. Again, I'm influenced by rook e1. That looks really good to me.
He's come off.
Yeah, this is terrible. Pawn down and a passive position. Alert, alert. I would play f4,
Maybe just bring the king, right? King
G4.
b1.
To the center.
He goes for g4, okay.
Love that move.
Getting ready for rook c5 to start looking at that pawn on d5.
Okay, f3, just keeping it chill. Rook to d4, everything's okay.
Yeah, this is still not that easy.
Actually, now that
I really don't like my king on a2. Is
Right, it's
is a
out of
big
play.
problem.
Maybe he's going to put the rook on f5. Active defense. No,
Active
he's
defense.
going for d4. Because I feel like I'm always attacked on d4, and then you have to drop back, which I didn't like. Now black's rook is the active one. Okay, I think Alireza has improved his position a lot.
This is
Okay,
really not
but
that easy.
I was
Is he
about to
even
say
winning
bishop
anymore?
bishop e1 and b3 is a way of just activating the king.
I think Maxime forgot about his king. He could have brought that king to d3 10 moves ago.
He'll have to find it now.
Yes, but meantime, Alireza made
No.
so many improvements, so much progress.
It's amazing. Alireza was down to like 10 seconds. Somehow he's kept this clock at 5, now 3.
Yeah, sir, look at that engine eval it says it's already triple zeros.
Wow.
Practically speaking, that's not true, but incredible that objectively it's equal now.
That is crazy. Bishop to g5. But for the moment, I still think Maxine with his extra pawn is making... Oh, that was a good move. The
Very
bishop on
good.
d4 was...
Black's king is much better than white's king, and that's why
Wait a minute.
black is
Can
fine.
What is
Go rook h4 and rook takes c4? No, because the
No,
e-pawn
you're
is very
losing
strong.
that rook,
Faster.
king, and pawn in game. But
Who's playing for a win?
rook c5
Ooh,
and
that last move was a mistake. Doesn't seem like a mistake, but engine
Well, I can give
screaming
you a
white is
check
winning
right
now.
now.
Why is white winning?
I can
This
give you a
is
check. I'm
c4.
holding on to
This
that
is-
f3 pawn. And
King
then I'm
goes
just
to
going to
b4.
go... Maybe even c4.
uh-oh,
All
he's
right,
threatening
Maxime got a
f4.
second chance to win this game.
F4. Yeah, now he's winning.
Whoa. There was
King.
just one mistake, but it's bound to happen when you're playing with 5 seconds for
Exactly.
30 moves.
Exactly. King b3. Oh, okay.
It's still not completely over. I'm not going to call this, but if Alireza loses, this is his first loss in the Blitz. He only lost 1 in Rapid to Nodirbek.
Right.
And guess what? Nodirbek is also winning his game. So both of these players, MVL and Nodirbek, are going to be 2 points behind Alireza.
Keeping the tournament still interesting, and Nodirbek already won his game
Somehow,
against
is this
Gukesh.
still tricky? No. Rook a5.
Wait,
Sorry.
Rook a5 is not winning.
No,
Rook b6
that's it.
is the only winning move.
Rook b6
b6.
followed by f6. That should be
Yeah, of
somewhat
course.
easy, right?
Of course.
It's incredible how tricky these players are.
Yeah. There
Black
you go.
loses another game to Vincent Keymer.
Ooh. Oh, oh, oh.
Okay, Maxime
A7.
is showing good technique, but
A7.
4
clock
seconds,
is still a
guys.
factor. E7 now.
A7, yes.
Yeah, this is a famous, and there we go. Oh, it wasn't easy for Maxime to win that game.
It
but he pulled
truly
it
was
off.
not.
And I think all the games are finished. We have 40
Wow.
games.
But for MVL, he did what he needed to do. He's in second, tied for second.
Yes.
He needed that win for the GCT Tour points.
Absolutely. And
By
so
the way,
they
that
do
almost puts
Nodirbek.
the kibosh on the historical. Can he beat 27 out of 36?
Yes,
Yeah, he needs
Almost.
to go 8 out of 9.
which he
7.5.
still can do.
Cristian, I was so absorbed by this game, I hardly got a chance to see the others.
Before Cristian
First,
catches
let's
us
take a
up,
look at the standings first.
let's have a look at the standings. Alireza loses first game in the Blitz, remains in the lead, of course, but both Nodirbek and MVL win their games, and now there's only a 2-point gap between them.
And Vincent took down Prague in that. And there was only one draw. Ivan Saric.
Catches up, Cristian.
Let's take a look at this one. Nodirbek versus Gukesh, such a crucial game as well. And in fact, it was a back and forth affair. Gukesh at some point was close to winning. So let's take a look at this one. Take a look at the battle between the pawns on c5 and c3, the double pawns and the central pawns for black. And Gukesh decides to go d4 to break open in the center and activate his piece. Is probably a good move, this one. Bishop to b2. And after taking on c3, first of all, d3 was a golden opportunity, quite a good move in this one, but he took on c3, bishop takes c3, knight to d5, bishop to a1. A mistake. What he had to do was to take on e5, but not an easy move to see, because after take, bishop to f3, you're not going to be able to keep contact with the knight on d5. I'm going to restore the material balance, and this one is quite a good position for white. Instead, he played the move bishop to a1, which gives Gukesh the opportunity to take over with the move e4, which he played. Knight to d4, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. Perhaps better was to hold on to the knight on f5 by just simply continuing the initiative after bishop takes d4, and another move with tempo, knight to f4. Now, if you move the bishop, let's say, to b2 in the position, then I just simply continue with e3. It's all bang, bang, bang. I'm trying to get to your king. I'm trying to activate my knights to look at the pawn on g2. Also, this queen, you got to pay attention to all sorts of sacrifices. Knight takes h3, followed by queen to g3, and checkmate in c-wing. So this one would have been extremely difficult for white to hold on. Instead of that, Gukesh played the move knight to d4, which allows white to stay in the game. And in fact, right now we have opposite color bishops, and it seems like the position is very close to equality. But Nodirbek had other things in mind. f3, take on e4, rook to e3. He's still fighting on. And take a look at this little trick. Bishop to f3 to take that pawn on e4. Bishop to d2, already a step in the wrong direction. What he had to do is, look, I understand I'm going to lose at least one pawn, but I need to take at least one of your pawns on the queen side, especially this pawn on c5. Bishop b4 was crucial. He played bishop to d2, and right now after g5, wrong pawn to save. Again, you have to go after the pawn on c5.
Right.
He played the move g5, and this endgame with two pawns on the queen side is just lost. And Nodirbek did deliver the goods. This was the final position, as you can see. Another game that I was following, Jorden van Foreest versus Anish, and this one went really bad for white, for Jorden out of the opening. This was the critical position. What he had to do was take on f6. You take on f3, I take on e7, you take on e7, I take on f3. I have an extra pawn as white. You have the two bishops, so you definitely have compensation. Instead of that, after e4, he played the move knight to h4. This is really a poor decision because I don't have to take on d3. I can play the move bishop to e5, and that's going to make it extremely difficult for your pieces to find their outpost. The rook on a1 is in big trouble. You don't have the move d4 because I'm just simply going to pick up that pawn. You don't have the move c3 because you're losing the pawn on d3 in this instance. So bishop to e5, a move that he missed. Now he decides to sacrifice the exchange with knight d2, but that's just simply not enough. h6, bishop to b2, as you will see, he will lose a lot of pawns. And after bishop takes a3, queen to a4, this is just an easy conversion. I'm already 2 pawns up with the black pieces, and you have no compensation with white in this game, and he converted with ease, never let go of the advantage, as we will see. Very swiftly, bishop to b3. The material advantage increases for Anish, and he wins this game with ease. Maurice, what do you have for us? Which games did you look at?
Well, it was an interesting round for one very important reason. The players who need to win and make up a gap did win. We saw Nodirbek do it. We saw MVL do it. Keymer also pulled it off against Prague, who unfortunately is slipping ever backwards, jeopardizing his chances to get to the Final Four. Let's take a look at that game, because the game between Saric and Deac was a nondescript draw, but this one, whoa, a master class by Vincent, and we saw pyrotechnics take place in this game. We'll just go right to the middle game and take a look. It looks as though White's position is a bit stayed, hedgehog type setup. But one of the things about these types of positions is the ability for breaks, big pawn breaks, to suddenly cause the position to expand rapidly. And this is what happened in this game. A trade on d5, he took back with the rook, and now d4, opening up the game. The rook dropped back and then takes. And after it captures back, then a trade, and the move knight to g5. And suddenly, that position that White had that seemed more restrained, you can see from the long bishop on this diagonal, this bishop on the other diagonal, the knight and the queen threatening to come over. The move queen to e7 was played, and now queen g4. A second ago, we were talking about White being somewhat passive. But now it's just incredibly dynamic and active. He played f5, trying to get rid of the queen, but the queen said, oh no, I spy a weakness. Don't take my knight, because that's hanging with check. And don't forget about my bishop on the long diagonal. That's just a freebie. He tried to defend with this move, rook to e8, and a sacrifice on e6 anyway. The point being, you cannot capture because of bishop to d5. But at first, this move looks like a blunder. After knight to a5, your queen is hanging, and your knight, what are you doing here? Cool, calm move he had seen. Queen to c3, so beautiful. You cannot touch the knight because it's mate on that square. And, excuse me, drop back there. You can't touch the knight after queen takes. And we're in this position, and you might flail, but let me solve the problem with my knight. He tried to back up. No. We're going to keep bringing pieces into the game. And this is where he really just consolidated position, another pawn in the pocket. We got to this end game, but hey, you can't be 2 pawns down and hope to be able to survive. Later in the game, we got this final position here, and it was time to resign. An incredible game by Vincent. If he can show this kind of form and style, hey, he's going to be able to make a real run and put himself in a pretty situation, sweet situation, to make a run in St. Louis. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Very forceful play. It looked really good by Vincent. Tell us about the pairings coming up for this round 11.
Actually, maybe before we jump to that, we have a video of Alireza Firouzja yesterday. Maurice interviewed him, and he was very happy for a good reason. Let's take a look.
Very good reasons. Okay.
With Alireza after an amazing day, but you know, it felt like the boat was rocky and maybe bad things could have happened. You could have capsized, but somehow you held it together. And you're looking at your line score, it just looks fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, some games I took extreme risk. So, like against Deac, it was like 100% risk. I went all in. So that's the point. That's why it was a lot of ups and downs. But no, I'm happy. I'm happy with the results.
Why do you feel the need to take so much risk, given your situation? You were in tie for first to start the day and could have just kind of slow played it.
Yeah, I feel like when I'm in good shape, I could take risks. I think even if I'm a lot worse, if I'm in good shape, I could take a lot of risk and still I could fight. So that's why.
A lot of youthful confidence there for sure. But now you're 3 points up, and the betting person or your coach or somebody on the side might say, listen, you're up 3. Take no risk tomorrow. Just chill and let them beat each other up. What's your strategy going in to the last day?
I'll play same, and we'll see, I think.
The same? You mean still going with the risk?
I will play my game.
Play your game, okay.
I think I have a lot of experience to win this kind of tournaments. St. Louis, I won 2 times, so yeah, we will see tomorrow.
All right, very exciting. Looking forward to it. And get your rest.
Thank
we
you.
look forward to your risky play tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
Good memories of St. Louis for Alireza. We'll welcome you, Alireza, very, very shortly. But in the meanwhile, pairings, dare I ask?
Yes, very curious. First standings and then pairings.
Let's do it.
Let's have a look. After 10 rounds of Blitz, Alireza Firouzja in first place with 20 points. MVL and Nodirbek sharing second with 18. Prague still in clear fourth even after that loss, but the rest of the field don't really have any chances.
The 3-point gap is narrowed to 2. And Captain Obvious will be enough to sustain him throughout. Now can I see them?
You've been dying to see
I'm
the
dying. I mean, Alireza, after that loss, he's going to be
Ooh, he's looking for a
mad.
win. And we have very exciting pairings. We have Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Jorden van Foreest.
Nice
Crucial
match.
game for Nodirbek. Alireza against Ivan Saric. He needs to bounce back from that loss. Then we have Bogdan-Daniel against Vincent, Keymer. Prague against Anish. And I suggest we follow this game, world champion Gukesh against MVL.
Let's do it.
After all, MVL just took down the tournament leader.
And it's nice to give the world champion, Gukesh, a little love. So we will have that as our marquee matchup.
Well, speaking of Captain Obvious discussions,
That's me.
when MVL had that opportunity to go bishop takes e7, I was going to say
Check.
2 pawns is better than 1 pawn,
Yes.
right? And after bishop takes e7, his job would have been much easier.
Of course.
At the same time, he kept his composure all throughout the game, put enough pressure even in that rook endgame. And I can guarantee you, the players did not know that Alireza was fully back in that game. They sensed that something went wrong for
Right.
MVL, and you could see it on Alireza perking up and being ready to defend that one. Unfortunately, with so little time on the clock, those rook endgames are so difficult to defend.
But it was remarkable that Alireza could present so many problems.
Yes.
Yeah, he was down on clock.
4 seconds.
Yeah, down on the position. And then he played like 20 really good moves in a row. and
Even all
fought way
the way
back.
towards the end. I mean, rook and 2 pawns against rook, and Alireza was still trying to find a way out, right?
Right.
And MVL had to pay very, very close attention and get that trick at the end with the rook on the bottom rank. So definitely a good execution, let's say, by MVL. And right now, he gives himself some chances. He gives Nodirbek some chances as well to catch up with our leader.
But don't forget, Nodirbek, very much like Hans, was a wild card player.
Yeah.
So if Nodirbek goes and captures a lot of GCT tour points, the tour players are going to be upset.
Absolutely, absolutely. MVL, I almost feel like he perhaps wants Alireza to take the points and then him in the second position, you know.
And then
just to make
Nodirbek in
sure.
the third to take
Yes,
points from
take
everybody
those
else.
points from behind me, yes.
Yeah, right. Okay, big action coming up for round 11
Okay,
as
so
the players started to take their seats.
Live audience, people are showing up to watch the exciting Blitz on the last day.
Yeah, I must say that for me, Jorden van Foreest, his entry into the Grand Chess Tour was very, very welcome. And I really somehow expected, maybe my expectations were a little too high for Jorden, but he hasn't
He
played.
did well in the first 2 events. Right now he's having a rough time.
That's what I mean.
But look
He's
at this.
capable.
He's capable, of course. Look
Right.
at the Sunday crowd. So many people have shown up.
Exactly.
Everybody loves Blitz.
And as we saw Anastasiya saying, there's a Blitz tournament going on the 17th floor, the tournament hotel.
Do you think they're all rooting for Ivan?
Yes,
Of course.
yes. I must say that for me, the nation no longer, the nation of Yugoslavia no longer exists. But I can tell you that from myself and my colleagues, we all love to go to Yugoslavia because the crowds were so knowledgeable. They would boo and whistle and applaud during play. When you sacrificed your rook boldly,
They
I mean, it
applauded.
was sensational.
I wish we still had that.
I mean, it was thrilling. I mean, I love the arbiters going around flapping
We
their
can
wings.
put noise-canceling headphones on the players so then
Right.
the audience can just enjoy themselves.
Exactly.
They tried.
They-
In
They
Vegas,
tried
right?
in Vegas. It's not that easy because they're not completely bulletproof, those
Right.
headphones,
So we
right?
just
And
need
sometimes,
better noise-canceling headphones.
yeah, but those can be uncomfortable also.
Yes.
For
Sure.
such long games to not hear absolutely anything, it's very difficult.
But
Yeah.
by the way, in my day, they had board boys. And sometimes the
Yes.
board boys made mistakes. They didn't correctly convey the move that was played.
Yeah.
Like, and the audience would just whistle.
Mm-hmm.
Like, get the kid fired.
Lots of pressure. You have to be a board boy, I guess.
Exactly.
Were you ever a board boy, Yasser?
No, I started too late.
Too late.
Games are off. We're going to follow this game between Gukesh and MVL. And I was hoping to see Sicilian. And
your wish.
That.
MVL knows exactly what he needs to do. He's chasing Alireza. He has a lot of ground to make up for. So he wants a crazy position.
He just won Nodirbek with white. Now he has to win it with black.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can teach us how to play with both colors.
Look, he probably
okay.
is one of the players that played the most Nodirbek games in
his
existence
career.
right now.
Yeah.
Between official games and training games
Oops, I have
for
the wrong.
both white and
I
black,
apologize. I have the
I'm
wrong
sure
game
he's by far.
on my board. I'm
Yes.
going to go to the Gukesh.
Let's switch that one.
By the way, I was about to say that if you played knight d5 instead of the move a4, it really does look like a Sveshnikov, doesn't it? After knight d5.
And I see in the database there's one game, it was Gukesh who played against Ivan Saric. I believe it was as a rapid. Oh, maybe they played it here in the rapid portion.
Really?
This exact position, but h6 is a novelty.
h6.
This accuracy cannot be right. Neither players have made a mistake.
Right.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry, I read 94, not 99.4.
99 points. So
But why is it not 100?
I don't know. I have no idea. These days, the engine has some
Engine is very
peculiar, judge. This idea of playing knight to d5, Gukesh has put it in his pocket. It's like he is not ready to occupy the d5 square. Queen f3, is it a prelude to
Because
bishop to e3?
MBL's looking at that c2 pawn, so he's really stopping Gukesh from going
Precisely.
95.
Queen to c6, intimating that the pawn is ready to go to
Gukesh
d5.
instantly played rook d1 to slow down d5 idea.
Controlling the d5 square.
Knight f8, typical.
What is
Knight
the
can
knight?
go to actually g5, right? Knight h7, knight g5 is an idea.
Yep. Knight h7.
And if white's not careful, now he might lose the e4 pawn.
Oh, what's a pawn amongst friends? Okay, so what is the development scheme for white now? Is it bishop e3 and rook to d2? So that eventually I do want to occupy very much the
Yeah,
d5
or
square.
rook c1 and knight d5, right? Either rook d2 or rook c1.
Right.
One of those. But yeah, white's plan is definitely knight d5. I don't see any other ideas. This rook a4 doesn't. I love lifting the rooks. Rook a4, rook b4, rook b6. Is that anything? Or it's just that
It
wishful
looks,
thinking? But
well, I don't know. It kind of has some good looks to it. I mean, if you could press. What?
oh, rook d2 without developing the bishop.
No, I can't believe it. Seriously?
It's strange because now after knight h7, knight g5 is more of a threat as well.
Except he's telegraphing, my next move is knight d5. I have defended the c2 pawn. I am ready to occupy the d5 square. So knight h7, knight d5 attacks the bishop on e7. So that's an important tempo.
It is,
Quick
yes.
update. Alireza is going all in against Ivan Saric, and he's worse right now. So we'll keep an eye on that one, but just wanted to let you guys know
we should go
about
there.
that.
This is a very balanced position. So thank you for telling us, Cristian. Maybe we should jump there and watch Alireza's game.
I just want to see the reaction to the move b5.
No, I think we can stay with this one for the moment.
Because it's knight d5 now or never. Why else did we play? Or
Nope,
rook?
rook
Whoa,
d1.
whoa,
This is
whoa,
going to be
whoa,
a
whoa,
shuffling game for a while.
whoa.
Knight g6.
There was bishop takes b3. There's still a knight d5 sighting. Apologies. I'm not sure I understand what Gukesh is doing.
But hey, Engine likes his position. Says what he did was good.
I keep wanting to jump forward, knight a5, knight d5, and I'm losing pawns. Either the c2 pawn is lost or the b2 pawn is lost. What am I missing?
I like it.
Queen takes b2. What am I missing? Knight c6, knight d5.
God, the c2 pawn is also hanging. Because I was going to go knight a4, but I'm giving up too many pawns. Or wait,
is my queen trapped? No,
no,
e4 is hanging. b6 is hanging.
There's a lot.
Queen takes b. He
weaknesses.
hasn't captured the pawn. So MVL believed Gukesh was right. By the way, that looks like a very decent move from...
Bishop d3, okay. Maybe now MVL has to play bishop d8 and ask the knight the question. I think he's going for it.
Where are you going? Yeah, I'm not sure I fully like what... well, there's bishop to d2.
There are a couple of mysterious moves, yes.
Right? No bishop to d2. That's a surprise. Wow, okay, knight b3. He's saying, if you're going to take my knight, at least I want to win the two bishops as a compensation.
And it's worth pointing out that we kept saying white knight needs to go to d5 at some point. It still hasn't happened. I don't think it's going to happen anymore.
Well, at last I understand. The bishop, I mean, it took a while, but there was a genuine threat of playing bishop takes a6 and a5.
Knight went to b5. It's actually well placed on b5 now that it
Suddenly,
can't be kicked out.
White's position has blossomed, actually.
Yeah, we can support it with c4 and looks very good for white.
Exactly. Exactly. I didn't like Gukesh's position a move or two before, but now it looks magnifique.
a4. It's still a positional battle. I think MVL's other knight from g6, if needed, could go to e7, c6, and d4, right?
Yeah.
Or b4, whatever is needed. Maybe f4 is the best square for it.
By the way, a trade of dark square bishops will unleash the control of the f4 square. Personally, I would find myself tempted to capture on b6 and play queen e3.
You don't mind doubling up your own pawns?
I mind. Yes, I do mind. Queen f3. Okay, that was a big surprise. Sorry, you were mentioning that Alireza and his game with Saric.
He's better now.
Oh.
He has outplayed Ivan. I'm keeping my eye on it. When it gets dramatic, then we will switch.
I like the idea of just parking the bishop back on f1 and then maybe doubling up against the a4 pawn, like rook a3, rook a1. I see a weakness, and I'd love to capture that. Here we go.
I think this is comfortable for Maxime. I mean, neither player, this position.
You think so? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
You get the f4 square. d6 is completely safe. You know, usually d6 pawn is the backward weakness, but not here. Not now.
I see from White's perspective, rook on d1 to a1 coming, and then I think Black's pieces are getting tied up.
He's going to double on a file. There's rook a6.
Okay, but I'll double up on the a file as well, and then I want to play knight b1 to c3, show my Karpovian skills.
Very nice. I might end up losing a4, but maybe Black will still be
a very good move, by the
positionally.
way, bishop f. Ooh, goes to show that Maxime is really seizing the defensive now. Knight to b1 to c3 looks good for
By the way, Alireza turned things around in his game against Ivan Saric and is right now much better in that game.
Do you mind if we switch? Because it's
I don't
been
mind.
Yeah. I am going to switch to the game of Alireza versus Ivan Saric as our tournament leader, who just lost his first Blitz game, is trying to get back on a winning.
Looks like he has a very nice
streak.
attack on Black's king.
Ooh,
Ooh,
that
how do you
is a
defend Queen
very
h6?
powerful move.
So if you go rook g5, I've got h4.
H4, bishop takes f6. Yeah, h4. That's a winner. Oh. Rook G5
Actually,
nonetheless.
maybe H4 is not the winner because Bishop F6, Bishop G5.
Yeah,
Oh, I like this move. Firouzja first played G4, protecting the bishop on H5.
That
now
is.
he's threatening H4.
And with the double G pawns, you know, like, talk about making a virtue out of your double pawns. That's a really nice move. H4 is coming up, and I'm spying a mate. Simply a mate. Ivan Saric down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, but even if he had 10 minutes here, I don't think he can survive this position.
Yeah, it looks
H4,
bad.
he can't defend.
It looks
You have to
very
sacrifice a lot of material, and your king will still stay weak.
Bishop F6, Rook F6.
I would take with the pawn.
You take with a pawn?
Yes. Rook F6, Knight H7 comes with a tempo, and
But this H6 pawn
King
is hanging.
G7, and your rook's trapped.
Sack.
No, he took with the pawn, and now I think he's going to play H4.
Sack, mate.
Look at those connected pawns, and Queen H6 is coming next. Okay, Ivan had to give up the exchange. Now,
Queen F.
Oh, I like F7, Queen E5, yes, sir.
Or Queen E5 immediately?
Then Queen F7.
Ah, sorry.
I don't want black to blockade anything. I'm sure that's good, too.
But no, I mean, unfortunately for Ivan, there's simply too many very, very good moves for
And materially,
H6
he
is
was
hanging.
doing fine, but his pieces are, like, the 2 pieces for the rook usually is completely fine, but not in this position. Very weak, passive, minor pieces, while white has a strong attack.
True that. Nonetheless, Rook G8.
Alireza has 4 extra pawns on the king side.
That
Let's go G4, G5, G6. What's that?
Rook E5, Rook G5.
I like this D5 move, trying to open
I
up
do too.
E7 square for your rook.
Rook E5, Rook G5. Yeah, if you could play G4, G5 as well. But there must be a breakthrough here. 13 seconds for Alireza. He's got to get his giddy up.
That's a lot of time for him.
Good point. Okay, Rook G5.
Crucial win for Alireza this would be because Nodirbek has just won his game, keeping pace with the leader right now.
Yeah, this is it. That was a Rook G, and that's
Nice win by Alireza. Let's
He
jump
broke
to
through.
Gukesh and MVL. Sorry to Nodirbek's fans. We also wanted to follow that game, but we have so many exciting games going on, and we didn't catch that. But after the round ends, we're definitely going to look at that game.
absolutely. Maxime has been kind of seizing the defensive, but he's been holding on. It's not been easy for.
I don't like that all his major pieces are on the queen side, while Gukesh can switch to the king side now, right?
Yeah.
Queen G3, which he's done.
And
Yeah, I think Maxime is in trouble.
20
and he has
seconds.
less time as well.
Versus 7.
Queen G6.
King H2. There's a.
By the way, Queen G6, I think, was winning some material already.
Right.
On the previous move.
It's still there. It's not gone away. It's still there.
But both players, just a few seconds, so they're just going to make
I think
intuitive
Gukesh
moves.
is playing beautiful chess. Queen G6.
Time to finally put the knight on D5, maybe?
Yes, that too. Yes, and knight
He's
D5's on his
Avoiding
agenda.
that move, but I like knight D7.
N-
Ooh, C5. He's opening up the
C5.
bishop on F1.
Knight to D5.
Knight D5 is completely winning now.
Knight to D5 followed by rook to F7. Rook F7's a
Gukesh's got this.
major move.
Rook F7.
There's a
check.
check. King
One spy
H1
check.
or G3, doesn't matter. F8. Rook F8 is threatening a mate in 1.
Ooh. It's just mate in 2 now.
Rook F8, Queen
Rook
F7.
8 is checkmate. Oh,
No, he did not spot.
he dropped the piece, but it's still going to be mate,
Bishop
right?
to D3.
Ooh.
Yeah.
MVL painful loss.
Huge win as for Gukesh as he takes down MVL.
And
Is
gets
that it?
applauded by the live audience. That's it. The round is over. We had 3 white wins by Nodirbek, Alireza, and Gukesh. The other games were drawn.
Nodirbek keeps pace with Alireza. Cristian, I was holding my breath. I can breathe
A small
now.
point on that final game that we've just seen. Look, this is just a blitz game, but the style that Gukesh employed to win this one will give him a lot of confidence.
Yeah,
right.
he-
Look, he's been battered. Let's put it bluntly. He's been battered in this tournament and previous tournaments as well. He needs some confidence. And this is the type of game that definitely gives you, because you're beating one of the experts in in such a clean fashion.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely outmaneuvering your opponent and delivering the goods when it mattered. So very impressive victory by Gukesh. Take a look at the standings first. Nazi, take it away.
Absolutely. Let's see. We know there's still a 2-point gap, but it's now between two players. Alireza Firouzja has 21, Nodirbek has 19, and Maxime falls a little bit behind after his loss. Who did he lose against? Gukesh.
Yes.
And Pragg and Gukesh in 4th and 5th. So Alireza still maintaining a good lead.
But for MVL, having Nodirbek, the wild card, taking so many Grand Chess Tour points, that was really, really hurtful to his...
No Grand Chess Tour players like that.
No, no.
The full-time players.
It's very, very, very hurtful indeed. Wow. Okay.
All right, Cristian, catch us up on the other games we didn't get to see.
Absolutely. Let's look at the victory of Nodirbek versus Jorden. And we're going to start in the end game, because up to this point, the players were more or less playing a normal game. But take a look at this option by Black, G5, taking space on that side and almost meeting White's expansion, which is coming via F4. F4, H6. It was a very maneuvering endgame, this one. Bishop to F8, getting the bishop to G7 to match the output of the bishop on B2. Very nice ideas by Black. G4, a pawn sacrifice to create the majority on the king side. Rook to C2, and now all I'm focused on are the pawns on D6 and the pawn on H4. But Black has his ideas as well in the position. Knight to G6. I really like, by the way, I want to preface this by saying that I really like the way Van Foreest played this endgame up to a certain point. E5 and bishop takes E5. Look at that piece sacrifice. Very well timed, by the way. Knight takes E5, king to G2. You don't really have a lot of good spots for the king. No matter where you go, you're going to lose material in this one. If you go to E4, I'm going to go knight to F2, and that's actually worse for you, for White. So king to G2, the right approach. B5, I'm not even looking at taking, at least not for the moment, the exchange. What I want to do is soften up this pawn chain on the queen side with the move B5. Another very good move by Black. Knight to E3, take on D1, take on D1, take on C4. And this was the crucial position. What you have to understand, and you only have a couple of minutes to do so, is that you need to protect the pawn on H4, because once you protect that pawn on H4, any sort of checks on the third rank, which most likely will come, are going to force the king to go backwards, and then the H-pawn is going to become a tremendous force in the position. He did not play that. He went for the more aggressive approach with the move knight to D3. Understandably so, I might add. Take, take, rook to C5. The position is still very complex. King to G6, knight to D4, A5, and White is slowly but surely starting to take over right now. A4, solidifying, cementing that weakness on A5, rook to D5, knight to F3, and this was the critical mistake, of course. King to F5 with only a few seconds played in the position, and after knight E3. Well, that's an exchange, thank you very much, and he went on to convert with ease after this one. Black has no compensation in this one. Another game that I was following was the one between Pragg and Anish. Look, Pragg is still fighting for those top 5 spots, and right now he's in 4th position, but Gukesh is slowly coming from behind. Let's go to this position. It was an endgame, opposite color bishops, but it is White who has the much better bishop on C3, very active, also defending the pawn on B2, but most importantly looking at the pawn on G7, which is the big weakness in Black's position. White is winning at this point, so let's see how he messed up, and Anish, kudos to him. He's trying to get as much compensation or as much dynamic play in the position as possible, and you do that by weakening the outpost of the bishop on C3 at the expense of a pawn. Take, rook to B3, and this was the big mistake, taking on A3 like that. Rook to H7 had to be played in the position. Right now, this is a big threat on the pawn on G7. If you take on B2, I'm going to take on G7, force the king on the back rank, and then I just delivered the checkmate by picking up the other rook. Very nicely played. Now, what I think he was afraid of after rook to H7 is king to G8. Because this is not easy to understand. You go rook to H1, you keep the rook on H7, I take on B2. Now I'll give you a check. I'll take the rook, And then we transition into this position. You give me your rook, but then once again, I give the check on a7. And finally, I get to the weakness on g7. He did not play that. He took on a3 and allowed this trade of pawns. More importantly, you're not getting to my weakness anymore, because right now all of my pieces are active, and it does seem like with very careful play, Anish managed to equalize, as you can see, by the bar as well in the position. Still, white has that f6 pawn, but there's not much you can do with it. So he decided to settle for the draw. A missed opportunity for Pragg, who, with a victory, would have taken the lead over Gukesh in that fight for 4th and 5th position. So definitely a missed opportunity for Pragg in this one. Maurice, what do you have for us? Take it away.
Well, very importantly, that game between Firouzja and Ivan Saric. Firouzja told us yesterday, he said, look, my feeling is that when I'm playing well, I can take as many risks as I want. But he lost the first game of today, and he still said, I'm going all in. And take a look at this line that he played, because it was, let's just say, a bit dubious in this position in the semi-Slav, the anti-Miran variation. We've seen moves like d5. We've seen moves like castles. We've seen even h4. But he decided to play the move e5. We've seen this move, but the engine has long disapproved of this move. And after knight to h5, knight d5 is the more standard, but knight h5 is also quite playable. Alireza says, I'm going all in. Bam! Piece sack. Hold on a second now. We can just take on g3, and your knight is hanging to the queen and the pawn. He said, no, I'm sacking that too. And I'm going to take, and this line he confidently played, although fact of the matter is he's worse. It's 2 pawns for the piece. Yes, there's an exposed king, but if Saric knew this line, he would be refuting this line of play. He dropped his king back. That was a good idea. Castles. He played rook h7. Fantastic idea. Said, show me your attack. Bishop to h5, not going anywhere. And it's here that he had multiple opportunities to get a good position. Rook g7 is very solid, yes, to be sure. But the most aggressive way to play is like, I'm just going to break up your pawn structure. I'm up a piece. Let's go. I crack your structure. You have nothing. These queen g4 demonstrations, you're not going anywhere. There's no mate. There's no attack. You don't have enough pieces. I'm perfectly well defended in this position. And don't start grabbing pawns trying to get back material, because your center falls apart. You can't take with the queen, obviously. Bishop c5, time to resign. And if you take back with the knight, your center disappeared, and black's pieces start to flow into the game. Bishop c5, a threat. You don't have the dark squared bishop, especially the dark square bishop. Instead of doing that, he soft played it. After this move, he played rook g7, queen f3, and he just kept playing passive move after passive defensive move. He gave white the chance to put his position together, and you guys saw the rest of this one. It was a straight-up beatdown as the game continued. We saw just a vicious ripping open of that side, and it was just too much as we saw the rest take him down in this game. Alireza putting in all his chips, but boy, can he keep this up against the tougher players who are coming, the Nodirbek's coming, Prague's, and others. We'll see whether he keeps with this go-for-it strategy as the games continue. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Big action coming up. I peeked ahead.
Yes, let's take a look at the standings after 11 rounds of Blitz. Just one more time before we check the pairings. Alireza Firouzja won his last game, 21 points. Nodirbek keeping up with him, 2 points behind him, but MVL fell behind after his loss. Now, let's look at round 12. There's one, well, more than one, but couple.
So many outstanding games,
Exactly.
but one in particular.
So Ivan Saric is playing Gukesh. I think we're going to follow Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Nodirbek.
I'm loving that game. That fight for second.
Yes, and Nodirbek just won 2 games in a row, so we
Right.
gotta follow him. Jorden is playing Pragg. Vincent against Alireza, of course, another key matchup.
Right.
And Anish against Bogdan. And let's look at the pie charts, Yasser.
Oh, okay.
Pre-tournament, we know the favorite was Nodirbek, and VL in second, Firouzja in third. And those 3 guys are the top 3 right now. Pie White do not lie. Well, sometimes they do.
Well, guesswork.
After day one, Alireza took the lead, 42%, MVL second, Nodirbek third. Were they always in top three?
Seems so. They're kind of stuck there.
But look at that, almost entire pie looked like Firouzja's after day two.
That was because he had such a terrific start, but day three, he really slacked.
And
fell off.
Abdusattorov surged to second place, but
As did Prague.
Yeah, Prague was at the time sharing first with Firouzja.
But then a disaster for
I'm actually surprised that Prague was not in top three in terms of chances after that day three performance.
Right.
Yeah.
But look at that now, almost 90% for Alireza, 5 for Nodirbek, and also 5 for MVL.
Well, it was that round 9 yesterday, the very, very last game that was between Nodirbek and
It's coming
Alireza.
again today.
Yeah, it will
so keep an eye out on that. If there's 1 point difference between the two of them, then Abdusattorov will have the fate in his hands.
It's going to be in the last round.
In the last round,
Oof.
yes.
Can't wait for that.
Chance for a playoff.
Definitely the tale of the tournament is not written yet.
Ivan Saric going all in. I mean, I am forcibly reminded by Bent Larsen. Bent chided me. I was telling him I was trying to become a grandmaster and make a grandmaster norm. And Bent said, Yasser, that's not what chess is about. And I said, I beg your pardon? You want to become a grandmaster? He says, no, it's about winning tournaments.
Yeah.
It's about winning tournaments. When you become a grandmaster, then you start thinking, I should be winning the tournament. And when you get a chance to win the tournament, and you see Alireza saying, I'm going all in. And I just love Nodirbek's approach to chess as well. I'm playing for a win.
I think this is a very specific skill. And these are the players that we remember the most, right? The players that have won the most events. And sure, it's great to become a grandmaster. It's great to become a 2700 player, even 2730, 2740. But sometimes those 2730, 2740s are just simply not winning enough events to get the invitations. Because you're not going to get the invitations if you don't win those tournaments. You're not going to get the invitations if you don't play exciting chess. And I love the fact that Alireza understands that. I love the fact that Nodirbek seems to have that mentality as well. Look, this is all I care about. I don't care about the fact that I lost 60 rating points the year prior. All I care about is coming back by winning tournaments. And it's a very, very different skill than just staying around that ELO rating range, right? So it's an intriguing point, and it's interesting that we see that from such young age from these players, this understanding, right? It seems like they're maturing so fast nowadays.
Really, for me, an underrated world champion was Veselin Topalov. And Topi, as we like to say, had such an approach to chess. I mean, he was swinging for the fences. And when he won the world championship in San Luis, Argentina, back in the day, he had something like 6 out of 7 in the first half.
It was a very intense and somewhat short-lived burst, right?
Because of the whole...
He was winning a lot of tournaments, but it didn't last for many years.
Later, the toilet gate scandal.
Let's not revisit
only
that.
In chess. Only chess has it all.
Let's not.
Yeah, but I do like their approach.
I really think it's very hard to get on the top, but it's much harder to stay on the top.
Right.
So even though it was short-lived, most top players' burst is short-lived. Magnus just spoiled us with he remained on the top, and he's still on the top over a decade.
Garry Kasparov, I'm telling you, that guy was 15 years or longer, I don't even know anymore, 15 years, number one in the world. And he every event, there were 2 events, there were 2 types of events in chess when I was playing, and the certain tournaments featured Garry Kasparov and others didn't, and there was, you know, it's night and day between them. And when what Gary brought to the events was something special, and Magnus is the same way today. Dominant performers.
And it almost feels like there's a difference between world champions as well. Like Magnus, for example, he said that I wasn't even focused on becoming a world champion. I was focused on becoming the best chess player on the planet and holding on to that. Rating was more important to him before he became a world champion. So he wanted to be the strongest at that time and then become a world champion, which obviously happened. Yes. And we've seen that when he relinquished the title as well. He said, okay, you guys can fight for it.
You can fight for second. As we were waiting the start of this round, our marquee matchup will be between MVL and Nodirbek. We're seeing Nodirbek 2 out of 2. He performed excellently yesterday, 6 out of 9, but it was that last round loss that really hurt him. What does he do in Blitz that is so exceptional? He's number 2 on the rating list.
Extremely fast.
He stays ahead on the clock,
He
as does
always
MVL, by the way.
As does Alireza. Well, actually, Alireza is extremely good at Blitz, but he's not ahead on the clock usually.
No, I mean, in the game that he lost to MVL, MVL had a 2-minute advantage, and they are off. So you're saying...
Are we going to see another Najdorf?
Maybe.
MVL's going for 3 out of 3 Najdorfs. Let's see if...
Good
Nodirbek,
opening...
No, Rouser, knight c6.
I saw this like the 2 knights, 4 knights.
How do you know this as Rouser?
Well, Bishop G5.
Yes.
Okay, so many different names.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bishop G5, I know that as a Rouser. Okay, Bishop to D7. There's so many moves there. Bishop E7, Queen C7. Bishop E7 was a specialty in my day of Max Delugi, and it was very hard to get advantages against Max.
Look at those standings. Look how close they are. MVL needs to win this one if he wants to tie Abdusattorov for second position. And of course, Nodirbek wants to win to try to catch up with Alireza, who's having a tough game against Keymer. I mean, Keymer is no slouch, no pushover.
Exactly.
So
that will be our backup. We'll go to that.
This is the best way to create chances if you want to play for a win with black. This type of very complex battle, sure, perhaps theoretically white has a slight edge. It's not as good as the Najdorf, but at the same time, it's a great weapon to play for a win.
I'm always baffled by why do players choose to play Najdorf against the expert MVL?
They don't do it very often. They don't do it very often for a good reason.
The move F2, F3, back in my day, Dr. John Nunn liked to play the move Queen E1. Queen E1 had the benefit
Queen G3?
of threatening E5, E4, E5. And, okay, with the inclusion of H6, there's always this idea of G4, G5 in case.
Played a D5. You know, if you get a chance to play D5 in this type of Sicilians, you got to take that moment before it's too late.
I'm not a big fan, actually, of D5 in that specific moment because the bishop on C6, it's a reverse, it's like a French defense.
True,
okay?
True. It does look like advanced French now, but I think Nodirbek's castling long. He's not going to walk into a short castle and that deadly checkmating attack with G4 and all that.
No, that would be rather suicidal. I see MVL as playing knight on C3 to E2 to D4, and it's going to be a positional game where, but
Black Knight will try to get to E4 maybe, knight C5, knight E4.
A very different approach by Maxime. He's looking to play Queen E3 and to try to keep
control the dark squares.
Yeah, to stop ideas of knight C5.
I like that. He's playing against Black's plan instead of just focusing on his own.
Yeah, I mean, it was Tigran Petrosian who had this extraordinary skill of stopping you from conducting your plans. And it was always very frustrating playing against Tigran.
Now he's also indicating after rook f1, he's looking at that f5 break. He might do it with g4, maybe without. Well, after g6, he's going to do g4.
If you're going to play f5, you got to include g4. G4, h5.
Maybe f5?
hg, and...
Yeah, and then take on g6, get the rook on f7.
I got a rook on h2.
Yeah, it becomes quite sharp.
It's fun.
Have full
Here we go, g4. Now the question is Nodirbek going to go all in, as we say, with h5? Because after h5, you've got to play Yep, he goes all in. You've got to play f5. h3 is just not what you want to do. That helps Black open up the h-file.
It does, and f5 is not really sacrificing a pawn. Ooh, we did see h3.
He did play h3.
All right, he's still planning to play f5.
You know, this knight on d7, bishop on e7, the passivity makes me want to play queen a5 and bishop c5, or
like
queen
queen
a5 or knight c5. I'm just a little bit worried that the bishop on e7 and the knight on d7 can't breathe.
I agree. It seems like black pieces are cramped.
Okay, a different
Okay,
approach.
H4.
Maybe there's a rook takes d4 sighting in case of f5. I'm
Could he
talking-
also switch and go rook h8 and double and play on that
course.
file?
Of course, and maybe tickle the queen with rook h3 after rook h8.
Ooh, that's
whoa,
an
whoa,
unexpected
whoa, whoa, whoa.
move.
Hey,
No,
hey.
but that doesn't look like a good move. Queen c2, I just go king a1.
Exactly. Take that bishop, and after queen c2, you set it. Play king a1, maybe
I
rook.
think this move is a bit too risky from
He's
Nodirbek.
certainly looking at it, and he made it.
He did it. Ill-considered, bishop b5. I think Nodirbek was doing actually just perfectly fine up until that move. It was an overplay of his hand. Personally, I'm playing c3 now and inviting b4. You
I'm
want to
just taking on b5 and then king a1. Because I think black's king is weaker than white's king in that position.
I agree. I think that, but for you to hold the pawn on b5, you're going to have to play b4. And then
Yeah.
I'll take it and play rook c1
That's true.
anywhere.
Maybe Nodirbek needs to play queen c6 and not open up c file as long as he can.
Well,
Yes, he's going for that queen c6.
don't forget that, okay, I would probably, no.
We saw
A3
Maxime playing a3 in the last game, right? Against
Yeah.
Alireza, two games ago.
Or was it Gukesh?
It was Maxime Alireza, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Alireza, yeah.
And he's going for it again. It worked before.
Hey, when you're on a roll, bishop c5.
Rook h1, probably black will double on h file.
I like the rook h1 very, very much.
Quick
Well, then I'll-
mid-game update on the other matchup, key matchup. Vincent Keymer is actually putting, not the finishing touches, but he's definitely increasing his chances against Alireza.
Really?
He's looking good in that one. So Alireza under a lot of pressure, not a lot of time. And right now, this matchup that we're seeing is crucial.
Right. I like what Maxime did. He traded the rooks on h4. He's giving himself the opportunity of playing f4, f5, and he's keeping this pawn on b5 in his sights,
Yes, sir. There's also the sneaky idea, queen f1.
which he just
b5
played.
pawn is lost. He's about to win that pawn.
And you know I'm a pawn
Now,
grubber.
Nodirbek needs to find compensation for it. Right now, there is none. His position is also more passive, and he's down a pawn.
Tell me what you really think.
Okay, one more thing, he's also lower on the clock.
And his clock time. And the king safety is a factor too. f5.
But he does have h-file, and maybe he can do something with that. Rook h2, queen b6 is his hope somewhere in the future.
Agreed.
But right now, I really like Maxime's position.
Maxime has played a magnificent game so far. I'm thinking a4, a5 is also somewhat
Since we're
attractive.
already up a pawn, let's make prophylaxis moves and just make sure everything is safe.
Queen
What's the
f2
rush?
is a safe move, no question about it. Maybe we can play bishop to
H4.
e2 now, just kind of, well, g5.
Okay, that's a commitment, right?
It is. I like the flexibility of playing for f5. I think I would have found bishop e2 more attractive, but by the way, then the bishop would have been passive. Knight c8. Hard to guess that move.
Is it going to
Knight
f5?
Okay, makes sense. Although I can always capture it.
No, black just needs to make moves. He cannot fall behind on the clock.
Yeah, that's a big one. I'm loving queen to b4 and
Ooh,
rook to
c4.
d4. c4. Okay, that's
Maybe a little bit
being
premature.
very direct.
Because let's not forget, white's pawn on f4 is weak. If you want to trade queens, you're going to have to say goodbye to the f4 pawn. So why open up the d file?
I'm not sure. I don't think that that was the right approach. I personally liked, well, even queen a4 and rook to d4 to b4. This one I like from black. If black can centralize his knight, whether it be on f5 or d5 square, he's back in the game. He's a pawn down, but he'll have active pieces.
Maxime does have this rook c1 move, which is unpleasant for Nodirbek. Has to move the queen. Oh,
And
no.
he's done it.
He's gone
Rook
for knight
c1.
f5. I thought he wanted knight on d5.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking of d5, d4.
Oh, that would change up the position.
If
Technically,
there's
he has a
C5,
passer, right?
Yeah,
with
right.
d4.
And, well, we may see it.
But then white has c5, and I think d4 pawn would fall soon.
True, true.
So d4 is tempting, but not a good move. He could play queen b6 right now. Would he play queen c5?
5.
Yeah, same idea, basically. Not allowing white to take on d5.
a4. a4 in order to capture on d5, protect the bishop. Oh, by the way, there's bishop e8 as a potential.
And
Guess
he
what?
spotted it.
He started with bishop e8.
What does black do now? Do you take on c4 and give up f7?
You
I'm
lose
afraid once you lose f7, the rest will fall e6 and g6. Below 1 minute now, Nodirbek, 48 seconds.
As my friend Bruce Harper would say, bishop e8, going for the base.
Knight d4. We actually missed that move, but Engine hates it because of queen f2 and says black is all tied up.
And give me the rook on h4 too.
And pawn on f7 and everything falls.
Oh dear, queen f2, he's missed it. He was looking at his own plans of knight b3.
But MBL needs to find queen f2. That's the only winning move. Not difficult to see, but, you know, time pressure. You start to see ghosts.
Not
and
easy,
missed
not
it.
easy.
He missed it. C takes d, queen takes d5. Now I feel like queen e4 check is always available, and
Precisely. I think
Nodirbek
that
is out of trouble.
I think that
I think we're going to see a 3-move repetition here. Because white can...
Alireza Firouzja lost his game against Vincent Keymer.
wow, opening up
It's a
the
big
door
result.
for Nodirbek as well as MVL.
And this is a
Perpetual
job. Nodirbek
check.
saves the game. He was in big trouble.
Yeah, that move c takes d5 spoiled everything. Where are we going?
There are a couple games still
Anish,
going
Giri,
on.
and
Let's check Anish against Bogdan. So
Daniel?
sad we missed Vincent's win, but I'm sure Cristian or Maurice will show us that game.
Congratulations to Vincent as he takes down our
My
tournament
peak,
leader.
Prague has won.
Yay.
He beat Foreest. Right, what's going on in here? Very
Well,
close position.
16 pawns.
Pawns on the board, wow.
I mean, there was a song, 16 Candles. 16 pawns.
Yeah. And we know in this situation, bishops are kind of useless. Knights become much stronger.
Yeah. I wrote a book with a friend of mine, Bruce Harper, King Walks, and we're seeing both white and black's king making a dodge to the queen side.
Another big result. Ivan Saric takes down world champion Gukesh.
Wow.
I think this is his second victory of the tournament.
And
For Ivan.
Daniel
Not bad.
is playing for the win with 5 seconds on his clock. The position was
Is he?
completely level. He
Are we
played
sure he's playing
f6,
for a win?
f5. He didn't have to play f6, f5.
Okay.
And they
3-move
decided to make a
repetition.
draw.
Wow.
Okay, nothing happened.
Okay,
Is there
Firouzja
any other
losing
game?
2 games out of 3.
That's not the form that he had yesterday,
No.
where he went 8 out of 9.
It's hard to repeat 8 out of 9. Of course, yesterday was too good of a play, but losing 2 out of 3, of course, is not usually how winners win.
No,
the
he's,
tournament,
he's
right?
backing his way into the lead, Christian. How did Vincent do it?
Oh my goodness, Vincent played, I would say, close to the game of the tournament so far.
Really?
Take a look at this and
Wow.
what
Game of the
display he put on. But first, let's take a look at the standings really quick before we go into that game.
Absolutely. Things are getting intense on the top. Alireza losing the game,
Gap
21 points.
narrows.
Narrows, yes. Nodirbek needed a win, but he actually survived barely against MVL. So Nodirbek in second with 19.5.
We still have 6 rounds to go, so anything can happen.
Prague kind of creeping back into the. But anyway, you were saying Vincent.
Absolutely.
Game of the tournament. Say what?
So King's Indian attack once again from Vincent, which we've seen in previous games as well. And at this point, Alireza, keep an eye on the clock as well. He's really falling behind in this one, and he decides to go for f6. He was feeling a little bit
under pressure.
Under pressure on that side, on the king side. Take on f6, but perhaps not the right decision, because with the rook on e1 already positioned, with a lot of pressure on e6, you're just simply creating a weakness that I can exploit as white. Bishop to e5, nicely played, giving space for that knight to jump to f4. Not only that, I'm looking at the pawn on e6, but I'm also starting to look at that g6 square. Beautiful, juicy square. Rook to e8, and this is already a big, big mistake. You're putting that rook on f8 in jail right now. Knight to g6, rook to f7, and a big opportunity for white to get a decisive advantage with the move g4, a move that we will see later on in the game, not at the best moment, but this one would have given him pretty much a win. Knight d4, take, knight to e5. That's an exchange. Not only that, but the attack continues after that with g5. Decisive advantage for white. He missed that. He played the move knight h8, f4.
Which isn't bad
A very
either.
natural move. I would probably play this in a heartbeat as well. Knight to f4, bishop to d8, and now g4. But now he had an opportunity to take on h4 and make things much easier for his defense, Alireza that is. Knight takes h4 and g5. You're giving yourself some room to breathe on that side. It looks scary because if something lands there, if a queen lands on g6, then it's going to be lights out. But fortunately for black, that's not going to happen. So this one would have been quite complex after that. He played the move knight to d6, which allowed g5, the continuation. But this is not the crucial position. This is the crucial position. Take a look at the next move. Knight to h8. What a beautiful shot.
Gorgeous.
With only 12 seconds to go for Alireza. If you take that knight, I'll go g6. I'm threatening checkmate. Hey, I'm covering against checkmate. No, you're not. Because I have the bishop on e5, pinning the pawn on g7, and queen takes h7 comes next. This was a complete shocker for Alireza, who reacted well. He played the move rook to e7, knight to g6, rook to e6, bishop to h3. All these pins. I mean, how are you going to handle all these pins with 4 seconds on your clock? Well, the answer is you're not. Rook to c6, knight to h4, bishop to f5, rook to h6, and in fact, he probably just lost on time, or he resigned, because the simple queen takes h6, take on h6, take on d7. I have so much extra material in this one. And I do want to see the stockfish assessment as well throughout the game, the graphic that we have ready for you guys. So let's take a look at that. As you can see.
Yeah, you can see a lot of gray.
Yes, a lot of gray. That means it's somewhat equal. Are we going to do this for the whole game is my question. And that right there shows the whole progression of the game.
It's the spike
You
when
see a
knight h8
lot of
happened.
white, yes, towards the end. At the beginning, it's all balanced, and then you see that spike, that first spike. Black is back in the game at one point, and then once again, white takes over. I have to say, that knight h8 by Vincent, even if objectively it wasn't the best move, which it wasn't, by the way, but it carries that shocker element that and the beauty of it as well. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, we have one interesting game between Saric and Gukesh that Saric actually won the game against the world champion. And it was an up and down affair. There was one moment, just because of sheer aesthetics, I want to show it to you. This position with white, Saric is just dominating on the board. He needed to play the move bishop takes on h6 here. And the point is, after rook takes, it looks as though bishop takes is playable. What's the point? I've got two pieces for the rook, except this gorgeous move, rook to e2, sacrificing yet more material in the position. You obviously cannot capture in this position because you're going to get your clock cleaned here after check, and suddenly it's just like checkers. You're taking everything in a row. So rook to e2 would have been a monster move to find, but there's this check, and then suddenly the very cool, calm king h1 saying your position is just simply busted because after this move, check, rook to g7, I have rook to f8 with check at the very end. A beautiful, beautiful variation that wins the queen, of course. This was a line to see. He played a different way, and it turned out to be a nondescript ending that was a lot of ups and downs again, but Gukesh ended up losing on time at the very end in a perfectly fine position. We see there, you see how he blitzed at the very end there and had to accept that he was defeated. So not good for him, and you see how devastated he looks. Can't believe it when he had just fought so hard to come back and allow Saric, who hasn't been winning a lot of games, to win that game. But we had a one-on-one with Anish. Let's take a look as we see this interview.
When you visit someone in Croatia, you'll always be welcomed with the warmest hospitality, because that's the kind of hosts we are. What's ours instantly becomes yours. And everything that makes life more beautiful, we love to share with you. The finest local food, our stories and traditions, our customs, and our homes. The hidden beauties of the country, known only to locals. Experiences, memories, and images. Sounds, colors, and flavors. An authentic, welcoming, and unique holiday experience in Croatia. Choose accommodation with the local host label and discover the true Croatian experience. Visit croatia.hr for even more unforgettable experiences.
Anish, Giri, welcome to Zagreb in the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. What does it feel like to be in Zagreb here playing this event?
Well, it's not the first time in Zagreb. I have so many memories connected to this place. I've played here so many times, and in some sense it's good to be back once again. But at the same time, it's also different every time, and every event is different. So yeah, it's a mixture of memories and challenges that I'm facing.
Now help me understand, I don't think you have ever won an event on the Grand Chess Tour.
Well, I had my history of the Grand Chess Tour, okay, usually I'm just miserable, but I did have a very, very good season in 2015, I think at the beginning of the Grand Chess Tour when it was only classical. This is the format where I excelled at the most, and in that tour I finished in the top 3 in the end, and we played the tiebreak with Magnus and Maxime, and I finished second in the tour. Which, you know, was very good memory. It was my first really big paycheck as well. And I still remember to this day, I lost, I was about to beat Maxime. I won the first game of the 2-game match, then I lost, and then I lost the tiebreaker there, and I didn't get to play the final against Magnus. And then Maxime lost to Magnus. And then I was going with Garry Kasparov in London to the closing dinner, and he told me, it was a pity we didn't get to see your match against Magnus, you know? And I felt like, it's like, it was, maybe like, I've never felt so proud of myself, you know, to have Garry Kasparov tell me that it's a pity that he didn't get to see my match with Magnus, you know, like, he is a GOAT. The other guy was clearly going to be a GOAT too at the time already. And I was somehow in that conversation for that day, you know, and yeah, looking back, this was probably the peak of my chess career, really, and it was a decent peak to have. So I had good memories of the Grand Chess Tour, but since the Rapid and Blitz became a big part of the tour, I was never really able to catch up with tremendous players who are really, really good at Rapid and Blitz. For example, Maxime is doing really well. But yeah, since those times, I'm trying to improve my Rapid and Blitz, but it's really hard because I also have a classical World Championship cycle to focus on, and it's just hard for me to just have the bandwidth to keep up with both these formats, and I never am able in one season to excel at both. It's usually one or the other.
Well, we've seen you had tremendous results recently. First of all, Tata Steel you broke through and won, and then even more recently, you won the FIDE Grand Swiss. And then you had an excellent event in Cyprus. Of course, the winner is usually the one who takes all the spoils there, but you obviously had tremendous result as well. What's keeping you so hungry? Being one of the older players now, if you will, you're clearly on the younger side of the older players, but what's keeping you so hungry for chess right now?
I think, first of all, the fact that you realize that it's not going to last forever, and that realization kicked in at some point for me already a few years ago. And that kind of changes the perspective. On one hand, you feel a little more pressure, but also you feel a little more hunger and drive. Because when you know that you're young and you think you'll have 100 Grand Chess tours ahead of you and you'll always be able to win one at some point, you don't have to win that one that you're playing right now, right? It's sort of like an abstraction. And I notice it with a lot of young players when they speak. Like I see they don't have a clear goal, because they just think that they think they will become world champion at some point, like one of the cycles, But I know that like I either become it like now or maybe like I see the end of this tunnel, and there's nothing at the end of it. There's no light. So knowing that that there is a limit, to the run, and seeing that limit, I think gives you more drive in the moment. Yeah, I think that's one of the things, and also I think experience definitely helps.
When we look at the World Championship, we see title after title after title. It's either the Classical World Championship, World Rapid and Blitz, we've got Freestyle, we've got a total World Chess Championship coming up. How much do these titles matter, or is it dilution of the titles now, especially since the world #1 doesn't have the World Championship title?
Yeah, this is a really important, very good question. What's up with all these World Championship titles? And in some sense, the value of a title kind of depends on the person holding it and the way that person plays. So if the world champion, whatever the format is first of all the best player in that format, and he's able to prove that continuously, time and time again, then these titles have value. For example, each single title of Magnus, and he's collecting them, right? I don't even know the number. It's like maybe 19 something. I don't pay attention. Like, it's hard to keep up because they also like every year there's a couple adding, right? So you just physically can't keep up with the titles, but his titles, they have value because time and time again you see him proving, over and over that he is a great player. At the same time, without trying to offend any particular players, there have been many World Rapid and Blitz champions. I mean, me and you, we are just, just fanatics. We will remember them, but the general crowd or many people, they don't even know that those people were Rapid World Champions or Blitz World Champions. However, if they will now, these players, if they will now do something great again and show steady results, that title will count along as well as part of their achievements. So I think in a way, it's really up to the player, who takes the title to then give it value. I don't know, it's hard to say. I don't think it's only that. I mean, if you only had one title, but the person who holds that title would play really badly, would also not be really good either. So it's really hard to say. I think there are many things that determine, the health of chess and chess ecosystem. And the World Championship title is only one of them. I mean, tennis is doing a great job. That they have this tour in Grand Slams. They don't even have a world champion. And they're doing great as well. So I don't think we should focus too much and worry too much about the World Championship title alone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And good luck in the event.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're expecting round 13 coming up soon. Let's take a look at the standings to remind everyone what's the situation.
The gap has narrowed, a 3-point gap to start today.
Now it's
has now become a point and a half.
And still 6 rounds to go. Anything can happen. Alireza Firouzja lost the last game to Vincent. Beautiful, beautiful game. If you missed it, definitely check it out. Nodirbek Abdusattorov drew Maxime and remains in the second place, fighting hard to catch up with Alireza.
Prague sneaking back into it as we take a glance at the round 13 pairings coming up.
Absolutely, all eyes on the leaders, but let's see. Bogdan-Daniel Deac against Praggnanandhaa. Alireza Firouzja against Anish, Giri.
Let's make that our marquee matchup for the round.
I'm with you. Then we have Gukesh against Vincent, Nodirbek against Saric,
also interesting,
and MVL against Jorden. So none of the leaders are facing each other.
Exactly. So we'll go with the Firouzja Giri game as we're getting ready for this round 13. Let me bring up my
How do we
board.
think Firouzja's feeling right now? I mean, yesterday he had such a dominating performance, and today 1 out of 3.
It's tough, 1 out of 3, obviously, but in terms of standings, it could be much worse with this result, right? So definitely he's still feeling good about 6 rounds to go and 1.5 points advantage in the standings. It's still within his grasp. It's still within his hands right now. Even if he looks at that final round and he, let's say, loses against Abdusattorov, still he has some lead based on the rankings right now. So he knows that he needs to string some victories. This is a stats padding round almost, it feels like, right? Deac versus Pragg. Firouzja versus Giri. This is a big one because Giri...
it's always dangerous.
He's dangerous, but he's had a rough event so far. So definitely Firouzja will try take advantage of that. At the same time, you're coming off a loss. Off a loss where he had to meet knight h8. Remember that move? That's a shocker, and it stays with you for a little bit after that as well. So let's see how that one plays out.
Truthfully, in my career, if somebody played knight h8 against me and won a brilliant game, I actually felt pretty good in the sense I don't want to lose a terrible game. If I'm going to lose, you have to play one of the best games of your life.
That's exactly what Magnus said he doesn't care about. He said, you know what, I don't care if you played a great game. I'm upset that I lost. I really don't care about it.
He wants the result.
And yesterday they're playing your opening, your bread and butter.
Yeah, and English, although I must say I liked it with my bishop on g2. This is just a Sicilian reverse.
A reverse Sicilian,
It is, white has an extra tempo. It is not that meaningful. I think both players will be happy to just get a position that they can play. Obviously, white is looking to play a2, a3, getting in a potential b2, b4, and the normal Sicilian stuff.
And real quick, look at the standings on your screen. Firouzja is in first place, Anish in 7th. There is such a big gap between these two players. 6.5 points, if I'm doing the math right. 14.5 to 21.
Right.
And Anish is also fighting for those Grand Chess Tour points. He wants to make it to the Final Four. So even though he's not fighting for the first place, he wants to overtake the other full tour players.
Exactly. And he's hoping that he'll give himself a chance coming to St. Louis. Everybody is hoping that they'll be there with chances. A7, A5 to slow or prevent white from playing B4, B5.
Knight D2.
In a sense,
I never liked this kind of positions for white. It's like, why don't I have more space? Why didn't I fight more for the center?
Right. And again, if your bishop's on g2, you have a feeling that your pieces are a bit more active. Okay, a2, a3, not everybody's choice, because after a5, a4, the b3 square, so maybe you start with queen a4. He did not. And Anish quickly played a4 to stop b4. And now the knight, not queen. I was expecting the knight to go to e4 and hippity hop its way to the c5 square. Bishop to d5. I'm not averse to
Black
trading
has
bishop.
equalized completely, right?
Yeah.
And also Anish only spent 15 seconds, while Alireza is down to 3:40.
In a sense, the bishop on c3 is a problem. I don't even mind putting my pawn on e4, my bishop on e3. The bishop on c3 literally blocks the half-open c-file, so there's no really good operations that are taking place. Knight e4, knight c5 isn't much of a threat when the bishop is sitting on c3. So knight e4, bishop b3. I think this is a prelude to b7,
to b1?
b6. Well,
I think you have to, right?
not much choice, actually. d2 is in the way of everything.
But now maybe Alireza finally will play bishop f3, get the bishop on an active diagonal.
Yeah, I was thinking b7, b6, bishop f3, bishop to d5.
And
more
rook
or less.
d1.
Yeah, and we have a very, very typical looking Sicilian.
With reversed covers, yes.
Yeah.
Unless Alireza goes all in with something like f4, but the tournament situation does not demand that. He shouldn't take any unnecessary risks, and with still so many rounds to go, right? He can't afford to lose now.
Well, I was about to say f4 with the rook on e8. That's something scary about that.
The opening advantage as white. It's almost an admission that, you know, you're looking for some imbalance in this game. You're looking to win this one. This could backfire, by the way, for Alireza.
True that. Did you like the move knight e7? I understand you want to play c7, c5 and kind of make a Maroczy type of position, but I'm thinking after e4.
Well, he wants to go c5, as you just
yes.
mentioned, Yasser. I do think that black has a slight advantage. In fact, somewhat of a comfortable advantage right now.
Well,
agree.
here we
It
go,
seems
c5.
Easier to play with black. We have so much space.
It's a reversed Maroczy, right?
Yeah,
I
and
understand
again,
it's very safe for white as well, as it is for black when you're playing the Maroczy structures as black. But in this case, I don't know.
I'm used to a hedgehog where the bishop is on b2.
Yes.
Right.
And then I don't feel so bad. At the moment here, I'm not aspiring really to play d4 or b4.
That a4 pawn is really giving black a grip on the queen side, you know, and it could become quite unpleasant.
I think earlier when Alireza played the move a3, it was ill-considered, and he should have played queen a4. That would have defended a2 and more or less delayed a5, a4. Queen d7, good move by Anish, and for the moment, Anish is completely outplaying our tournament leader, and he's doing it quickly. He has a 1.5-minute lead on the clock.
Absolutely.
And the preferable position as well.
And guess what? Nodirbek is winning his game against Ivan Saric. If Alireza loses this one and Nodirbek wins, there's a half-a-point gap. We have a tournament
We have a
if we see
show.
those two results.
Right. By the way,
I like
huge
Anish's position
move.
so much after knight f4.
Like what was
He's done it.
e4?
Yeah, I think Alireza is just making small inaccuracies, but they add up, and now he's sitting in a very uncomfortable position, long term too.
Yeah. He's fortunate that queen g4 does. You do have the answer f3 as you got to defend mate in 1, and you've also got to defend knight e2 check. But queen g4 is adequately met by f3. Pawn is hanging on b6. Queen c7, not engine approved. This bishop on c3 bothers me. I would be, oh, I can't play bishop to d2. Oh, apologies. Bishop to d2, I overlooked knight
you
e2
can
check.
now, but it's not looking great. Yeah, knight d4.
Good.
Okay.
A good
Alireza's
move.
Knight is getting to d5. Maybe Anish lost the tempo with that queen c7, right?
A little bit.
He certainly did, yes.
Yeah. But now the queen on c2, again, a lot of misplaced pieces. How about b4?
I think he played it before
to
he's on the
fix.
board.
Yeah.
Time to improve the queen side before it was necessary.
En passant, queen takes b3, and at least I've got a measure of counterplay down the b file. That was well timed.
I would take en passant and b5. E3 pawn is definitely a weakness.
I would strongly want to play c4 takes b5 here. So, pardon me, c5 takes, bishop takes b4, and trade queens and plant the knight on d4.
I just feel
I'm
like
better.
that won't be enough to win for black. Equal, sure.
But check it out. I mean, it's definitely advantage black.
Really?
Oh, for sure. 100%. Bishop f8. The pawn on a3 may appear well defended, but imagine knight c6, b5, b4. Okay, good decision.
This is like reverse Najdorf also, right?
Right. We can plant the knight on b3. We can play b5, b5 and knight b3. Although knight d5,
Yeah, I'm just thinking
there is
that
a measure of counterplay there,
there's
right?
not enough pieces on the board to claim that black is much better.
There is a knight c7 tickle, alert.
Where do we go with the rook? You can go to c8 because of knight e7 fork. So do you play rook d8 or b8?
Maybe b8.
Well, Alireza's position certainly improved in the last few moves. Right now, he's completely back in the game. In fact, objectively, sure, it might be close to equality, but from a practical perspective, it feels like my pieces have a little bit more purpose in the position. Knight on d5, I have the idea of going f4 and trying to destabilize the knight on d4 for black, so I'm liking white.
I'm going to let you argue with Yasser because Yasser likes black.
I do too. I do like black. My perspective is a bit different. The knight on d4 and the knight on d5 match one another, but there's a pawn on d3, and that pawn on d3 is not as useful as the pawn on b5. It's not a big difference.
Not liking this one is the question. Rook to
Rook
c7, very
that
natural
looks
move.
a natural move.
Trying to go to b7, right, and maybe look at that pawn on b5. Why doesn't he like it?
Engine likes artificial moves, not natural moves.
Rook a to c8, best move in the position, and that's why the engine didn't like it. Anish spotted it.
Alireza for the first time below 1 minute.
Big moment right now, guys. Alireza needs to stay in this one, needs to stay in this game. Otherwise, he might get in trouble in the tournament.
Yeah, that 1.5 point lead in
And
Blitz.
Nodirbek is winning. Nodirbek is basically, the game is over.
Oh my goodness.
Is he losing the 8th?
It is over. Right now, officially, it is over. Nodirbek wins his game against Ivan Saric.
Nodirbek is on fire. Bishop b4, rook c1, rook a1, right? Go after the a3 pawn.
Exactly. Don't have to ask me twice.
I think Anish just calculated that. He started with king
Oh,
g7.
king g7. Sorry.
Okay. Definitely a useful move.
Mm-hmm.
He might not be too worried about MVL, but MVL is winning his game as well.
Whoa, that really puts a lot of pressure on Alireza because MVL is in the Grand Chess Tour as a full participant, unlike Nodirbek, who's just a wild card.
Big game right now, guys.
tourist.
Alireza needs to survive this one.
Okay.
25 seconds.
Would you guys take on d4 and take on b5?
I don't think it seems too early. My king is on g1. I can't justify that.
Wow, what a move. Knight c7.
What?
Getting ready for rook takes d4. That's a big threat. You got to take the king off of g7.
Ooh, rook d4. I did not see that. I thought he was going for knight b5.
Rook to d4 and
Well, he
knight to
is.
e6.
Yeah, both are threats. Rook d4
Wait a minute.
is available.
Rook takes d4.
Rook takes
He's going for it.
d4.
You can see it. His hand is hovering. Rook
He
d4.
found it.
What a... that was
Very
a
nice.
nasty... So rook takes
It's still equal. Rook takes b7, and in fact,
Knight
it's
check.
somewhat easy equality right now.
Right.
Equal, but he was worse.
He was
Alireza.
much worse, yeah. This is an escape, let's say, by Alireza.
Oh my goodness, why didn't he play rook to d5? Why would you play rook b8?
That is a good question, because now Anish can play rook c1, rook b1, and keep the pawns on. Well, he decided to trade.
Yeah, now
Now
we're
this
going
should
into
be
a
an easy
dead
draw.
drawn ending.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Phew.
okay. Wow,
must be
for a
happy.
moment there, our tournament leader was in a bit of trouble, I would
But even
say.
with this draw, the lead is shrinking.
1 point
Once
now,
again,
right?
there's only 1 point difference
And
between
they still
him
have to face each other.
and
so-
Nodirbek. Yes.
Well, the final round 18,
Nodirbek just needs to keep up the pace. With
Firouzja
yeah.
versus Nodirbek, that might be a game where we end up seeing a shootout or a playoff.
And you could say right now, Nodirbek's fate is in his hands. You couldn't say that before this
And
round.
we have a handshake. This was a draw. Let's jump to MVL.
Yes, let's do that. Well, actually, we have a couple
Definitely,
of
let's
games.
look
We're-
at MVL. 'cause
MVL versus Jorden.
He's putting the
MVL is
finishing touches.
completely winning. He's many pawns up.
Somewhat of a race, right?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
If I didn't have the
Oh, wait
a
bar
minute.
bar,
That's what I said.
I wouldn't be so sure White is completely winning.
Well, D7 is pretty.
I know, but I can sack the rook. I've got 2 connected passers. Is it,
But I have another pawn. That pawn on b6 is so
That
important.
pawn on D6 suddenly, you sacrifice the rook. Uh-oh.
he resigned.
He resigned.
All right. Good, important win for MVL. Should we go to
Yes.
Gukesh Vincent?
Let's do it. Here we have the world champion with the white pieces
Ooh, he just made
facing a
2 seconds.
checkmate.
Vincent is up a piece for a pawn. Wow, okay. But Vincent only has 1 pawn left, so it's not an easy end
He
game.
needs
of
not to
course.
lose that h5 pawn. That's the key to
Well, there's a
execution.
knight e2 check.
And both players with just few seconds, so easy to blunders. He's holding on to that h5 pawn.
With both hands. No, he's not.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry,
Can
what?
I take that pawn?
Is there a checkmate?
He feels there's a checkmate, but I don't see it. King H6.
I didn't see it
Well,
either.
where's the mate?
If the king escapes.
It's an easy draw if the king escapes.
But I think he has that winning position right now.
No.
I can't. Really?
No way.
No,
He's
no,
way
king
too far
escaped.
from it.
King escaped. Why did he give up the h1? Did he have to?
That's super shocking.
We're going to see 50 moves here, right? For
100%.
sure. There's no way.
And the
it's
players are
gonna
going to be
take a draw.
spending.
And we can start the count because on move 69 is when Vincent took the pawn. Well, Gukesh's king is not on the safest square. He would prefer it to be in the center.
Yes.
It's already in the corner, but
Ooh, there was a
sure
chance
he
there
can
to go king h6 and king h7, and that would have been running away from Black's king would have made a lot of sense.
somehow Gukesh managed to go from 2 seconds to 16.
That's impressive
very
to gain
impressive.
any clock time, because after all, you need a second or two just to
Make a
move the
move, yeah.
pieces and press the clock.
Absolutely.
Your reflexes have to be great.
Okay, so Prague did win his game. I think he won 2 in a row now. And we had 1 draw so far. Expecting a second one in this game.
Okay, actually, Gukesh has made progress. His king was
Out of the H file.
Yeah, it was on the boundary. Now it
it seems
seems
like
like
Vincent
Vincent is
is
going backwards there. You know. Vincent, by the way, not for nothing, he's down to 2 seconds. If his clock falls, he
Actually
loses
a
the
loss,
game
right?
on the.
I think they agreed on it, draw. We didn't torture him for 50 moves.
No, he wasn't even getting close either.
They're both smiling, and the round is over. I am excited to see the updated standings after that round because the gap is closing.
Exactly. It went from 3 points at the start of the play to 1.5 points, and now to a single point.
Single point, and MVL also winning is crucial because he's not that far from
He's a
Firouzja.
point and a half right now, with 5 to go, yes.
I think we do have the standings ready. Look at
Never
that.
mind, 2 points.
2 points still, right. Alireza in the lead with 21.5. Nodirbek, this is correct? Yeah, full point behind, that's correct.
Right.
In my head, it was only half. Maxime is 2 points behind Firouzja, but only a point behind Nodirbek. Prague also creeping up with 2 wins in a row, 18 points.
Well, he wants that 4th place,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
He really needs that for the standings, the GCT standings as well. He cannot fall behind too
Yeah,
much.
he's trying to take over Maxime.
Yes.
And we do know that that Prague versus Firouzja is coming up. So we see player number 4 versus player number 1.
Yeah.
Big round coming up.
Absolutely.
Christian, tell us what
Well,
happened.
one game that we missed entirely because it was so short is the Nodirbek game versus Ivan Saric. And take a look at this. Ivan chose the 4 knights Sicilian, and Nodirbek must have been very happy about this opening choice because he knew that he needed the victory. This is a very imbalanced opening choice. Bishop to f4, d6. This is somewhat of a new wrinkle against the 4 knights. This is bishop f4, knight takes c6, take, queen to d3. And it was a battle of opening theoretical knowledge in this one. Castle, Nodirbek was playing extremely quickly. Ivan, as you can see, 3 minutes and 48, already falling behind on the clock at this point. d5, and the plan is very simple. I'm just going to go forward with my pawns, especially that h-pawn on the king side, and I'm going to try to destroy your pawn structure and your castle that's coming up. Bishop to e7, and it's such a simple move, but it seems to be one of perhaps the decisive mistakes in this position. What he had to do was go for the exchange of the dark square bishops. The dark square bishop is going to become a terrible weapon for white. Bishop e7, h5, the attack continues, king to b1, queen to b6, and after queen to g3, already it's extremely difficult to stop me from blowing up your pawn structure on the king side. d4 is the decisive mistake, because after bishop to h6, knight to e8, to defend against checkmate. Guess what? I can continue. Bishop takes g7, take, h6, bishop to f6, the only way to stop me from giving the checkmate. And now I believe this was the move that he missed in the position knight to f4, nice intermezzo. If you start with e5, then I can take on c3 first. You don't have time to take on f6 because you're the one getting checkmated on b2. You're still better, by the way, in this position after b3. It's so crazy. You're down 2 pieces, but you're still better with white because you are the one that's delivering the checkmate. But knight a4 is just much more convincing. Take on g7 and just a simple advantage right now. Both material advantage, but objective and practical as well, because the battery between the bishop and the queen on the long diagonal is ineffective with his pawn on c3. And he went on to win this one. Crucial victory for Nodirbek. Another game that I want to show you really quick is this one between Bogdan-Daniel Deac and Pragg. And I'm just going to show you a couple of moments. And I'm not even going to tell you much about the position. What I want to tell you is the clock situation. This is move 16. He just played b4. It's a very balanced position, as you can see by the bar. Bogdan has 7 seconds on his clock. Pragg has 4 minutes and 11 seconds on his clock. We're going to keep speeding through this one. And in fact, guess who was winning in this one at one point? It was Bogdan who was winning. And look at the clock. Pragg, 24 seconds. Bogdan still with 7 seconds and playing the best moves in the position. If he would have found this queen to c8, check, we exchange the queens. I pin you down with bishop to d3. You have to stop me with f5. And then I just transition into this endgame. Take, 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 take. But rook to c6, this is crucial. Look at all those pawns falling behind. And your pawn structure as black is just busted. This is a winning position for white. He missed that one. He played the move knight takes e4. The position is still equal. But you do have to worry about the weakness of the light squares around your king on g1 as white. And unfortunately for him, this was exactly his demise. Take on f3, queen to f1. And after e5, rook to b8 apparently was winning for... No. How is this winning for white? It is winning for white because now I'm going to deliver the checkmate first. Oh my goodness.
Pragg was very lucky.
Very lucky. Rook to a1, king to g7, rook to b1, queen to e4, and after rook to d1, rook to b2, rook to c1, queen to f5, still a draw, but now rook to b6. Finally, I'm bringing that rook on the h file, and I'm the one delivering the checkmate. 6 seconds. Finally, Bogdan is up on time, but it doesn't matter. e4, queen to h5. There's no way to stop rook to h6 and the delivery of checkmate. And Pragg, crucial victory. And right now, he's going into that critical matchup against Alireza with positive emotions. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, that's crazy, all these crazy games, but I'm going to show you something that you don't see every day, and it's bizarre, so I won't even preview it with any details. Take a look at this game between Maxime and Jorden van Foreest. Maxime obviously needing to win desperately, but look at this position. It's a strange one. What's this king doing on d3? Like it went for a walk somehow. You can go over the moves to get there, but it was valid. It was actually castled on the other side to get to this position. But what we notice now is that the position is firmly blockaded. The opposite colored bishops, there's a bishop on b5 saying nobody's going anywhere. There's a bishop on g3 saying nobody's going anywhere. So the position is basically even. But watch what happens next in the next few moves. After the move b3, accepting his fate, probably expecting a draw at any moment, black played king g7, then king h6, then king g5. Where are you going? What is this? Are you going to h4 legitimately? You think you're just going to sit there and park yourself on that square and use your king as the lead piece? This is cheeky play from Jorden, and it actually prompted MVL to say, I'm just going to sack, but it's a bad move. And he backed up and said, okay, now you just have a weak pawn, which I will grab. And now, thank you very much, my king gambit worked out. Throwing the king up the board. Now he is winning, except he sacrificed an exchange right at this moment when it does nothing. And then he sacked a pawn. And all MVL had to do was just defend, wait it out, and finally say, thank you so much for your gift. What did Jorden do? Now just down an exchange. And we see that white is just cruising with these passed pawns and ended up winning this game. Such a bizarre sequence. I don't know what to say about how Jorden is playing. And at the end, we saw, actually, you saw it on camera when he had to resign. Who does that, guys? King G7, King A6, King G5 with the threat of King H4. It's bizarre stuff. But MVL back in the hunt, staying there with Firouzja, really falling off today. We'll see if he can right the ship. But we got big pairings coming up. So back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. It is very, very humorous. A chess grandmaster wants to do something that's really, really, really bad. I'm not going to allow you to make a really, really bad play and then get rewarded for it. That's pretty funny.
It happens sometimes. Though.
It's great. It's great stuff.
Let's take a look at the standings one more time before going into round 14 of Blitz.
So after 13 rounds of Blitz,
Alireza Firouzja, we've been saying this every day, he's been leading the event, but now gap is only 1 point between him and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who's been playing great today. 1 draw and 1 rest of his games.
And that round 18 sure is looming large as those two will go at it in our very, very final round. And Maxime's keeping pace as well.
He is. Let's take a look at the pairings for round 14. It was kind of tough for me to pick who to follow, but I think we're going to go with the leader.
Pragg versus Firouzja, yeah?
Yes.
That should be the one.
Yeah, we have Anish Giri against Gukesh, Jorden against Bogdan, Ivan against MVL, and then 2 marquee matchups, Pragg against Alireza and Vincent against Nodirbek. Wish we could follow both.
Exactly. But Pragg, yesterday he had he started with a win and a draw at Pragg, but then he had those losses in a row.
Yeah, so he was my pick.
I know, but he could really make the whole tournament very interesting.
It seems like he goes on the streaks, right? It loses a lot, then wins a lot.
Yeah.
It's all about the confidence with Pragg, it seems like, especially in the short time controls. If he starts winning, he's a dangerous guy. And right now, Firouzja, he's not himself.
No.
Today, he is simply not himself. He's not the same Firouzja that we've seen yesterday.
Yeah,
right?
Where it was
so we'll see how this one plays out because Abdusattorov, he's happy. He's happy. We've seen him in a good mood. Even after his loss yesterday against Alireza, he's happy, he's motivated. He knows exactly what he needs to do. And he's enjoying the fact that he's closer and closer and closer to the leader right now.
Wow, getting interesting. It's heating up here as we're looking forward to the game between Pragg and Firouzja. And for Pragg, if he can maintain the current form, forget about yesterday, if he could win this game, lower that gap and get some GCT.
The gap can disappear completely.
Get some GCT
and actually,
points himself.
Cristian mentioned that we had different Firouzja yesterday than what we're seeing today, and his line score tells the story.
Okay.
Let's look at yesterday. Look at that beautiful line.
Oh my gosh.
Only 2 draws. He won 7 games out of 9. That's
a work of art. Fantastic.
Absolutely. You gotta frame that line score.
Right.
But today started with a loss, then won, then lost again, and draw in the last round. Yeah, this is different, Firouzja.
Even that draw in round 13 against Anish that we just saw, he was on the back foot from the opening onwards, and he basically tricked him into a rook ending that he could draw. It could be worse. It could be worse. For Alireza. He's still in the lead.
And we really did see some very fun battles between these two players. Even that one in Rapid, where Alireza won the rook in the last moment when they exchanged the blunderfest.
Yeah.
I think
against Pragg.
Pragg did 3 critical mistakes, and he even said it in the interview. If I only did 1, I deserve to lose. If I did 3, I surely deserve to lose. So I'm not too upset about this one.
Right.
But we always see very hotly contested matches between these two players.
Right.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what this next one brings.
Let me bring it up on my screen, in fact.
But, of course, Alireza himself and none of us expected to see that he would start the day like this today.
No.
There is Abdusattorov taking his seat, who will be facing a hot Keymer right now.
Vincent played that knight h8, even it was a visual against Alireza.
Exactly.
Even though Vincent's not having the best tournament, that was the move of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
And he almost defeated Gukesh with black following up that one.
Alireza arriving to his game.
And again, black versus Pragg. he's been playing the Sicilian as, in fact, he's been playing the Sicilian with both white
both colors, yes.
and black, as he just played against Anish, but not successfully, at least today. It has not been successful. Maybe against Prague, it's time to...
His opponent is missing at the moment. They're probably waiting for Prague to arrive. Alireza not feeling great, but he needs to keep in mind he's still leading the tournament.
Well, what's remarkable is because of his foot injury and his forced withdrawal from Bucharest, we really wrote him off. Let's face it. You just threw away an event. He got like 2 points. We didn't expect that he could bounce back as he has done, and he'll be coming to St. Louis in a position where he will be more or less a favorite to be a finalist. Top 4 GCT point getters
if
qualified.
history is any indicator, Alireza does very well in St. Louis.
Yes, he does. He came, he saw, he conquered, as we see our current GCT. And Vincent, though, he's $131,000
the first event
tour
of Grandchess Tour he played, you were calling him a rookie, and what a rookie, huh?
Yeah. Well, it's been a good year, a good rookie debut. D2, D4, and what was very interesting
Pragg was just
there,
adjusting all the pieces.
and he did it on his time. He let
Which is
it.
very polite.
Very correct behavior. Like it. E2, E3, an old idea of Akiba Rubinstein. Never really understood it myself as white because it just felt like you're giving an easy equality by not putting the bishop on C1 on G5. But it has become increasingly popular.
It has indeed, and I always like this for white because your plans are very straightforward.
Bishop B2, knight E5, and let's mate.
Exactly, let's go. And it's black who has to be careful.
Now, there was one really great player, Artur Yusupov, who loved to play these positions with the bishop on B2, but not necessarily C2, C4. He would play E3 and, whoa.
Yes, so we're already
very,
in a
very
new
different
territory after
approach.
C takes D5, which is hard to believe because this position is looks so familiar.
Yeah, and the follow-up bishop A3. Like, what is the knight going to be doing on A3? I am not sure. Why is the knight on A3?
Surprisingly, I think that knight will probably go back to B1 after rook to C1, putting some pressure on the C file, and then knight B1, knight D2 is my pick. I don't know, where else would you like to put that knight?
Yeah, knight C2 doesn't necessarily go anywhere.
Yeah, it's very awkward on C2.
You probably want to go to D3 if you had the choice of where to land that knight, perhaps on D3, but that's such a difficult trajectory via C2.
But with this move, bishop G4, Alireza is just telegraphing that he wants to play C5, knight D7, knight E4.
White's knight is definitely misplaced on A3. It should be at least on D2 right now.
For sure. And 4 minutes.
So I would play rook C1 so I can play knight B1 next.
Yeah, rook C1, and I was thinking about the move C5. Oh, maybe I would start with queen E7, I apologize. Queen E7.
Knight B1 and then C5,
And
right?
then C5, yeah.
And then probably I would take and play against the hanging pawns, right? Knight C5.
Yeah, make an imbalance.
I wish I had the fianchettoed bishop.
Right.
Back to B1.
And we do have the knight retreating to B1 as you prescribed, Cristian. I guess Alireza is playing knight D7. No.
Knight C6. He's trying to go to E7, I think.
Why is the knight wonderful on E7? Explain.
I believe what he wants to do is knight E7 and then propose the trade of the light square bishops at the right moment with bishop F5.
Really?
I think that's what we're going to see.
Knight, okay, some real confusing.
But hey, after knight E7 I go queen C2. And then you have to defend the pawn on C7, and then I jump with the knight in the center, knight E5. I'm starting to take over the initiative, it feels like. So I don't know if you have time for that knight E7 move.
Yeah, maybe Firouzja should play knight before A5 and change his plans.
I don't know what the knight on C6 is doing. I thought the knight was going to go to D7, the pawn was going to go to C5, and a very easy equality for black.
Once again, out of the opening, Firouzja is under pressure. And he's falling behind on the clock as well. Knight to b4, your idea, Nazi.
Finally, he played it, but he took some time, 3 minutes and change there.
A5, yes.
A5.
So the knight went knight b8, knight c6, knight b4, knight a6, and then knight b8 back, and then knight c6.
And
Are you doing a diamond?
And White's knight went knight a3 to b1, back to d2. And
What's
Both knights were
happening with
dancing
these
for a while.
knight maneuvers, guys?
okay, again, I think c7, c5.
I like c5 now, yes.
But White's idea, I think, is to play a3 and queen c2.
Right, but he can hide now c5, a3. Let's go back.
To a6.
a6, protect the pawn on c5, yeah.
Precisely.
And White, once queen gets out of the pin, queen c2, then knight e5 will finally happen on the board.
We hope. We hold our breath. And finally, c5. And again, Prague almost a minute ahead.
This is absolutely a key moment. Do you take on c5? Do you play a3?
Well,
Or do you just ignore it and go h3?
I'm thinking to take on c5 and play knight c4 to e5.
I would probably take on f3.
Take on d6.
Yeah, this is getting sharp because there's always d4 ideas for black as an in-between move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now knight a6, okay.
Once again, knight c4 has my attention, although I must say h3.
I want to
First.
play h3. I want to ask that bishop if he's going to take on f3 or go to h5.
Yeah, I will take it. I'll take it and I'll load up.
I'll take with the queen so I can free my rook from f1.
I want to play a5, a4.
Mm-hmm.
If you take my pawn, it's doubled.
And Prague has caught up on the clock. Alireza now ahead by just a few seconds.
And again, I do think that the move a5, a4 is something that Prague needs to treat seriously.
I really don't think Alireza is uncomfortable in this position. Even if objectively he's a little bit worse, I think he likes it for black.
Yeah. Again, out of the opening, you want a safe king, pretty good development, and your fair share of the center. And I think
More than fair share here, right?
he's got more than his fair share. So I don't think he's uncomfortable.
There we go, h3.
And again, I would just take it. But, all
Alireza
right.
wants to keep the bishop on the board. Is e4 playable for white? It might be the best move, might be the
E4.
worst one. I'm allowing d4, but
He's going for it. a4 is on the board. Great move, by the way.
there's knight c4 and e5 and so many ideas. But yeah, allowing d4 with a tempo, that's a brave move.
True that.
It does make the game very interesting, though. After this trade of blows, e4, d4,
I feel like these
who's
two
going to
are
come out on top after this?
incapable of playing a boring game against each other. They always have very interesting games.
They're maximalists. Their approach to chess is just so enjoyable. It makes the games.
Now you have to be careful about e5.
What about queen f4?
G45, right?
I think just e5, if you allow me to, would be
Queen
All right, I don't have queen e5
would be a
anymore.
piece, yes. So you have to go knight d7 most likely.
knight e7.
Or move the queen somewhere.
At first, I was thinking about queen f4, but yeah, I think queen e7. I was about to say, I thought knight d7.
Maybe now bishop d3, knight c4, right? Bring the pieces out.
Again, is the move a5, a4 a threat or not? I think we're about to find out, because I would be taking on f3 and playing a4.
I
And
would
I
be
would
worried
feel
about
good.
e5. And the
Okay,
bishop opening up on your king.
I live and learn. But again, I'm thinking Alireza wants his own counterplay, and it's based on the move a5, a4. But first, he brings his knight. Uh-oh.
Queen c2.
Alert,
minute.
alert.
Wait a minute.
E5, and queen takes h7.
e5 is a big problem. You cannot defend that pawn on c5 with knight e6 because of e5, and you lose a piece.
There's actually 3 threats, e5, queen c5, and knight takes d4 is also a threat.
Geez, what kind
Wait
of
a
move
minute.
was knight c7? Knight c7 was
This is just
horrendous.
losing a pawn at least.
At
At the
least.
very
No.
least, you have to go knight d7, but that allows knight takes d4.
that was just a blunder, just an absolute blunder.
And by the way, that's
Knight
your
takes
pride
D4.
and joy in terms of pawns. That
Absolutely.
pawn on d4,
Knight
I
takes
take that.
d4.
You're in big trouble.
And did you see Pragg just looked at Alireza like, what have you done?
What have you done?
Well, there was nothing else he could have done.
But knight
had to defend that
c7
pawn
was
with
just,
c5.
okay, Alireza woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. He's played
He needs
terrible
to somehow
start.
still make this difficult for Pragg, find chances for himself. He needs to save this.
Boy, but he's really put himself in a deep hole here. He's blundered a pawn, and it's white with the superior development. Look at black's rooks.
The good
white's
news for
rooks.
him might be that Nodirbek is in trouble as well. Nevertheless, that one is not over yet. So,
But in Prague's shoes, Pragg is looking at e4, e5, which will open up his bishop. He's also looking at ideas of knight to c4.
Why
This
not
is-
both? Let's play e5 first, knight c4 next, and he has more than a minute advantage on the clock.
Wow. What?
Pragg can win now third game in a row. And take down the leader. Shake up the standings, maybe.
Wow.
Depends on...
And Alireza
also
just
hear
looked
that-
away with a kind of a look of disgust on his face, like, what am I doing?
Maxime also winning his game against Ivan Saric. If Alireza loses and Maxime wins, there's only a 1 point difference between these two as well. So MVL enters the conversation also going into the final
Alireza
four.
down to 15 seconds and a very decent move. Bishop to d3, setting up the idea of bishop to b5.
He went back. He won knight f8, but then changed his mind.
Guys,
Went knight
Nodirbek
e5.
is better right now.
Ooh.
Nodirbek is
What
better.
a turnarounds. But bishop b5, I think, is Prague's idea here. He wants to force a trade of queens, but on his own terms.
Getting the rook on the 7th rank.
Precisely.
Having 2 extra pawns.
Ooh, and
One extra-
Alireza saying, no, 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 no.
Yeah, he had to try something. He gave up in exchange for some tactical hopes on white's king.
d2 is hanging, knight f3 is a potential. Knight
Okay,
f3
I
is
like
nothing.
Alireza's choice, actually. Yes, objectively he's losing, but he has practical chances now.
And-
If you went into that endgame down a pawn, he didn't have a chance.
Exactly. At least he's making Prague nervous.
Actually, not easy to find a good move here for Pragg. He has a couple of them, but like h4 is what the engine suggests.
H4, if you take on d2, I take on
H4.
e5, right?
Oof.
Is that it?
All tactics.
I'm not convinced because then you take on e1.
I guess that's not it. He found the best move, actually, rook f1.
He wants to play f4.
And now f4 is crushing. Queen d7 also very good. Is that what he played?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Queen d7 on the board.
He's attacking the pawn on
Alireza has
d4.
last rank issues, and
Oh,
because of
great
that, he's
move.
suffering.
This is a problem.
That was
Queen
a
c4
great.
winning the knight. Alireza, the leader, goes down again.
And that wasn't even close. That was a bad game, but good game by
Let's go to Vincent,
Prague.
guys.
Vincent
versus Nodirbek.
A lot of back and forth going on in this game as well.
Nodirbek worse again, seems like, but Vincent's king is exposed, so down in
Vincent's-
exchange, right?
He's down in exchange.
Vincent seems very good at winning material. Maybe, I mean, he was up in a knight against the world champion Gukesh, but that was rook and knight versus rook and a draw. Good at winning material, needs to work on his finish.
I think Nodirbek is in big trouble here. His pieces are all tied up.
Yeah,
He does have a good knight and bishop, but he can't move them.
Rook e2. Okay. I thought he was going to go rook c2 and rook c8, but he has his own ideas. Rook e2. Queen
Players under 20
g6.
seconds. 97 only move, but it's a good move. Look at that, Nodirbek jumped up, like, because he has some ideas now. His queen is alive. He can move finally.
Queen
He was
F7.
pinned for most
Queen
of the
g4.
game.
Wait a minute.
Queen g4
Queen
looks
Wait a minute, guys.
G4. Queen g4, rook,
course
rook,
he-
rook c8. No, king
John
h7.
Vincent shook his head, should not have allowed this.
Rook g3 seems to be the only move, giving up the rook in...
That was not going to happen.
Yeah, that was definitely not going to
I
happen.
think Nodirbek has a draw at least, but that's all he has, right?
Yes.
He has to take the draw. Well, there's
Knight
a
f5.
but white can
Oh,
still
check.
do the perpetual.
Queen e8
White
always,
would
yes.
be the one
Vincent
delivering
is
of the...
not happy he allowed any of this. And we're going to see a draw.
Yeah. kind of
Nodirbek is very scrappy.
nice save there.
Oh, he played knight f5.
Okay,
but-
but
And
they're going to
then,
repeat it this way.
yeah, different.
All
draw.
right. Nice save by Nodirbek. Let's
Anish
jump to
Giri versus
Gukesh.
Gukesh. Gukesh is winning.
Yeah, Gukesh has extra two pawns, and he is close to promoting one of them.
Oh, that's a nasty move, knight to d6.
Yeah, defending the d2 pawn with a fork.
Right. I've got more passers than just the d2 pawn, says Gukesh.
Right, still 7 seconds, so
King d7?
blunders are possible, but
What?
yeah, he's sacrificing the knight, but he can't stop b1, and he wins the game. We only caught the end of that, but nice finish.
Nice finish.
And I think that's it. We had three decisive
results.
MVL winning an important game. He needed to stay close to Nodirbek and Firouzja.
Firouzja's playing terribly, but he still has a
half a point
lead.
Half a point, that's not a lot. That is not a lot.
Christian, bring us up to date.
Well, he has half a point over Nodirbek, and 1 point only right now over Maxime. Let's take a look at the standings.
And here we have it. Alireza still in the lead despite his loss, but Nodirbek catching up. Half-point gap between these two. Look at that. Maxime winning and only 1.5 points behind Alireza and half-point behind Nodirbek. Prag also won his game at 19 points. He's still far from Alireza.
But
he's also far from Vincent.
Yeah,
well.
pulled him back in.
That's
now,
true.
Again, for Maxime, he needs a big GCT score.
Yeah.
As Maurice has been telling us. It's not inconceivable if Alireza keeps up his terrible form currently. He could have lost against Anish that game
100%.
very easily. Yeah, I mean, he came with a 3-point lead. We said, barring a disaster, Alireza wins. But we might be seeing a disaster, Christian.
Guys, we have 4 more rounds to go, and Alireza is losing game after game. It's really
crazy.
bad. His form is really poor. He cannot maintain his form and hope that he's going to keep on to the lead. He needs to win some games right now. I think he understands that. And guess what? MVL, take a look at this game because this was not easy. In fact, it looked like a draw all throughout this game. Knight to g7, bishop takes c6, rook to d6, and now we're going to see an opposite color bishops with equal pawns. It seems like Ivan is going to be able to make a draw quite handily in this one. Rook to d6, but it wasn't that easy. And MVL made it difficult throughout the game. a5, taking more space on that side, getting that pawn on a3 and setting up for what will be the tactical shot, as we will see in just a few seconds. Rook to c7, bishop to b3, rook to c3, and rook to e2. He forgot about the fact that this bishop can be captured. This is a crucial mistake in an equal position. What you could have done was just simply move the bishop away anywhere. Bishop d5, bishop c2, bishop d1. Just take it out of dodge. Bishop to a4 as well. Anything works. You're most likely going to have a little bit of trouble, but it shouldn't be enough for black to create anything. Rook to e2 just gives the game away. After rook takes b3, bishop to b2, a2, I'm going to go a1, and I'm just simply going to be a piece up. That's enough for MVL to take the win. Another game that I was following was the one between Van Foreest and Bogdan-Daniel Deac, and this one did not have a lot in, actually it did. White, Jorden Van Foreest at one point with the opposite color bishop seems to have had an advantage. Rook to d8, or rook takes f7, still looking good. d7, still looking good. Rook takes b2. Rook to d1, perhaps a step in the wrong direction. What you want to do is just go rook to e1, followed by rook to e8, right?
Sure.
Display the rook from d8. This one is looking tremendous for white. In fact, after rook to e1 is just a winning advantage.
Wow.
He played rook to d1, still winning, bishop to b6, and rook to e1. Too late, because right now, without the bishop on d4, I have the move rook takes d7. There is no more bishop to d3 check. Such an unpleasant situation right now, because if you do take on d7, I just simply go rook to f2, followed by rook to e2 or rook to d2 for that matter, and pick up one of the rooks. If king to f1, just simply rook to f2, and that's going to be a draw.
Ouch.
And he played rook to f8, g6, bishop to b3, rook to c7, h4, h5, rook to e2, and now we just see a repetition. And the players agree to a draw. Jorden had a golden opportunity in this one, take the full point. He did not take advantage of that. He's definitely quite upset with himself, but, well, this is Blitz and this type of mistakes happen. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Thanks a lot, Cristian. Well, these games, you can feel it. The fatigue is starting to come in. People are scared of missed opportunities, etc. And Gukesh won a game that Anish is going to kick himself when he calculates this line, because in this position we see here, Queen C3 was played, and everybody in the world takes on H6. You just steal a pawn. But he must have seen Knight F6 and got a little bit worried. Queen H4 and takes, and you can't take the knight at the moment, but you're going to say, well, what about E5? And if your knight has to move, my bishop is ready to go. My queen is taking this pawn. My rook is coming up to E3 and G3. What do? If you're black, you are virtually resigning in this position. As I point out, takes, I don't even need to take the knight. I play rook E3 first, and bada bing, bada boom. So this was a chance he definitely missed. And later in this position, he allowed the knights to just dominate his pieces as Gukesh played this fantastic last move, the move B5, and that beautiful knight, and we saw the end game eventually. He won. So Gukesh winning this game. But it's the other game, as you mentioned, Cristian, golden opportunity missed. Keymer ended up drawing a game that he was completely winning, and it was over and over and over again. I want to get to the key moment. A little bit of a laugh. In this position, triple zeros. It's a complex position. Keymer, I'm noticing, is advancing his pawns on G4 and H4, and as black, G5, H5, almost every game. It's like he just says, this is a good way to play. But in this position exactly, his opponent played the move bishop to G6. Sorry, that's a mistake. You no longer defend the knight on D5. You say, well, what are you talking about, Maurice? Well, I could take on E5 and then take on D5. I said you no longer defend that piece. That's two pieces for the rook because queen takes allows a massive fork on E7. Wait a second. What did he play? H5. Ooh, kill the knight, kill the knight. Whoa, he didn't kill the knight. And once again, you could take and take again with the nasty fork at the end. Instead of that, he just missed the tactic completely and played King H1, blew his chance, and they got into a completely wild kerfuffle and ended up seeing, we saw the draw for Nodirbek. So he dodged a bullet just simply to keep himself, now even inched himself a little bit further to Alireza, and it's on. Anything can happen. The way Alireza is playing, the way Nodirbek is getting all kinds of advantages or just staying in games and making them wild, and MVL with the surge. Boy, we have a fantastic second half to this day coming up. And don't go away because this is going to be really good. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, I feel like the tournament's getting more tense.
Absolutely. They're giving us a great show.
Whoa. What are we doing?
Let's take a look at the standings.
Let's do it.
Just to remind everyone how close, how tight it is now at the top. Alireza at 21.5, Nodirbek at 21, and Maxime at 20.5. These four, Prague also at 19, have absolutely distanced themselves from the rest of the players.
Which brings up what's happening in round 15, pairings. I'm more than curious.
The leaders are playing. I don't believe they're facing each other.
It's kind of a top half versus bottom half round coming up.
Maxime against Vincent.
Good game.
Gukesh against Prague, always an exciting match. Nodirbek against Anish. I think we're going to follow that one.
That's a nice one.
Then we have Ivan against Jorden, and the leader, Alireza, is playing Deac. Alireza absolutely in must-win situation.
We're going to battle on that one because I want to see Alireza. So we'll see after the break who won on that one.
Yasser can break the
He will
tie.
be the decider.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Nodirbek versus Giri.
It's always got my back.
I lost. I lost.
I've got your belly. Don't worry about it.
I think we're going to take a short break. Don't
All
go
right.
anywhere. We'll be right back.
Is Ben going to be doing
When you visit someone in Croatia, you'll always be welcomed with the warmest hospitality, because that's the kind of hosts we are. What's ours instantly becomes yours. And everything that makes life more beautiful, we love to share with you. The finest local food, our our stories and traditions, our customs, and our homes. The hidden beauties of the country, known only to locals. Experiences, memories, and images. Sounds, colors, and flavors. An authentic, welcoming, and unique holiday experience in Croatia. Choose accommodation with the local host label and discover the true Croatian experience. Visit croatia.hr for even more unforgettable experiences.
And we're back. I love that commercial. Yasser makes me want to go to Croatia. Book the first flight out.
It made me feel hungry.
That too. Everything looked so good.
It looked good.
Guys, today, if we don't have standings for just the Blitz, but I believe Abdusattorov's leading?
Must be.
And MVL close second?
Very close behind, yes.
Yeah, and Alireza might be somewhere on the bottom.
MVL and Nodirbek yesterday had great results, 6 out of 9. They were just an incandescent 8 out of 9
Eclipsed by Alireza for sure.
But now, Nodirbek and MVL are showing that they're keeping the form that they had yesterday, and Firouzja is flopping.
He's still in the lead. If I was a betting man, I would have no idea who to bet on. Who has the better odds?
Nodirbek at this moment.
I think Nodirbek would be the favorite right now, despite the fact that he's behind, because Alireza is in such a miserable shape.
Yeah, his form is. On the other hand, I must say, he was lucky, Nodirbek, against Vincent just now.
I have an explanation.
Lucky or defended well?
Alireza might have watched France's match last night, up until like 3 a.m. in the morning.
That's true.
Did not go to sleep.
Paraguay. Yeah.
MVL is a veteran. You know, he can handle those swings. Even though Alireza, I see him online sometimes playing bullet all the way up until 5 a.m. in the morning. He did that during the candidates.
Yes.
So
and it backfired badly against him. I mean, I remember he lost to Nepo very, very badly after a late night bullet session.
He did indeed. He did indeed.
Okay. Yes. It feels like the tournament is slipping away bigly against Firouzja.
Alireza, yesterday's Alireza needs to wake up and show himself.
Right.
If you want to win this tournament, you have to start winning. You can't rely on yesterday's good score.
He's got an opportunity against Bogdan-Daniel. Not to say that Daniel, on the contrary, yesterday Bogdan was taking down some big names, but when you look at the relative standings, Alireza has to say, I've got white, you're my target.
Yes, absolutely, and I think Daniel's not having a great day today either, so Alireza in must-win situation.
Yeah. Nonetheless, we are going to pick Nodirbek versus Anish as our marquee matchup for this round. We'll
keep a close eye on that Alireza Bogdan. I think Bogdan will be spending a lot of time in the opening.
Right, which is a good reason.
He usually does.
Not to
so
follow
we'll see
it
how
from the
Nodirbek and Anish develop first.
Right.
And MVL versus Keymer. Okay, Keymer is not playing badly at all today. No. I feel he's playing some really good games, so that one is going to be an intriguing one to follow as well.
One thing that was very strange for me, I thought he was completely winning against Gukesh. Then he just happily gave away his remaining pawn. He was definitely winning against Nodirbek. That game, both those games ended in a draw. Vincent could legitimately complain, like, hey, I'm leaving a lot of points on the table.
Yeah, I think it's all because of the time management. He's always in time trouble, and then when you're down to 5 seconds, it's hard to convert those +1, +2 positions.
Absolutely. But Nodirbek brings his spirit to each and every game.
Such an exciting player to watch.
You feel the intensity, right?
Yeah.
When he sits at the board, despite the result of the previous game, you still feel like he brings the same intensity every single game.
Right.
He's already calculating. The game hasn't started. Look at his eyes. They're already moving. He's already calculating, trying to figure things out.
Well, he's guessing in case of e4. I suspect in e5. Is he going to be playing a Joko piano, a Berlin?
Maybe we'll see knight f3, g3. We've been seeing a lot of ready openings in this event.
Right. I also associated it with the Barksa opening, knight f3,
b3, right?
Yeah, knight f3, b3, g3.
You can cut the tension with a knife right now in the plane.
Here we go.
And I can tell from the body language, Alireza is not happy with his performance, of course.
100% not. I mean, look, you had a 3-point advantage. This is when, you know, tension creeps in and the pressure creeps in. You start thinking about, like, what will my coach say? What will my girlfriend say? Look, I was having a 3-point advantage and now I lose the tournament. When is the last time that happened? You know, you start feeling like that, those type of emotions, right? And he's not in a good spot. What he needs to do is just lock in and try to win this one. This is his golden opportunity right now against a player that is struggling right now, Bogdan.
Yeah, I've never seen Alireza falter so badly. I mean, he was in such a form yesterday, nobody would have bet against him. I mean, a 3-point lead. We were just, at the start of the show, we were guessing whether he would make history and break the record.
Interview yesterday, after Nodirbek lost to Alireza in the last round, he was still in a great mood. He's like, I'm going to catch Alireza tomorrow.
Yeah.
And he's very close to doing it, only a half-point gap now. And he did choose Ruy Lopez.
Bishop e7.
And then take first bishop a4, then take on c6.
Yeah, the delayed exchange variation of the Ruy Lopez.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the delayed exchange.
I think it was Anish who played this from the white side against Saric, and then from the black side against somebody I'm trying to remember against who as well.
White's accuracy is below 96% after that knight c3 move. It's not approved, but I'm
not sure bishop takes c6 was approved either, giving up the minor exchange.
It was against Gukesh from the black side, where he was facing that storm coming on the queen's side.
Right.
You guys remember?
Oh, right, before.
Before b5, yes.
Yes.
That was the one.
Yes.
So he has some experience, but also he already gave some information before this game to Nodirbek, so perhaps Nodirbek has something ready for it.
Bishop e3.
It still seems like Anish is going to castle long. No?
Not 100% sure.
No.
I'm non-committal. I've always, I like what Paul Carrez did in these positions. What Paul Carrez did is he played c5.
Shut down d4? Ideas?
Yes, and then maneuvered his knight to d7, to b8, to c6, and back to d4. And it was very effective. White, his opponents often played for f4, and that didn't offer them much.
I like that idea, Yasser. I just think after h3, I'll be too tempted with black to go g5, rook g8, g4, so still castle long and do that. But Anish does remember that game against Gukesh, where he was under a lot of pressure on the queen side, and I think he lost that game, or he was losing.
And again, the pawn going to c5 just makes so much sense.
Not if he plans to castle long, and I think that's what's happening here. Queen e7, last move.
Okay, a3, b4, trying to discourage black from castling.
d4, I was going to ask you if, nope, I thought he played d4. I saw the pawn move, and
yeah,
it was
the way he reached it, it felt so.
What's e3, Yasser? You want to play b4, right?
Yeah, I'm sure that's his intended follow-up.
But after b4, problem is
g5, right?
You still can't play b5. You will need a4, which is hard to do.
Slowly,
I think Anish is just better here.
The move h3, as you said, it gives black a hook.
Guys,
and yeah,
Maxime is already lost.
Maxime is lost.
With
Maxime
white?
with white is already lost.
Whoa.
Objectively, he's -3 right now. We don't have to switch to that one. I'm just keeping you updated.
But
Thank you. What happened? Did he blunder in one?
He did some blunders, yes.
More than one.
or perhaps a misassessment of the position.
I don't like this
I think
position at
Nodirbek
all for
misplayed
Nodirbek.
the opening.
Badly.
He's on the back foot here.
I'm thinking rook to g8 and h5 and
Happy moves for
g4
black.
and yeah, blast away.
This will be huge relief for Alireza. If Nodirbek goes down, then he still has some cushion.
Yes. By the way, intriguing for me is the move rook h8 g8. I would have left that rook on what I think is a very good square and played the other rook to g8.
Nodirbek has already made 2 question mark moves.
His
As you can
accuracy
see
is
on our
way
screen.
down.
Wow. And we're only on move 13 with white pieces.
Wow.
I guess he's feeling the pressure. He's
Yeah.
excited, you know. He's only half point behind the leader. He knows he can win this event, and maybe he's rushing too much.
Whoa. This is
What?
one of the reasons I would have
Sorry,
left
what?
the rook on h8.
G4.
Look, he knew.
He's playable.
Oh,
He's
come
gonna
on.
Play F3 and.
But he knew, he could see what was coming. G5, G4,
No, I understand G4.
G3.
It was coming at him, and he had to stop it.
Yeah,
I
but
think he had to play G4.
some.
Never occurred to me that was a legal move.
I'll give Nimzovich credit for some great quips, and one of his quips that I really liked was, "The cure is worse than the disease." And in this case, G4 trying to cure black's threat of G4 might be worse than the disease. Knight G3, nonetheless, doing his best to slow down what looks like an overwhelming attack. Queen F8, why?
King G2. I
For
think
K, Queen F8. What was?
we should give Nodirbek some credit. He's defending very well. It looks scary, but he's got Rook H1 ready. How do you break through?
Right, imaginative defense. I like that, and yeah, Rook H1, right?
Yes, Rook H1 is available.
Although Rook takes and Queen H6.
And I can go Knight. Where do I go? Well, why am I moving the knight? It's not hanging.
Maybe it's time to get on your running shoes.
Yeah.
Not that I like it. I also have Bishop to G1 to cover H2. I'm not liking it, but Rook H1.
You still have to prove it as black. You still have to prove your attack.
Yeah, Rook H1, trade on H1, Queen H6, Knight F2, allowing Queen H2 check it.
F1 and hide behind your pieces on E2.
Exactly. It's not convincingly
It's like a little
over.
cocoon for the king. Yeah, it's
What worries me for Nodirbek is his clock.
He did play Rook
yeah,
H1.
he's playing slowly.
and
He's
Queen
obviously not
H6,
happy with his position.
And it's time
I
for
like
Knight
Knight
F2.
F2, yes, or yeah.
Yeah.
He
Maybe
also has
Queen G1.
Queen G1, but
Again,
King F1. Looks
very, very bold play G4.
he
And
needs to speed up also. 2-minute time difference in Blitz. Only
It's too
Bogdan
much.
can pull that off, I feel like. He's doing it in every game.
okay, Queen H1 was his choice.
Queen G1, yes.
Pardon me, Queen G1. Is there a sacrifice
has
on
one bad piece.
G4? I'm a little bit concerned that
no
with the knight
threats.
on H1, the bishop on E3.
At Anish's face, he's definitely calculating bishop takes G4.
Exactly.
Or maybe knight takes. Which one would you rather?
I would rather sacrifice the knight. Knight takes G4, bishop takes G4, play for F5, F4. Just blast open the king. With the rook on A1, I feel,
Ooh,
oh,
there we
he's
go.
sacrificed.
Bishop takes G4.
Well, I mean, Anish just felt as a grandmaster, he had a duty to sacrifice his pieces. He's
like
threatening
it.
Queen
Now,
H3
Nodirbek
mate.
has to make only moves for a couple of moves in order
Queen
to not get a lost
H3.
position. He finds the best move, King F3,
Wow.
strongest move. Now, after F5, very nice play by Anish.
Anish is wanting to play E4.
Yeah, open up that bishop. I was going to say earlier, he has one bad piece. It's the bishop on D6. And he's
here we
trying
go.
to improve it. E4
He wants
right
to play E4 check. And he's wow.
And Nodirbek below 1 minute.
Okay. Anish might be playing one of the best blitz games he's ever played in his life. This looks like a really wonderful
Knight takes
attack.
It's the only accurate move.
Knight.
But isn't he slightly worse right now? Like
Anish might be worse, but we applaud him for sacrificing a piece.
Definitely.
it's a piece. You have to prove it right now.
He doesn't even have a pawn.
You have to prove it. You make one inaccuracy, you let me go, and I'm completely winning. That's it, game over.
He's probably frustrated, like, why don't I have a checkmate?
So the idea is knight e5 check, king f2, not king e2 because of queen h5.
Right, but king f2 looks good.
I'm honestly not seeing it.
I'm
honestly not seeing it. And I really like my knight on e4. It's such a beautiful knight in the middle of the board.
That's why I might have sacrificed the knight on g4, left the bishop on g4. I mean, felt that was...
Valbar tells us he's still fine, but yeah, it's hard to find all the accurate moves. Knight h2, good check, testing where white's king goes. It has to go to f2.
Only square.
Only square.
And then
but only moves are easy to make.
Yeah, they're the easiest. Queen h3 or queen h5.
Yeah,
queen h5, queen h4.
Oh, he gave a check, but that allows the knight to come back to life.
I don't like that queen h4 move.
And that's it. Your attack is over.
Now he's ready to go queen g2 and just consolidate. That's an extra piece.
And guess what? We're even on the clock as well, suddenly. So Anish is in trouble. Nodirbek, this could swing the tournament for him right now if he manages to win this game.
Wow.
He is a roller coaster player. I mean, there's so many big swings in his game, and I'm thinking specifically of the game with Vincent.
That Nodirbek provoked Anish to sacrifice a piece.
Yeah, it's true. He did.
Alireza, he's slightly worse.
No
Probably
way.
going to be a drawing that one, but he is slightly worse.
Bishop f2, Nodirbek keeps finding the best moves. 35 seconds for both of these players. But now it's quite easy for Nodirbek to not blunder anything. All your pieces are protecting each other.
And queen takes h2, trading pieces is on his agenda, as is knight takes d6.
Yeah, Anish's sacrifice was good, but he didn't have enough time to figure out the right continuation after that.
Queen takes g3, and it looks like white consolidates no problem.
Yeah,
this is it.
I think
it's game over.
He can't trade queens. By the way, MVL has lost his game.
He was lost
made
after 30 seconds into the game.
Huge mistakes in the opening and
by the way,
didn't recover.
Good move, queen f3, resignation.
Wow. Okay, Nodirbek.
I'm going to go to
huge win for him. Let's jump to
Alireza versus... Alireza has a queen versus rook, bishop, and pawn.
Who's playing for a win?
White.
Yeah.
It's a good fortress, don't get me wrong. It is a good fortress, but there is h5, g4, f4, g5 on white's agenda.
It's the only way white can try, right?
Yeah.
I just don't like the fact that Bogdan is right now so passive. I think he wants to exchange that pair of rooks. He wants to go rook c8.
Could he go rook a6, rook a8 and win the a5 pawn?
Queen e7. The problem with rook on c7 and the queen on e7, that f7 pawn becomes weak. Alireza is starting to gain an advantage in this.
h5, no, whoa.
G5.
He's taking, oh no, g6.
Not g6.
That king is weak right now. Just let me bring my rook back into the game somehow.
How though?
Rook c8.
Rook c1.
You shouldn't have moved this bishop. Bishop
Rook
c6.
c1.
Bishop d5 is crazy.
Yeah, you should have kept the bishop on c6.
And he's played f6 and he's
He's
opened up the 7th rank.
Oh, look at that. Queen f4, queen e5 gets in.
That's winning.
Yeah, he's winning.
It wins on the spot.
Why did he play queen e5?
It's okay,
oversight.
still winning.
He's just winning the g6 pawn.
Uh-oh.
Can he create a new fortress now?
Oh no.
Oh no, rook
Why?
e5.
What is happening, guys?
What is going on?
Let's not forget the clock, right? Alireza is playing on 2 seconds.
What is going on?
Yeah, I think this is another fortress.
Alireza was completely winning. Oh my gosh.
You can still trick Bogdan maybe because there's so many checks and you can attack different pawns,
But I'm going rook f5 all the time, and I'm attacking that pawn on
King
g5.
G7, back and forth, yeah.
I don't think you can get away from that.
You're right. I think this is actually a simple defense for Bogdan.
Wow.
Unless
I mean,
he
the
gets
moment I
himself-
saw F6, I thought it was a completely easy winning game for Alireza.
Guys, it's tied at the top. If Alireza doesn't win this one, it's tied at the top.
We haven't said that in 2 days.
No, we haven't said that in a long time. And we did not expect to say it in this tournament after Alireza going up three games, 3 points in this one.
Wow. I think a repetition is almost assured
Inevitable
at this
point.
moment.
Yeah, I think that they might have already even done it, but who's counting?
Yeah, nobody's making a claim, that is for sure.
Yeah, when you have 3 seconds, you don't have time. I mean, you should at some point stop the clock and claim, but
Right.
yeah, now officially I see on my screen they have repeated the position 3 times. So technically Bogdan could have claimed, but he doesn't need to. There we go, handshake.
draw.
Wow, what a save by Deac.
Do we have a remaining game?
Not sure.
By the way, Gukesh did
No, all
defeat
games are over.
Prague, and that was a big loss for Prague. Again, Gukesh is here as a wild card. The world champion stepped out of the Grand Chess Tour in order to focus on his world championship match later this year against Sindarov.
This might be his last event before the match.
Even that, yeah.
I think he's going to play an event in India as well, but in the Grand Chess Tour, I think this is the
his
last
last
one.
event,
I think
yeah.
this is the last one.
Yeah.
I don't think he's traveling to the United States for the Rapid and Blitz only, and we already
Yeah.
have the wildcards set for that one as well. Should we take a look at the standings? Do we have the standings ready?
Yeah, I think we're preparing that now.
But just looking at this game of Alireza that just made a draw, I was thinking,
Yeah,
just
so we
put
don't
the
have your
queen on
position
F6.
pulled up,
Oh,
but yeah, Alireza was so
apologies.
close to winning, and now
Yeah,
look at
look at
that.
tied at the top.
Nodirbek has managed to tie Alireza Firouzja at 22 points. Maxime lost his last game, now he falls farther behind.
What
He
a
could have
surge
stayed up
by
close.
Nodirbek. I mean, I
in
don't remember the
6
last time
rounds, he made up a 3-point gap.
he made the draw. When
Well,
was the last time
Alireza
he made
really
the
helped
draw?
him.
Yeah, by fading
Exactly.
badly. But Cristian catches up. MVL lost. That was a big
Well,
loss.
that one, take a look at that. Take a look at that.
Today he's having a
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
fantastic
whoa.
day. Win, win, draw, win, draw, win.
+4 in 6 rounds.
All right.
That's incredible.
Very impressive.
Bravo, bravo.
Bravo. Let me caught you up to date to exactly what happened in those last final seconds between Alireza and Bogdan, because that was just an incredible swing and we missed a lot of detail. Bishop to d5. Why would you play this move when you have the opportunity finally to exchange the pair
Trade
of
that
rooks, which
rook.
was definitely giving you a hard time, either on the 7th rank or if I managed to transition it, especially right now with the pawn structure that we have on the H file, coupled with the queen on the long diagonal, that would be a checkmating pattern. So just exchange the queens. Easier said than done for us here in the studio. He had 6 seconds on the clock for the last 20 moves or so. So he played the move bishop to d5, rook to c2, very well played. f6, kudos to Bogdan, because if you don't play this move, you get checkmated. So this is the final moment. You have to bite the bullet. You understand it's probably not a good idea, but you have to do it. Rook c7, Alireza played brilliantly after this one. And after king to, first of all, after f5, queen to e5. Just get in the position right now.
Exactly.
The only way to try to defend against queen to f6 and pick up the pawn on g6 is rook to g8. But then your pieces are completely busted right now. King to f4, no king to d7 to stop my king from penetrating your position because of queen to f7. And that just pretty much wins the game on the spot. He played the move queen to c7, king to f4. I think what he missed was that after queen to e7, I'm just going to go either rook to f8. I can even give you a check first with the move f4. So that I go rook to f8 first. After that, and then I pick up the pawn on f3 or go rook to f5 and transition into exactly the same position that we had in the game. King to f4. The last moment, I think at least from a practical perspective, would be to go forward. Just go forward to e5 like that. He played king to e3, and after f4, he set up the blockade in the position with the rook on f5, attacking the pawn on g5, tying the queen to the defense of that pawn. Most importantly, you simply don't have the square f6 to get to my g6 pawn. The only weakness in the position What a save by Bogdan-Daniel Deac. And right now, we have a tie at the top. Maurice, which was the game that you were following?
Well, it's that big, and I mean huge game that MVL blew, and he has nobody else to blame but himself. And who's cheering for Alireza to not do well? It's one Vincent Keymer. Because, look, if Alireza wins and gets those 13 points, he goes up to 20 in the Grand Chess Tour. Keymer doesn't want any competition for that third or fourth spot. And with 13 points that he has right now, if he's able to get 6 only, because he has virtually no chance of winning, he wants to see Nodirbek take all those points. Please, hurry up and take them. And Maxime, crash and burn too. We don't want you getting much points either. Take a look at this opening by Maxime, because it was lost in the opening. We see right here this London system in the move H4. That's a move. You could do it. It's a good idea. No problem whatsoever. But C5, not a great move. Knight B5, Knight A6 keeps this knight on a good spot, and this one, not so much. But here's where he loses the game. He could play H5 here also. That's been tried many times. And the idea is to sacrifice the exchange, get a pawn for it, and white definitely has compensation in this position. Okay, he played H4. The guy plays C5. He plays Knight F3. That's a little bit odd. Castles, and he said, I'm going for it. And Vincent said, okay, show me what you got, because you're not winning the pawn. He says, well, I have the move Knight to E5, capture, and bishop to F5. And this was not supposed to happen, because if you take on H5, then the bishop just goes to G6. The position is perfectly protected. You got nothing. He tried with bishop to D3. Bishop just dropped back to G6. And that was that. Later, went even more all in after this trade. Look at Black's perfect structure now. And Vincent said, yeah, go ahead. You can have the exchange back. I don't care. I'm just going to sit on this gorgeous position, up 2 pawns. You are busted. And that's exactly what happened. MVL went all the way down and lost this game. The standings now, amazing standings, in fact, with them tied at the top when Alireza was 3 points up. Incredible. What were the odds of that happening? Well, we're going to go to our statistician, Ben Underwood, who had this something in the region of 90% that Alireza would win. I wonder what his take is now. Let's listen in as we go on that break with much more action to come here from Zagreb.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your continued break coverage of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. My name is Ben Underwood, statistician at the St. Louis Chess Club. We're going to be hanging out and talking about some of the statistics behind these players. We're going to be looking at how they've performed in the tournament so far and what they're going to need to do to make the Grand Chess Tour finals. So let's get right into it. Don't go anywhere. But before we do, we're going to start it off with a puzzle as usual. This comes from the 2023 tournament in Croatia between Carlsen and Nepo. White to move mate in 2 in this position. Go ahead and take 5 seconds to look at this. Pause it if you need to, and we're going to come back right at the end of the break to solve this one together. So let's take a look at this line graph right here. This looks at all the previous winners of the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz events and how they would perform if you separated them into the Rapid portion and the Blitz portion. You take a look right here, you see that in 2016 through 2019, the average place in the Rapid portion of these tournament winners was 1.25. They're basically winning the Rapid every single time. Blitz, a little bit less. They're averaging about 2.67, so between second and third in the Blitz portion itself. However, as you move post-2020, there is a flip. The Blitz portion becomes much more important at 1.4 average placing, and the Rapid goes just a little bit lower at 1.73. Now, this could be the fault of a specific Norwegian player that is an outlier himself, but I wanted to show this just because of how important the Blitz is becoming. So let's take a look. I mentioned Magnus. What is that stat that I'm talking about? This one right in the middle. No player not named Magnus Carlsen has ever won a GCT Rapid and Blitz event while finishing below second in Rapid. So basically, play Blitz like Magnus Carlsen or finish top 2 in the Rapid if you want to win these GCT Rapid and Blitz tournaments. However, Abdusattorov may make this statistic no longer. It'll be exciting to see what he does in the next 3 rounds. So here are the GCT points of 4th place in all of the previous years. You have 21.8 in 2016. However, looking across this graph, it seems to average out between that 25 and 26 number, a couple outliers in 2022 and 2025. Now, I ran a simulation looking at every permutation of this tournament and the next 2. I wanted to see a threshold of what the points are thinking that it's going to be for the top 4 placing points. This year, it looks like if you want to have a really good shot at making the finals, the numbers came out to 27.5. However, now, with Firouzja and MVL performing so highly in this tournament, it's probably going to jump as more of those players cluster around the mean. I'm going to put that threshold at 28. So who has a chance of getting there? Well, Fabi has 20 points through 2 events already. He only needs to average 4 through the next 2. I think that it is pretty safe to say that he will be a finals participant. Keymer as well now needs to, as it would have said yesterday, he would need around 5 points in the next 2 events to reach that threshold. He has a pretty good shot. Plus, any player in the current format to get 13 points has always made the top 4 at the end of the tour. So it seems pretty likely that Keymer might get there as well, especially in his current classic form. Another player I want to point out is Wesley So. 15.5 through 2 events played. He's going to need around 12 points in the final 2 St. Louis events if he wants to make the finals. However, what I want to point out is that in the last 5 years, every time he's played both of those events, he's gotten 12.5 points or more. So, seems like he has a very good shot at reaching that finals spot as well. Does it seem like a race for just that 4th place spot? I don't want to say that quite yet. However, the race is tightening. And how tight is it going to get? Well, here's the point difference between 4th and 5th place in the Grand Chess Tour. We've got all except 2 years, it is decided by a point or less. That is 1 place in 1 tournament you have to play for. So even as it feels like tournaments like this where MVL, Abdusattorov, Firouzja are running away at the top of the leaderboard, you have to be fighting for every place in between. You want a chance at the piece of that final $450,000 in the finals. We have an update to our blunders in Croatia. Total tournament blunders, 165. Now I'm looking at these most significant blunders right here, and the computer is a little bit strict. It says 99.4% drop in this most significant blunder in the expected score. Basically what's that saying is the computer is saying if I were playing this position, say it's +2, I would win this 100% of the time. And if Prague in that position blunders to make it -2, the computer says, I am losing this position 100% of the time. Of course, in Blitz, we see swings like this all the time. It is not quite as surprising for us as humans. However, it is a really good objective measure to show of the tournament mistakes here. Let's take a look at the end of the rapid, how did these players do in their best moves found? Well, Giri and MVL lead this at 72.7 and 70.3. Firouzja 69.9 in this graph. Prague lagging just a little bit behind at 54.3, but how does this switch into the Blitz? Well, Giri Firouzja leading this one as well, 69.9, just a little bit less than that last graph. Prague at 62.3 in the middle of the pack now, but MVL 53.4 worst in this one. There is a variety of factors that could be the reason here. One of them is the time usage. MVL has spent almost no time in the opening, only 112 seconds. Him and Giri are the only two to spend less than 2 minutes on average yesterday. And then moving along this graph, you see Deac at 246 seconds. You only get 302, not including the increment for these Blitz games. So for Deac to use over 80% of his time in those first 20 moves, he is basically playing the entire second half of the game completely on increment. That brings us back to our puzzle. Go ahead and take 5 more seconds and try to solve this one. The right answer is king to g3. What's the idea? You can make any move that you want with the rook and the knight here. The king and pawns are locked up, and rook to f6 is coming on the next move for mate in 1. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to be back during the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and Sinkfield Cup. If you have any questions, throw those in the chat. But for now, I'm throwing it back to the studio where Yasser, Nazi, and Cristian have continued coverage in Croatia.
And thank you so much, Ben. Wow. We only have 3 games left, yes.
Well, in those stats, Deac taking all the time, yeah, that was obvious, but it wasn't obvious to me that Anish was playing so very well because it's not somehow reflected in his score that he's playing really, really a high level of accuracy. But here we go. After 15 rounds, Nasi.
We have a tie for first. It's Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Alireza Firouzja, 2-horse race, because Maxime and Pragg both actually lost their last games.
I did not expect you to be telling me it was a 2-horse race because he had a 3-point lead.
He did.
But my goodness, and tell us about the pairings.
This is what we have coming up. Jorden against Alireza, Vincent against Ivan, Bogdan against Gukesh, Anish against MVL, and Pragg versus Nodirbek. Yasser, which game are you going with?
Well,
I'll go
with Nodirbek as our marquee, but I'll keep that first board of Jorden and Alireza in reserve. Pragg and Nodirbek have the most points between them, and they are off. Knight f3, knight f6 on the board. b2, b3. Now this is the Barca.
You predicted this, yes.
Right. So pretty much a very, very flexible opening for White, and from Black's point of view, he has to make a decision if his bishop on f8 is going to go to e7 or to g7, and literally on move 3 with e7, e6, Nodirbek declared,
right,
if you will.
b6.
b6.
All right. He probably will have a setup with bishop on b7 and d6.
And most traditional for White would be to play g3, bishop g2, and castles as well.
Early c takes d.
Early.
Usually White likes to keep that pressure.
Yeah, there are reasons for that tension. The problem is, okay, that ends the problem. When you resolve the tension, you're giving an option, not that the bishop is going to go to g4 or f5 certainly, but by waiting for Black to play bishop b7 and then resolving the tension, then there's no option. So normally g3. Nonetheless, the players have gotten to the predicted line, and now a big moment. Should White be playing for e4 or a maneuvering game with d4?
Yeah, it's a good question, and Praggnanandhaa is not showing his hand yet, what he's going to do with the central pawns.
Right, he hasn't committed himself.
Might play e3, d3.
I think he's really
d4.
waiting for Nodirbek to play c5 before playing d4 himself. It's something.
I think
like
all 3 moves are possible, right?
Yeah, some kind of flexibility stuff is going on.
Nodirbek's also waiting to see which move Pragg chooses, and we have e3.
It still hasn't declared himself. That's funny.
But why wait? Okay, once you play c5, then you're going to have this tension in the center after d4, so maybe Nodirbek doesn't want that. He could play just c6 kind of setup.
Yes, c7, c6 is a good... If you're going to do that, maybe you start with a5.
Okay, bishop f8.
I'm saying if you want...
They're not touching. It's like, I forgot there's this game that if you touch that square, it might blow up. That's what it feels like, d4,
Atomic
c5.
chess or
yeah,
something.
they're not touching those squares.
a7, a5, that was a move. If you're going to...
Surprised if we see h4 now from Pragg.
Right. One of the things I actually, as Black, I really like to see White play the move h3, which is a useful move. You make luft. But on the other hand, sometimes when you put the rook on c8, the bishop could drop to h3, and it's annoying. You're in this pin. So it's sort of like playing h3 has a consequence of denying a future bishop h3. And he's gone through it.
And no c5.
He's gone for it. He's put his pawn's structure on c6. And this is the reason why Pragg has not occupied the d4 square. So he's going to go rook to c2, knight to e2 and knight to d4.
Nice plan. It takes a while, but
Right. It's a slow
Target-
maneuvering game at the moment.
yeah, it's a good target to have the pawn on c6. What is Nodirbek's plan, on the other hand?
Actually, I'm not too sure.
Is it planning
That is
to
the
go-
problem, right? That
He's
is the problem
putting his
facing.
knight
He doesn't
back
have a
on
clear plan.
e6. So, okay, again, knight to e2, at least open up the
I love
the
that
bishop.
bishop on b2. I mean, that bishop on b2 is such a beautiful piece right now.
And look at that
E4.
little
Is it just
foxy
a-
move.
Should white just take it?
Yes.
No,
You didn't have to wait long for Yasser's answer.
Bingo. And by the way, take it, and guess what?
He
You've
took it.
opened up the b6 square.
He took it and now
Pardon me, the b6
c5.
pawn. I'm very interested in bishop takes c6 and rook b1 right now.
That is a very good idea, because b6 now becomes a new target.
In fact, what you can do is take on f6,
Yes.
eliminate that bishop, which I was singing the praises for,
Right.
and then go d4.
Also,
Yes.
To-
Bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, d4, block that pawn, that weakness on d5, and he's going
A7.
for it.
Yeah.
Prague is playing perfect chess.
The
so
knight
far.
is coming to e5, the bishop on g2 is going to be tremendous against bishop on b7, and I'm already a pawn up. This one is looking trending for Prague right now. He's in big trouble, Nodirbek, right now, and Alireza, let's see how he's doing. Ooh, that's a complex battle. Perhaps Alireza with a slight edge. Nevertheless,
What are the odds both leaders go down in this
I
round?
don't think Alireza is going to go down. It's looking very complex, but I feel Alireza understands that position quite well. It's a French.
Black against.
Sorry, it's a Caro-Kann in that one. That looks like a French.
But is the bishop bad or not, the white squared bishop?
The light square bishop is not on the board, so
Trade,
that's why it's a
gotcha.
Caro-Kann.
By the way, the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm warming to Prague's position very much. The desirable c5, c4, rook to b1, followed by knight c3. The knight is a beautiful blockader on the c3 square. The d5 pawn is tender, that bishop on g2, eyeballing the pawn. This is not easy at all. What is Nodirbek going to do? He's facing two distinct threats. Rook b1.
That's why he's in deep think right now, going below 2 minutes. It's not easy to find good moves.
and
Guys,
he
objectively, this is
took.
borderline losing for Black right now.
He took. So I'm expecting knight on f3 takes d4.
Maybe he
And
wants to play
the knight
bishop
is-
c5.
Okay, that makes sense. So knight takes d4, bishop to c5.
Maybe include bishop b4. I don't know if that's good.
Probably you need to,
Yeah.
because the rook is
To not
actually,
lose the d5 pawn.
yeah, the rook is actually nicely placed on d2. So I'm thinking knight on f3 takes d4.
That's what Prague did.
Same move faster was better. Bishop
plenty of
b4,
time.
good move. The desirable rook b2 does allow a bishop a3.
Should Nodirbek go for knight c5, knight e4?
Okay,
keep
but
the
the
two bishops?
problem with knight c5, as
Yeah,
I
think
see
he's going
it,
for it.
is knight c3.
Okay, they blitz this out. D takes e, and now rook c7. Ooh, I love that move. Prague
Plays itself, doesn't it?
has a huge, now closer to like winning advantage.
Rook e7 is met by rook takes b7 and bishop takes e4. He could play those kind of combinations in his
It
sleep.
feels hopeless right now for Nodirbek. Let's see if he manages to find one of those Houdini escapes that he's been finding the whole tournament.
We've got rook c6,
Nice, well played.
another pawn.
Queen e5, rook takes. Can Nodirbek get at least one of the pawns back?
How
Two
so?
pawns to the good, but most
Queen
importantly, that knight
A5.
on d4 is a tremendous piece. And your bishops, they have nothing to do in the position.
Again, bishop to d3. It looks like you're anchored. No, you're not. I'll take that bishop and take the rook on a8. So no bishop d3 for you.
By the way,
Here's
we can
Knight
see on that
c6.
graph that Pragg has played 4 exclamation point moves. He's playing a fantastic game.
His accuracy is through the chart.
Nodirbek just finally caught up with Alireza. If he goes down now and Alireza wins, we're back to saying it's
Back to
Alireza's
square
tournament.
one. What do you think of knight c6 and a5?
I like it. There's a lot of good moves for white.
h4.
Hard
Okay.
to choose one, actually. You want to kind of do all of these ideas.
Indeed. Queen a5.
Do you drop back on the b file or rook f6? I like rook f6 because I want to play rook f4 and going for another pawn. Because I feel like my rook is pretty on the b file, but there's nothing on the b file.
No, you're looking for effective squares. And obviously, rook f4 and queen b3 are very attractive. He just dropped his rook back completely, did Pragg. And bishop to c4.
Nodirbek has some active-looking moves, but
Knight
his
b5
position's not
siding?
actually improving.
Right? Knight b5 siding, ideas of knight to c7.
I actually like bishop f1 also. Let's trade Nodirbek's best piece.
Quick update on the other game. Alireza right now fully taking over. On the clock, he's ahead, and in the position, objectively, he's winning.
Thank you for that update. That's huge. Because again,
He woke
Nodirbek
up. He's like,
and
all right.
Alireza are
I
tied.
have no more room to make draws or lose. I have to start winning.
I've run out of runway. Rook d8, and the way Nodirbek played that move, like very deliberately, and wait a minute, I got to speed things up. I'm
Okay,
falling
both
behind
players
on time.
Below 1 minute. This is where usually blunders and mistakes happen. Knight one where?
Knight to d6. So
What if I take and go bishop d3? I'm not... Is this a blunder, Christian?
well, he's had to capture because the knight was threatening the rook, threatening
I
the
think
bishop.
Pragg played the first questionable move of the game with the knight d6.
Was it?
World champion won his game against a Deac.
I mean, things are definitely not as easy anymore, it seems like, for Pragg. Still much better.
Nodirbek will be very happy if he just makes a draw and
Oh
survives.
my
Oh,
gosh,
yes.
it would
Oh,
just
yes.
be, he was 2 pawns down, and Pragg seemed to have the better of it as well. Okay, weird, tricky things are suddenly happening because the desirable bishop takes d3, e takes d3. Why did I give my opponent a pass pawn?
Yeah, and major piece endgame, even up 2 pawns, always tricky.
Yeah.
Keeping a close eye on that Alireza game. Alireza still winning, but a very, very double-edged position. And
like
both
the-
players under 20 seconds right now.
10 seconds here for Nodirbek. He finally had to take the bishop and take 1 pawn on a4.
Okay, now it's very clear that it's a 2-result game after a3,
Definitely.
right? Put your king on g2.
Yeah.
So that you
What's
can-
the right technique here for Pragg?
I think you go king g2, queen c4. I'm not saying that the rook ending is winning, not at all. But
Well, maybe it is because the black's pawn is extended on e4, right?
yeah. Oh, by the way, there was queen c2, and there still is queen c2, by the way. You don't want to
like
play
the queen c2.
f5. You hate playing the move f5. The queen,
5 seconds for Nodirbek. Queen f5, queen b1.
He's
E4
done it.
Pawn is falling.
That is
You have
the
to
big
go rook
move.
e8, but now a pawn is more free to move.
precisely.
I think Pragg showing great technique. Nodirbek's hoping for some rook f5 counterplay, but
wait
I
a
think
minute.
it's just a cheapo rook d2, and then what do you do?
Probably rook to d5 is played, but I like rook to d2, by the way.
Okay, Pragg down to 11 seconds now.
I just didn't like allowing the queen to f3. I thought white's queen on d1. Oh,
Okay.
no.
I saw
yeah,
that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Eval changed completely. Nodirbek back in the game, and Pragg lower on the clock.
And Alireza might not be winning his game.
What is happening?
From
Queen
a
f4
completely
only
winning
move, or
position.
Pragg
Right now, he
loses?
might be worse.
Queen
Guys,
f4.
Queen f4 had to be found. Now Nodirbek is winning. Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
But at h3, he was checkmating.
It was h3 was checkmate.
He missed a checkmate.
Oh my goodness.
It was literally mate in two.
Yeah.
Wow.
But now is Prague winning? Can he go like King F1?
Win, of course, I think.
Alireza is losing, guys. Alireza is losing right now.
Alireza is losing to Jorden.
It's over.
Alireza lost on time. And Nodirbek, if he manages to save this, which he certainly will, is going to be the new sole leader.
He saved the game. He also almost won the game, checkmate into... wow, we have
You need luck
an
to win.
incredible round.
You need luck to win. And Nodirbek is proving why he's the #2 ranked Blitz player in the world. Wow.
I didn't catch any of the other games. I heard that Alireza lost, but I have no idea what happened on any other boards.
Alireza was winning the whole game, and Maurice is going to show all of that.
Alireza was winning the whole game.
The whole game up until the end. He was up on time throughout the game, but I'll let Maurice talk about that at length.
What did we just witness, Yasser?
Well, I thought Prague had control throughout, and he was just up a pawn, then he was up 2 pawns, and everything was going fine. And then in that major piece ending, once Nodirbek got his queen on F3, it got double-edged.
Yes, sir. Luckily, we have the end of Firouzja's game that we can watch now on camera.
Let's see it.
Let's catch those final moments.
The magic of television. Here we go.
He's still winning right now, but bishop to F4 was a very bad move, allowing rook takes D5, which was in fact the saving blow, and he found it because right now after rook F7, I'm also targeting the bishop on F4. You don't have time to set up the checkmating threats.
So it's a
And now he should have repeated the position. Instead, he decided to give a check and bishop to G5. But now D5 seeking counterplay with that E6 pawn, as you will see. A great find by Jorden. Look at how complex this. There's a knight on E1, by the way, next to the king. You don't
it's hard to see
right now, but there's a knight on E1.
Mate in 1. No, there's rook on F7.
What?
A5, making space for the king, and nice find. Rook to H5,
like
knight to G2.
Knight to G2.
Look at those knights.
And he just takes on H4.
Wow. What a finish in this one. And you could sense how disappointed Alireza was after this game because he knows he was winning.
Playing a good game.
It's just like the tournament is slipping away with each and every passing move. And he understands that, he feels it, but there's nothing in his power that he can do.
For the first time in this event, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is a clear sole leader of the event with 22.5 points. Alireza in second, half point behind.
And for our GCT Tour players, Alireza, MVL, Prague, those GCT Tour points that are up for grabs, it's vital.
And MVL could surpass Alireza too.
Remarkable.
I'm in shock.
I mean, again, Alireza came with a +3.
Yes, sir. You were writing a victory speech for your pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I had it all composed.
Guys, well, we'll see the predictions later. But who picked Nodirbek?
All right,
I'm trying to remember. Maybe we will see that
You
graph
went with
later
the
on.
stats. You and Ben.
I had no idea about the stats. Let's look at them now.
I'm going to stay quiet.
I mean, I had a +3 lead coming in. Anastasia and I were.
You were writing your victory
going
speech.
to do a tango.
I know that. Look, I'm feeling quite good right now. I'm sure Maurice is smiling in Zagreb as well.
Still not over, guys. 2 more games to go.
Yeah.
I know, but we were down 3 points at the beginning of the day. Look, let me smile for a few rounds at least.
You bet. You bet.
Anyway, let's go catch the end of this game. Anish Giri versus MVL. MVL is still trying to stay in the hunt, at least for the podium right now. But take a look at this. He's completely losing. Anish is breaking through, rook to D8. I'm already 2 pawns up to the good. Rook takes E3, king to F2, rook to E5, rook to D8. Everything is going swimmingly right now for Anish. But the rook takes C8 comes. A very important move was bishop to D6, which makes it very easy for white to convert. Right now, my next few moves are going to be rook to B1, followed by rook to B8.
That's the simplest.
It's just simply you're not going to be able to hold on like that. If you go rook to B5, then I go rook to H1, rook to H8. So I have a couple of ways that I can penetrate the position and force your hand on that rook on C8, completely winning. He took on C8, rook to H1, king to G7. I'm trying to stop you from going to h8, rook to d7, and now things are not that easy anymore. King to f7, rook to b1, rook to e7. I'm setting up my defense, and after bishop to d2 already, now my king comes into play. And once my king comes into play and defends the position on that side, it becomes much easier. Rook to g8, king to d7, and g4, and now it's just a simple draw. MVL with a clutch escape in this one, and I'm just going to show you really quick the end of this game. Bogdan-Daniel Deac was once again playing a good game, in fact, putting a lot of pressure on the world champion, if we can see that one really quick. And after a queen to a4, he is in the lead. But unfortunately for him, 19 seconds against 3 minutes on the clock, which is, again, quite typical. We're repeating this, but we've seen it each and every game from Bogdan. He needs to do something about it. Knight to g3, queen to g4. Give him more than 10 seconds on the clock, 30 seconds on the clock, and he's going to find the right move, which is not knight takes f6. Bishop to g5. Now it seems like he's trapping the queen. You can take on e4, but then I take on e7, and this one is going to be really, really bad for black after rook to f4. The queen is trapped, more or less. You have to go queen to h5, but now rook to h4 is coming, and I pick up the pawn on h7. You have to sacrifice your queen to stay in the game. He took on f6, fine, still completely balanced position. Rook to c1, knight to g4, still balanced, but right now with the two bishops, black is starting to take over. And after rook to d8, 4 seconds on his clock, he saw the first move, he made it, rook to c7, but it is a blunder in the position, because after bishop to b5, rook takes e7, he forgot that the queen is on h4 and can really pick up that rook on e7. Just an incredible turnaround. Gukesh needs that victory right now because, you know, he wants to finish as high up in the standings as possible, but a disappointing result for Bogdan, who, by the way, had a tremendous day one of Blitz yesterday, won some really important games, but right now he's really not finding himself in this one.
Yeah, rook takes e7, queen takes e7. Oops, whoops.
They must be tired. I mean, they've played so much chess. You start to see ghosts.
Everybody's tired. Yes.
Yeah. As we get ready for this, the round 16.
Round 17.
Round 17. We've just seen round 16. Apologies.
Who are the leaders facing? Nodirbek
Exactly.
is playing Bogdan. It's a good opportunity for Nodirbek. Alireza with black against world champion Gukesh, who's not having a bad tournament, so it's much tougher for Alireza. And let's not forget, in the last round, it's Firouzja against Nodirbek.
And it will feature Firouzja with the white pieces because they switch.
Yeah, they switch. Alireza will be with white against Nodirbek, and that we are expecting, and that will be a decisive game. Could it be that if Nodirbek wins, Alireza loses, it will already be decided?
It might be.
That can happen.
Yeah.
But let's go over to Maurice to hear his thoughts.
Well, yes, of course, I'm happy that I made a pick that seems to be working out for the moment, but the downside is I'm tied with Cristian. You know, he made the pick too. That's never a lot of fun. Agreeing with Cristian, something we almost never do. But for the moment, there's still 2 more rounds to go. Now, this round featured craziness, but then there was one game that was simply a masterclass. It's Vincent's game against Saric. And in this position right here, you take a look, you see that there's some play, but this bishop right here is slightly out of play with not much to do. But does it get that bad that quickly with one retreat? Well, take a look at the gorgeous moves that he played, breaking through, saying, yes, your bishop is out of play. He tried to keep the position together with this move, now knight to e5, and now this. He said, no. The difference between this piece and this piece is going to show dramatically. I trade, and then I play b6, put you on lockdown, bring my rook over, and then swing my queen in. And it's pure domination on the left side of the board, the queen side, while this bishop is still begging to get into play. The knight's hanging, and anything could happen. A knight a5 hitting the pawn, rook a7 hitting the pawn. This game is over. I mean, literally over. He got backed up. Let's go. I think, you know what I'll do? I'll take a second pawn. And now you can give me your bishop if you want, but I'm 2 pawns up. And he went on to convert that very confidently. The other game is the game that we saw that was just absolutely nuts, with Alireza Firouzja going down in this game, I can't. I just can't. You look at a game like this one, Alireza was completely owning the position, just pure dominance. And he played it wonderfully, said, you know what, let me first settle my king, and let me bring everybody over to the king side. Student body right. Here we go. Queen comes over, and all you're looking at is a straightforward attack. How do you defend? Now here, he played h4, and he could have played knight c2 right here, right now, getting his knight to attack this pawn. But instead, he played h3 and allowed knight e1, and now he offered a trade of queens. And how Vincent held this together, I will not be able to guess. Well, of course, Alireza started making inferior moves. Bishop g5 was a trade that would help white, but he missed it. And here he should just take, and here goes a weird maneuver. Knight to a2. Now that looks bad. What if I play rook to c2? Well, knight c to b4. What's going on? Rook c to d2. Knight to c3. The knights are dancing and prancing, and you are in big trouble in this position. And the secret, though, that made this difficult, guys, this was the problem. Rook to c8, shifting away from the attack on the side that you seem to be doing everything so well, and then beginning to dominate on the other side of the board. That was not easy to intuitively understand when you're in the middle of an attack. And so he missed that idea, and he was still better throughout, but this retreat helped white. This capture was also bad. Knight a2 again. I mean, just knight move and dominating that side was so unusual that he still continued to try to attack, and how he did not land the winning blow. Again, like I said, this one was absolutely amazing. And the final moment I will go over here is this one here where he played bishop to f4. And this allowed rook takes on d5. You guys saw that on camera. He had to play the move rook to h2 and make him an offer that he can't refuse, because after king back, we can now play bishop takes. Thank you very much. Your rook is hanging. So you have to take this piece, and then we can take and equalize after check, king f1, and then take and equalize this position. Instead, he allowed the game to be super active, super crazy, and even lost. Tears, tears, tears for Alireza fans. How is this even possible that he lost this game, or even how the tournament has gone? I'm not sure. This is not the greatest collapse in GCT Rapid and Blitz history. +3 on the last day? He's got to somehow figure out how to right this ship. 2 rounds to go. Lots of excitement, lots of drama as we race to the finish line. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice. You were saying, Maurice, that maybe we would see history in a record-setting performance as Alireza could beat the 27 point, right? Out of 36. Instead, we are seeing a historic collapse. He's taking a 3-point lead, and right now he's in second place.
Shocking,
absolutely. Oh my goodness.
Yes, let's look at the standings coming into today. He had a 3-point lead, and now he's half point behind Nodirbek, and only 1 point ahead of MPL. Exactly.
We are approaching the penultimate round, round 17 coming up. Tell us about the pairings for round 17.
And everything is in Abdusattorov's hands. If he wins this one, and he's playing Alireza in the last round.
Well, scriptwriter's dream, right?
Right. We have MVL against Prague, Nodirbek against Bogdan. I think we're going to follow them. Then Ivan Saric against Anish, Giri, Vincent against Jorden, and Gukesh against Alireza.
I mean, guys,
the world champion.
This tournament could end after this round.
Exactly.
I'm looking at the pairings. Nodirbek against Bogdan.
He's a favorite.
That should be a victory for Nodirbek, at least on paper.
Right.
On paper, it's looking really good for Nodirbek. He's going to put pressure out of the opening. He's going to try to get Bogdan down to his last few seconds and take advantage of that. Gukesh has been playing a pretty decent blitz event so far. He's been winning some important games, and he's facing a wounded Alireza right now. Completely on tilt. Gukesh has 3 victories in a row. Can he make it 4? If he does make it 4, coupled with Abdusattorov winning his game, of course, this is just a hypothetical, but this could mean Abdusattorov could be winning this tournament before he even faces Alireza. This is a sentence I didn't think I would be saying at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
For GCT Tour standings purposes, the game between MVL and Prague could very easily
important.
determine who
makes it to Final
finals.
Four.
Yeah, like if MVL were to win that game, I think he literally kicks Prague out of any possibilities of a finalist. So that's a huge game for those two as we see world champion Gukesh taking a seat. And
We have two very important games, Gukesh and Alireza.
yep.
And of course, Abdusattorov, who's for the first time in the tournament, sole leader in the event.
Remarkable.
We're gonna start by following this game.
Yeah.
If the
I-
app
I'm-
starts to think too much, we could switch.
I almost think that we should start with the Gukesh Firouzja game and come back in 3 minutes when Daniel has 4 seconds on his
Yes,
clock.
sir. You make the call, up to you.
Well, no, we've got to give Nodirbek
We have to stay
credit.
with the leader right now. I
Yeah,
mean, he's the sole leader. Let's
He
stay
has
with him.
come roaring back. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. He was 3 points behind, and he almost caught him after like 5 rounds today.
Yeah. But Nodirbek
Remarkable.
was in trouble in a couple of games,
Yes.
and he either survived or even won those games.
He was a
In
full rook
particular-
down against Bogdan yesterday.
Yes.
Full rook down, completely losing, managed to find a way out of that.
He won that game.
He won that game. Yes.
And just now against Prague, he was 2 pawns down in the major piece ending. He
He
got his
almost
queen,
won
and
it.
he almost won it with the pawn going to
She
h3.
can't believe that he missed a checkmate with h3.
Especially when your queen is on f3. Why else did you put your queen
It's
on
very hard to
f3
explain that.
if not to play h3? And we have a Berlin.
Uh,
And a
well,
Berlin ending? Is
I'm
it?
ready
No,
to
I
switch
think we're going
just because I'm seeing Berlin.
ending. No, Bishop a4 instantly played. This has a bad reputation, and I think deservedly so. Pawn takes
Technically,
d4.
from tournament standpoint, if Nodirbek draws and Alireza wins, they'll be tied, and in the last round, they could just make a draw and go to playoffs
Ooh,
if they want to play more chess.
exactly. E4, Bishop E. Okay, so White has sacrificed a pawn in order to win the pawn back.
That's a great reason to sacrifice, right?
Right. Just think, you could sacrifice the pawn and then for the rest of the game fight to retrieve it. So knight takes e4. I'm assuming we would trade on e4, trade on e5, and then Bogdan will equalize with d5. So knight takes e4, knight takes e4, rook takes e4, take on e5 and finish with d5.
Quick opening update in the other critical game. Gukesh and Alireza is a Najdorf. So that
So
one
wanting
is
to go
intriguing.
over-
No, not yet. Not yet. Is a slowly
A3.
developing Najdorf.
a3.
A3, that move is
Confusion
a
reigns.
complete surprise to me.
What does a3 have to do with anything?
I guess it avoids
A3.
the bishop trade, right? If black goes b5, knight a5, you no longer have to trade the bishop.
Okay.
You're speechless, right? After
Yeah,
a3.
okay. What can I say? Yeah, you made a point, I think.
Can you hold on to that pawn with like
Bishop
f5 or something
f6,
like that?
knight
He
f5,
could. He
Knight
could play
a5.
knight a5.
Okay, now you probably have to play b4, right?
He's trying to go b5.
No,
Oh,
knight
knight
d5.
d5. Wait a minute.
That's an awkward-looking move.
b5, bishop b7.
What do you do after b5?
I'll-
Do you go
That's a
bishop
very good
b3?
Knight
question.
a5 was intended to hunt down the bishop, right? You want to play b3 and knight takes b3. So
Yeah, b5 on the board. Maybe he wants this in between bishop d2 move. Yeah, that was his plan. But guess what? Black has the same move, bishop b7.
cute. Wait, what? There's knight takes e7.
It's okay. I'll take on e7, take on a5, take on a4. I don't know what's
Isn't
going
there a
on.
way of punishing White for his indiscretions in this opening? Knight to c4?
Yes, you could do that. I'll have to probably take... Oh, I have rook e4 with a tempo. Thread in e7.
Okay.
Yay, I won my pawn back.
Good for you. Bishop
Yeah.
e7 is happening somewhere, somehow. No, seriously. Knight to c4? Why isn't...
Even knight c6 looks good. Let's see what Bogdan chooses. He went with knight c4.
c4? The funny part, I thought he was going to move the knight on d6 to c4.
By the way, I want to give a shout out to our graphic design. I really love the flags, that they're moving constantly, so it looks like the flags are flowing.
In
Nodirbek representing Uzbekistan. Bogdan, Romania is really nice.
And by the way, Uzbekistan will host this year's Olympics, chess Olympics, of course.
Coming up soon.
And
in September.
That's always an event on the calendar. I always thought of it as a great chess festival, the Olympics. So many countries
It's the
represent.
best chess festival, right?
I know, it's so great. Bishop b7. What are you waiting for, Bogdan? Let's move it along.
Quick update: Alireza is losing against Gukesh.
Oh my goodness!
Right now.
But Nodirbek is also worse.
Nodirbek is also worse. So
They're backing their way across the finish line.
And guess what? MVL is much better against Prague.
Ooh, big chance for MVL to grab some much-needed Grand Chess Tour points.
I mean,
but
MVL,
why
if he
is Daniel
wins,
not playing Bishop b7? I mean, this is Deac's play. He burns time needlessly. But Bishop b7 is so self-evident,
Yes, and Nodirbek is down to 90% accuracy after 13 moves with white.
We haven't
That's
seen
really
that.
not how you play openings.
We haven't seen, actually, on the contrary, Nodirbek's openings have been really good.
Very creative. He always plays some creative, interesting openings.
But this has not worked out. After Bishop b7, I just love Black's position, pardon me. I meant to say the pawn on e4 is still alive. Black is
7 Black's for choice.
completing his development. If you take on e7, I've connected the rooks.
Bogdan just can't resist taking too much time.
I know.
To make a move that he saw probably in 2 seconds.
Instantly.
Yeah.
And look at that. He's taken 60 seconds and longer, and he reached for the bishop, and he's hesitating. Like, okay.
I think Maurice called it a disease, and it really is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I was working with Viktor Korchnoi for literally 2 years intensely, and there was nothing I could do to cure him from
Addiction of time trouble.
He just was always behind on the clock. And finally, Bogdan is just realizing, hey, I'm just a pawn up. I'm doing
great. What a big
great.
upset this would be. Currently, Bogdan's in 8th place. Nodirbek can clear first. If Daniel, with the black pieces, takes down the leader.
Right? And isn't it time is something to
But we've
rook
seen Nodirbek
E8?
turn around much worse positions.
Much worse positions, for sure. By the way, b2 is hanging. No reason why I shouldn't take on b2 and come back. I'm a pawn grubber. I'll take
That's
it.
a very good point. Why not?
Maybe bishop to d5, just cementing.
Queen e6. I'm not loving that he's pinning the knight, but
I'm not a fan.
what is his idea, Yasser, with queen e6? Is he stopping queen g4? No, that was not a threat.
Maybe I don't know.
Kind of a mystery.
Yeah, I really am not sure. I thought bishop d5, I thought rook e8. I really like knight b2. In worst case, I take a second pawn, come back, I get some bishops of opposite color, middle game position, where I'm a pawn or so ahead. In any case, for sure, white is on the back foot, trying to equalize after 13. Hard-fought move.
For the moment, still Gukesh dominating in his game against Alireza. Alireza on the ropes in an endgame. Not a lot of chances for him right now. Gukesh is playing another masterpiece in the Najdorf after his victory against MVL.
Queen
Gukesh woke up maybe a little too late.
Bit too late, yes. And again,
So, bishop
he
to
just shows incredible understanding in the Najdorf. Gukesh.
Bishop to d5.
All right, we have queen h5 and f6, opening up that pawn when bishop's still on b3. That's brave. I was considering g6 for black.
Right? Whoa, 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 whoa. This move I don't like. Just a second. Hold on. I've got queen to d5.
Or queen f5 is also possible.
Well, I wanted to bring my bishop to d5 if possible.
He's played it.
So I'm trying to force the trade of queens, which I've successfully
Ooh,
done.
knight c5. Tickling the
Well,
d7.
knight c5, now I can also take on d6 later on. Because
Rook-
it will be forced take with the pawn.
Rook f7?
Rook f7, I take on d6.
Daniel, 5 seconds, 4.
Rook d8, now I take on d6, and then I pick up the pawn on e4.
Why?
Am I not just simply better?
Wow. Okay,
I
this
think
was
Nodirbek has turned
confusing.
things around completely.
I mean, because black was just so much better. It's like, oh my gosh. Okay, rook takes e4, knight is in a pin. The desirable knight d2 is illegal.
This position is equal at the moment. If anything, maybe.
But guys, look at the clock.
6
6
seconds.
seconds
I
against 2
don't want
minutes
to
and
look at
20.
the clock. Do I have to? No, but it is even. Even after you take on e2, you play king f8, king f7.
Yes, sir. Your call if you want to stay with this or see Alireza's
It's just the 3 seconds that, is kept as ensnared, right? It's like watching a train wreck accident. You just can't.
But he's never going to flag.
Okay, well, you have to play king f1, right?
I actually think Bogdan's position is
It's not bad. It's not
slightly
bad.
better.
I think it's holdable by force, more or less.
For
because for black right now. Because let's say you go king to f1, right?
Yes.
I take on e2, I take your rook, and then I defend the pawn on d5 with the move king to e6, which forces you to take on c4.
Agreed.
That means we're going to get into an equal pawn endgame. And it should be easy going, even with 3 seconds on the clock. Anish, by the way, won his game against Ivan Saric.
Congratulations. And how about Vincent and Jorden?
Vincent is winning.
Ooh.
MVL now looks worse against Prague.
We do have bishop takes c4. Okay, this is a draw.
Yeah, let's go
Let's
to Gukesh, Firouzja. I would
go to
have to see.
Gukesh and Firouzja.
World champ put the final touches in this game.
d7, push the pawn, and that should be enough. 20 seconds, though. This is not over yet. d7, nicely played.
Is this so completely winning? Why do I feel like it's not completely... Is this insanely obvious? Rook takes e1, rook to d8.
Bishop e6.
Bishop to e6. And bishop to g4. And
No, I agree. When you first
I think we
look
should
at it,
show what happens after rook to d8, perhaps. Rook to d8, rook takes f6,
oof,
and bishop to h6. That's why you play
Checkmate.
bishop to d4 first.
you had to include this check. It's a nice mate threat.
right?
King e1.
But why?
It looks like black has counterplay with the f-pawn, but Engine is laughing and saying it's +5.
+5? I'm
Yeah.
just still utterly
Not
confused.
anymore, guys.
I'm
Wait a
Okay,
minute.
blowing it.
Rook takes d7, and bishop to e8.
There's
he
bishop to
means bishop
e8.
And then after bishop b5, why is it not lost?
There's
We have
f2
f2,
check.
some f2 crazy stuff happening. Guys,
Still unclear, but yeah, if Alireza takes on d7, he's back in the game.
completely back in the game.
Well, he has to take on
You can
d7.
also include f2 check, then take on d7.
I'm including f2 check just
10
because
seconds.
of principles.
Nodirbek drew his game.
That's official. f2 can get... Ooh, he did not take,
Wait a minute.
but it still looks
Wait a minute.
fine.
This is still fine.
He found another way. Unbelievable. Wow.
There's a
3
threat of
seconds.
mate, isn't there?
That is
f3
correct.
check.
Bishop d7. Yes, sir.
What a scandal.
And now Alireza winning with bishop c3. Bishop c8.
Rook c8 is winning. Guys, Alireza
He's
is
done
winning
it.
this one.
You take on c4 and bishop h3 check.
Incredible.
And Alireza jumps into the lead.
No,
What?
co-lead.
Call
Coley,
it with Nodirbek.
right now.
No, because did Nodirbek drew already?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was about to say he still has to draw.
Nodirbek drew. Alireza wins. And the final round is Alireza with the white pieces against Nodirbek with both of these players tied at the top.
Jump to
For
Prague's
all
game, please.
the
There's lots of
marbles.
All the
people.
marbles.
Oh my goodness.
What are we witnessing? Yes, sir. Don't throw away your victory speech yet.
Just a second, I have to bring it out of the trash can.
We have Prague
By
with
the
X-ray
way,
change here.
this is winning for Prague, right?
Yeah.
Completely.
And MVL goes down. Whew,
That was a huge win for
I mean,
Prague.
it was
in the
+5 for Gukesh.
Yeah.
But you are right, Yasser, that it wasn't that obvious why it was so winning.
Well, sometimes you have positions where you just have a complete easy win. There it was tactical.
Of course, you gotta always watch out for that F-pawn.
Right.
And with 4 seconds, Gukesh made a mistake. He's a human being after all.
Bishop H3 check. We didn't see all of those tricks, but it looked like Gukesh just got swindled.
He certainly did. And again, I was beating drums of the fact that he actually played an incredible Najdorf game once again, a masterpiece. He got a completely winning position with almost perfect play. Out of the opening, almost perfect play. And it was only in the last few seconds that, unfortunately for him, it just didn't work out. Take a look at that.
Wow, and what a last round we have.
2 players tied for first, Nodirbek and Alireza with 23 points. Maxime could have been just point behind them, but he lost and now cannot
There's a fight
them.
for first position. There's a fight for third position as well.
There he is, because Prague's only half point behind Maxime now.
I'm selling tickets, premium members only for the final round.
We have the pairings for round 18. Let's have a look.
Oh my
Why
goodness.
this is just everything to play for. Alireza gets white pieces.
Don't forget that in yesterday's last round game, Alireza did win with the black pieces.
He did win with black, yes. Yeah. All eyes on this game, Alireza against Nodirbek. If it's a draw, we have playoffs.
Exactly.
If one of them wins, game over, tournament over.
So you're saying the game on table 3 will be our marquee matchup for this last round?
Let me think about it.
Yes, that's the one. And the fight for
third, also critical for the Grand Chess Tour points. Maxime is facing Bogdan with black, and Prague has white against Ivan Saric. Prague is looking good.
Yeah.
Whew.
Wow.
Absolutely crazy. Cinema, as the kids say nowadays. This is pure cinema. Let's take a look at Gukesh versus Alireza. See how we got to that position.
That swindle.
Out of the Najdorf, take a look at this move. Bishop to D2, asking some questions of the pawn on B4, knight to B3, and A5 would have been the right approach. Just cement that pawn on B4 with the pawn on A5. And also, maybe at the right moment, bishop to A6. Now, it seems like you're the one with the black piece that has the majority on the king side. F5, E4, it seems like black has the upper hand. But instead, he played the move queen to A5. That means that queen is going to be forever tied to the defense of the pawn on B4, which in fact gives white, gives Gukesh the advantage. Bishop to C4, F6, rook to C1, bishop to F5, queen to H3. I'm starting to look at your weaknesses.
Yeah.
The square E6 in particular, but also the square D7, and that's why this rook is trying to cover that weakness. Bishop to D3, softening up once again the light squares. Rook to C6, also making way for my rook to enter the fray. Bishop to E8 and queen to E3. Rook to C8 was definitely a move that Gukesh considered for quite a long time. But queen to E3, after some think, this was the best move in the position. And in fact, very well calculated by Gukesh, by the world champion. Rook to A8, queen to B6. We're going into this forced line. And F3. Now, another way to capture one of the pawns would have been bishop to F4, target that pawn on D6. If you go rook to F6, now I have bishop to G5, and then I pick up the pawn on D6.
Very nice.
F3, perfect move also. Bishop to H4, and we get into this position. Keep an eye out for this pawn on F3, because this pawn on F3 stayed on the board for a very long time. Not only that, but it started creating checkmating threats for black, for Alireza, and helped him win this game. Rook to E8, D6, best move in the position. D7, best move in the position. Bishop to D4, the only way to stay in the game. Just to show you why not rook to D8 first, because after rook takes F6 and bishop to H6, this is a checkmate on the board. So bishop to D4, rook takes C1, king takes C1, rook to D8, and the best move right now would have been to go rook to D6, go behind the pawn. Not as easy, right? Because you are going bishop to F6, and it does seem like you're staying in the game. The thing is, it's very difficult to get rid of that D7 pawn. In the meantime, I'm going to capture all of your other pawns. F5 is falling, A5 is falling, and all I need to get to is this pawn on F3, and I will get to that one. Completely winning position for white. Bishop to G5, and he found f2, king to f1, bishop to g4. You don't have time to take this one because of bishop to h3, so you have to defend against it. But f4, another brilliancy by Alireza. Take a look at this. If you take, I go f3, king to h1, bishop to h3.
No way.
You're not
Bishop
stopping
g2.
the checkmate on g2. This is absolutely incredible calculation.
Beautiful.
He's doing all of this with 12 seconds on his clock. This is incredible. f4,
Beautiful.
take on f4, did not buy the bait. Bishop takes d7, rook to a6, the final mistake for Gukesh. What he had to do is keep contact with the square c6, but from c7, from the c file, so you don't have a way to eliminate the best defender in white's position, and that is the bishop on c4, because that one is protecting against the promotion with f1. So rook to a6, missed, rook takes c4, and this just finishes the game because there's no way to stop the promotion. If you take the rook, I go bishop h3. If you take on d7, I go rook to c1, and there's no way to stop me. Just incredible. And look at Alireza, he's smiling. He knows he got away with one in this one. Finally, maybe the tilt is over. Maybe the tilt is over. Gukesh is also smiling. They're discussing what just happened in that one. The players are having fun, but you know, behind all that, there's a lot of tension.
Yeah, no, the competition, the competitive fire there. I mean,
and one more to show you, because this one out of the opening phase, it was all Maxime versus Praggnanandhaa, and in fact, this is quite a crucial one because with a victory, standings, Maxime would have clinched third position. Right now, Prague is half a point in the lead, and he's playing Saric, so it's in Prague's hands as of right now. But huge game for the two players.
Indeed.
And both of them are full tour participants. So that difference in Grand Chess Tour points matters a lot. f6, rook takes f6, winning still in this position. Rook to g8, bishop to e2. Take that pawn. Why not? Let's take another pawn. This one is an important pawn because opening up the f-file and me being able to deliver those checks later on in the game with bishop to e2, bishop h5 is going to be decisive. And I'm not 100% sure what he was worried about. Perhaps queen to g7, but then I'm not going to exchange the queens. I'm still in exchange down. I don't want to exchange the queens. And after bishop to d7, it seems like just setting up this grip on the on the dark squares with bishop to d6. If you castle here, I can take on h7. That's one way to get rid of that battery on the g file. You don't have time to take because of queen takes a7. No more check on g2, no more checkmate on g2. And in fact, I'm checkmating you on b8 in the next few moves. He did not spot that. He played bishop to e2. And let's see how Prague managed to turn this around. c4, bishop to g4. I mean, imagine playing with this weak king for the whole game for Prague. Look at the clock, 27 seconds in this one against a minute and 57. So it still felt like MVL had the best chances at this point. Nevertheless, from an objective point of view, it is Black who is having the better position as long as he manages to safeguard his king. That's exactly what he's doing. Bishop to f3, bishop to f7. We exchange. I mean, just perfect defense by Prague. h6, there's nothing else you can do right now, and I'm just going to take advantage of my extra exchange. Rook to f1, do we want a draw? No. Rook takes b7, I still have the f-pawn, very powerful pawn, and once we exchange the rooks, and this is going to be an easy one, your king is completely cut, all I have to do is bring my king, collect the pawns, and that's going to be all she wrote. So just a beautiful display of defense by Prague to secure the victory.
Really impressive. Amazing defense by Prague. Your king is just floating around.
It went from e8 to c8, all the way back to h7. I mean, it was just an incredible flyover by that king. It felt like it was solo traveling the board, that king.
Thank you, Cristian. But it's all about these two players now, Firouzja and Abdusattorov. Let's take a look at their head-to-head, how these players have matched up before. In Blitz, they've played already enough games over the board. That's 11. Whoa, and look how evenly matched they are.
Yes.
4 wins for each, 3 draws. Oh, sorry, I read it wrong. 4 wins for Alireza, 3 wins for Nodirbek, and 4 draws.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like a pick'em, but because Alireza has the white pieces because Alireza just won.
That
And
game
feels
against Gukesh.
like a condemned man getting a reprieve.
I don't know what to expect in this
Think
game.
he's a favorite?
I honestly can't call it.
Really?
But let's take a look at Alireza's day.
Horrible looking day.
He started terribly, lost. He had 1 out of 3. Then draw, loss, draw, loss.
So he had
And he's
1.5
still
out of
fighting for the
5.
first place. That's how well he played yesterday. That
Hold
he
on,
had
this
so
is
much
worse
pressure.
than that. Hold on. He had 1.5 out of 5, and then he had 2 out of 6.
Yeah, it was a
Hold on,
terrible
is that
day.
right?
But hey, that last win puts him back in first
No,
position.
he had 2 out of 7. He was minus. He was minus. That's amazing. It was -3. Oh my gosh.
And now let's check Nodirbek. He had a pretty good day.
But that
No losses.
No losses so far.
He was close to losing many games. He never lost today. +4. Doing great.
that's fantastic score. Excuse me. That's just.
And
I mean,
closed the gap with Alireza.
he-
At one moment he was in clear first 2.
he scored 6 out of 9 yesterday for a +3 score. Scoring
Even
+4.
better today.
He's saying, guys, give me my first place check. Not so fast. He didn't do so well in the rapids.
Rapid section, yes, where
We
Alireza was
knew
getting
that.
2 points.
We knew
away.
that about Abdusattorov, right? That he was coming in as the blitz favorite.
Yes.
And he was so much ahead in the standings. Anybody wants to change their predictions?
No.
I guess that's too late. That's too late.
No, I mean, Nazi's, she's proud.
Look, everybody was fighting up to a
Hey,
certain
we're
point,
all in
right?
it,
It's not bad.
It's a team competition suddenly, right? You're obviously we made our picks, but no, seriously, at this moment, do you feel that Alireza might be a slight favorite, or wow?
No. I mean, look, he won his game. I understand that. He does have the white pieces, but the performance that he's had today still weighs on him, surely. And he's facing a very motivated Abdusattorov, who knows, again, exactly what he needs to be doing. And he must be feeling good about himself. Sure, he didn't win that last game against Bogdan. Bogdan didn't give him any chances.
He played very well.
He was never better.
He tried to
Like, what can he
surprise
do?
him in the opening.
What can he do against that?
Yeah,
right?
and he didn't.
You got your surprise. He defended well. He played very good moves, and in fact, Bogdan was the one pressing from an objective point of view.
Right.
And right now we have this matchup. Look, if you would have told Abdusattorov at the beginning of the day that you're going to be facing Alireza, you know that, and you're going to be a point behind with everything in your control. You can, if you win this,
He would agree.
Hi. He would agree.
100%.
He would shake your hand, agree, and let's go and try it like that. Right now they're equal, and with a victory, well, he wins outright. With a draw, they go to the playoffs. So definitely everything to play for right now, and I'm still going to pick up the Abdusattorov in this one.
Nobody's moving off their
And
hand.
these players are such fighting players. They're not thinking to make it around to
Well,
playoffs.
of course not. That's
No,
ridiculous.
they want to end it here.
At a certain moment, I've got to ask you about those, quote, playoffs. I mean, this is a penalty shootout? How does it work?
Let's make them play soccer, please.
Penalty
Let's do
shootout.
penalty shootouts.
Or is it immediately an Armageddon game?
I am not an arbiter. I don't have that knowledge yet. We'll know if we get there.
Okay, okay.
I'm sure we have a graphic ready for that in
Just in case.
just a couple of
I'm going
minutes.
to guess it's actually they play a pair of games.
Sure.
Some
yes.
8-minute game with 3-second increment.
No.
Yeah, I think
Even
you're
though you
right,
might be right.
actually.
You might be
you
right.
might be right.
Yes,
Yeah.
you might be right.
We've had that before, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think we do have a graph that shows what to expect if we go to the playoffs.
Well, indeed. You asked for it. And
I was right.
You are
We took
right.
in rapid match with a
are
very
right.
strange time control, 8 minutes with 3-second increment. And if they're still tied after those 2 games, then we're going to see an Armageddon.
It's somewhat of a combination between
Rapid.
rapid and blitz.
Yeah.
Right? Somewhere in the middle.
Right.
Even though it feels almost like a longer blitz.
But here's the thing. I mean, nobody on planet Earth has ever played Game 8 with 3 seconds.
Well,
not
that will
online.
remind you, Yasser.
Not
they
online,
did play
not
at the
in real
Grand Chess
life.
Tour.
I don't know if we've had a playoff with
Oh,
that,
yeah, we've
think
had
we did.
playoffs.
that
We had
featured this.
this
I
time.
think in
yeah,
St.
yeah.
Louis Rapid and Blitz
Did we?
once. I might be wrong, but this is what I remember. Anyway, This is it, guys.
This is
it. This is the matchup. Both of these players know exactly what they're fighting for. They're focused. They know each other so well. Remember that game from the last round yesterday. Such a fun game.
It really was.
And it was Alireza with the black piece that finally got it.
Was down a full rook, but
E6, yeah, E6 and all that.
Very fun game.
It's all about the nerves right now. Who's going to be able to handle their nerves better and lock in this game?
But strategy is that both players are playing for a win.
And again, Nodirbek, the wild card, goes to show how deserving he is as a wild card player.
Of course, he's world number 4 right now and world number 2 in Blitz.
Yeah.
He's the best wild card we could have asked for, besides Magnus, of course. All right, what do we expect? E4? E4, C5, another Sicilian?
Let me bring up our game. Let me see.
E4 is my guess. But
when Nodirbek is defending D4, what has he been doing mostly?
But Alireza has been showing this like C4 ideas, English ideas, right?
Yeah,
where he tries to get the reverse
Sicilian.
Yes.
He's been not successfully, at least not today.
No, not successfully.
I mean, his game with Anish in particular stands out as a fail.
And also, Nodirbek is undefeated today. That gives you such a boost of confidence. I haven't lost yet.
I've been playing really well.
Yeah.
In fact, both days of Blitz, he's played superbly.
Less than 1 minute before these players begin their final matchup.
So again, C4, knight F3, and here we go.
A handshake, and we
knight
start
F3.
with knight F3.
So we are expecting a ready slash
B5. Let's
B5. Go. This is Rafik Vaganyan versus a certain Yasser Seirawan. Oh yeah, from the inner zonals. That was a fun game.
Do you have fun memories of that game? Did it end in favor of
you? It was a
draw.
It was a draw.
All right, we're already in somewhat of a new position. They are transposing, so about 20 games in this position.
It goes to show how my style was influenced by Swiss Opens, in the sense that I had to play for a win as black. So, who's playing B5? Yeah.
You go B5.
There you go.
All right, rooks came off on the A file. Do you play D4 now and take control of the center? Not yet.
Well, D4, black is going to play C5 and knight C6. You just want to make sure that when you play D4, somehow black doesn't end up with a knight on C5. So maybe D4 and E3 would be a way of positioning.
And black probably goes D6, knight D7, C5, right?
Correct. Yeah, and hoping to recapture on C5 with a knight.
I like that black's pawn on B4, grabbing space on the queen side.
Yeah, that's the whole idea, of course. And the other idea here in these positions, which is kind of funny, is I go bishop takes F3. I know it looks like a ridiculous move, but I go bishop takes F3.
And
now,
then close up the position?
Yeah, and if you play bishop takes F3, I go C5. Right. And you go, but look at my beautiful bishop. And I go, well, it's on an empty...
diagonal, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Alireza is the first to grab the open A file.
And that's why I feel Alireza has a slight edge in the position. With that being said, black is very, very close to finding full equality.
Agreed. You also have to be a little bit careful that D4, D5 isn't a favorable pawn sacrifice.
With some knight G5 jumps or something
Yes,
like that?
precisely so. Precisely. For the moment, D5 takes on D5, knight G5. I'm not threatening bishop takes F6, but here it comes. Keep in mind the move D4, D5.
You know, it's a bit shocking to me that neither of these players look nervous. They're fighting for the first place. This is the last game. Nobody's shaking.
No, yeah.
They're just calm and collected.
C5.
Experienced players.
B takes C5.
What do you take back
knight
with?
takes C5.
Somewhat of a big question.
Knight takes C5?
You can certainly take with the knight as well.
Matter of taste, right? Both are fine. It's just what do you prefer?
The problem with taking with the knight is
knight.
that B4 pawn can become a liability later on. So you have to be very careful about it.
But it does activate your pieces as well. I like the knight on C5.
I love the knight on C5. By the way, knight takes d5. You say the pawn on b4 is weak, but how exactly are you going to aggress?
That's the big question, and I do think that we're going to see knight takes c5. There it is on the board.
Nodirbek likes activity.
Well, as you would expect him to do, he loves
Knight g5 is an interesting move now,
maximalist.
right? I'm threatening bishop f6 and checkmate. How do you defend?
And that's why he stopped before he played this move.
And we
Knight
had
takes
it.
c5. He
and
calculated.
asked.
Can you play
Asking
simply
question.
h6? I guess so. You can take on g5 if I take on f6.
Okay,
Nodirbek was ready for that.
he certainly
He's going
was.
to take on b7. Now the question is, do you take on b7 or do you take on g5 and allow white
It's
to
funny
retain
because I
the
wanted
two
to play
bishops?
bishop takes f3 a moment ago, so I would probably take on g5.
He's thinking about it, and that's going to create exactly the imbalance that we like to see.
There you go.
He's going to put
A
the pawn on
maximalist.
g4 and have the pawns b4 and g4, right?
Right.
Neither of those pawns are weak at the moment.
Okay, from Alireza's point of view, if he could maneuver knight f3, knight d4, knight c6, that would
That's
be
why
a
I want to play
dream.
g4 so your knight never gets there.
I
to
like that
c6.
move, guys. I like that move. Knight d7, getting ready to trade one of your bishops, right, with bishop f6. I feel that's quite crucial.
So after knight f3, you're going to play e5 to stop knight d4? Here's the question. Are
I'm
you
going to
play
let you get your knight on
e5?
d4. You're going to get your knight on d4.
Well,
And
thank you very
c6.
much. I'm not leaving my knight on d4. I want to put my knight on c6.
So let's say I go queen b6. I don't like to see that knight hitting my queen with knight
Or the
c6.
pawn on
And
b4,
then
right?
knight to c6. He's done it.
Queen b6 on the board.
Knight c6.
By the way, guys, these players are playing a tremendous game so far. Very, very
Their
correct
accuracy must
game.
be through the roof.
Yeah, they're 99% accurate
Oh
so
my
far.
goodness.
Great
Oh my
game so far.
goodness.
They're really stepping up the plate.
I mean, they do know they're playing blitz, right? I mean, how do you have an accuracy like that? Okay, knight c6, knight e5.
Look how tight they are. 2 minutes and 51 seconds, both of them right now.
Everything is equal, yeah.
Everything is equal.
This is top chess. H2, H3, E2, E3. What moves?
I like your knight c6, Yasser. Even
I
though it's
do
not
too.
attacking anything, it's uncomfortable for black to look at the knight.
Exactly, and there is this knight E7 check
Looming.
lurking,
Yep,
and
yep.
because there's no H pawn, knight E7
get
check,
mated
rook
on
H1.
H5.
Yeah, yep.
I think
You
he's
know
gonna
your
go
puzzle
for it.
rush. You know
That's
your
it.
puzzle rush pattern.
Alireza is
pattern.
spending close to a minute for this move. This might cost him later on in the game.
It's
I
a
don't
big
like
move.
this decision.
It's a big moment.
Knight
He's
c6,
done
he's
it.
jumping in.
And he's saying,
Nodirbek, rook e8. I was going to say maybe he should have tried to trade with knight b8.
Big moment right
Not
now,
an
guys.
easy
You see
move.
that bar swinging. Rook to a5 with the idea of going rook to
Rook
b5.
b5,
That
and
picks up the pawn
finally-
on b4.
that's a
Such
great
a sneaky way
idea.
to win that pawn on b4.
That picks up the pawn
Wow.
on b4. If he finds it,
A5.
he's giving himself finally the advantage that he needs to win this one.
That never crossed my mind. Yes, sir. Rook a5 is
see
kind
if
of
he finds it.
invisible, but not for Alireza.
He's going for it, guys.
No, if he plays rook
He's
A5.
hovering over it.
He's found it.
Rook A5.
Amazing.
Wow.
Wow. Because it's so hidden. You just said it. It's invisible. There was never a threat of rook A5. The queen, in fact, on B6 was designed to stop the rook from ever getting to A5
And
and
you don't see
B5.
this combination of knight on a6, rook a5 very often for white. So
No.
you don't recognize. It's not a pattern we're used to seeing.
Oh, this is a shocking development for Abdusattorov right now. He understands something went wrong. With that knight on c6, rook b5, there's no way to stop it. You're losing the pawn on b4. The question is, how do you get enough counterplay to keep the game going?
Precisely, because it looks not only like white is picking up the pawn, but after rook B5 and knight takes B4,
And then the
I'm
pawns
ready
start
to
pushing.
B4
I'm
and
pushing, and I'm pushing it fast, yes.
Yeah.
By the
Not
way,
able
it's
to
very
stop.
difficult to find the square for the queen as well.
Exactly.
If you go to a6 after rook to b5, knight takes b4 comes with a tempo.
With
So
a tempo.
It's looking really dire
Grim.
right now.
And
for
even
Abdusattorov.
though the clock times are equal, we've seen Alireza play really a lot of moves with no time on his clock, and good ones too. Queen C7.
He had
Okay,
to find a good
that's
square
a
for his
pawn.
queen, and that's the best he had. Does he go G4?
Why not?
Or F5, something,
He has
right?
to. He has to do something on that side.
I'm with you on G4. Yeah.
I also like even F5, Knight F6, do something.
Yes.
Because you can't wait for Alireza's pawns to start pushing on the B file.
No.
You're just going to lose.
It's just there's nothing in the position. No, it really seems like there's no counterplay in the position. You just have to
at
sit
least
and
with
wait.
F5, Knight F6, you've got some Knight E4 ideas because Rook takes B4, Rook to B5, B4, Rook to B7.
That's it.
Shake hands. That's it.
Prague has officially clinched third place by defeating Ivan Saric.
Congratulations
That's
to
right,
Prague.
Christian, because Maxime had half an extra point.
Wasn't it Prague with half an
No,
extra point?
it was MBL. So if MBL doesn't lose, they will share third, or if MBL wins, he'll be third.
Never mind then.
You were really
Apologies for
close
that.
on that one.
Apologies for that.
Knight takes B4? Did he
Let's
play
see,
Knight
Knight
takes
F6
B4?
was
Yes.
played, Knight before and G4.
Okay, Knight to
He's planning to go Knight C to E4 to eye that F2 pawn, but as I said that, you see Alireza drop the knight back to D3 to
D3.
defend a potential weakness on F2.
And again, he's teeing up for B3, B4, and
Okay,
Rook
F2 is
B7.
safe. Let's go
Yeah.
B4.
Time to do
B3,
it.
B4,
B4 followed by C5. Everything
or
is
Rook B7.
everything is in
Rook
place right
A5.
No, I'm dreaming.
is working.
I got geometry going on.
Before
with
he's
the
on the
bishop.
board.
Bishop on G2.
You have to go
protects
Knight
B7.
E4. Keep the knights active.
He has to go where?
Knight E4.
Knight E4.
You have to keep the knights active.
That
right
stops my Rook B7, so I applaud this last act of
And
defiance.
Nodirbek definitely not looking happy at his position.
And he has played Knight E4 as you suggested.
Also
Christian.
38 seconds versus 55. Oof. Alireza so close
I'm looking
to
for a
winning the
clean
title.
win here. Is
There's
there
no
a
clean win. You just have to win it slowly. Queen to B6. I was a bit reluctant to allow that queen back to B6. I don't like this. C5 now.
Is
Wait
that
a
a-
minute.
Knight takes C5.
But aren't you losing the B4 pawn after Rook B8
Rook
right
to
now?
B8.
Rook
Huge
B8
moment right now. Rook to
A5 is a
B8.
threat.
Threatening queen takes A5. This could save the game for Nodirbek if he finds it.
Found it.
He played it.
Incredible find. Because
Wow.
your knight's hanging on E4. How did he
And
find Rook
F2
B8?
is hanging too.
Oh, this is a shocker right now. Alireza, you can read it on his face. He did not expect that.
That
He
one was a
did
cold shower
not.
for Alireza.
He did not
Guys, we're
see
going to
it.
see playoffs. We're going to see a tie breaks between these two players. More chess between these two players. Queen to E5. Let's not call it too quickly.
No, of course, Knight C5 seems to be the only move. And then maybe
Knight C5,
you
B
can take with
C5?
the pawn.
Yes.
Queen C5.
That's what I-
B takes
Queen
C5.
B1.
Queen to B1.
Queen to B1.
Okay,
B.
so
Only
Alireza
way
keeps
out.
the
Queen to
extra pawn.
B1 and then go Rook to C8.
But
which
why
he
is this
finds
equal?
because
Why
you
is
don't
it-
have a way to progress the position.
That's
Right now,
hard
you
to
try to
believe.
get out with King to G2. I go Queen E4. I exchange the queens, and you lose the pawn on
There's
C5.
also 94, 92 come in.
Yes.
Rook
10 seconds for
A1,
Alireza.
Rook to A1. Oh.
Knight E4.
Knight E4,
He's hovering over the queen.
C6.
Played Queen E4, that's a good move. White cannot trade without losing the pawn.
E3.
Queen C2 back, threatening Knight E4
Bishop
again.
to D3.
Check. Isn't that perpetual?
Not
going to see a repetition.
quite.
I think we might see a repetition,
It's heading
guys.
towards the repetition.
You're
Yep.
right.
Repetition. And more chess between these two players.
Wow.
Alireza missed the chance for sure.
Rook A5 was a great find, but Rook B8 was
Equally good, yes.
oh
yes.
my gosh.
Well,
Playoffs, 8+3.
We're having a playoffs, guys.
8+3. Who thought of that?
What happened in the other games? I forgot,
Do you
we're
think
so
anybody
lucky.
was following any of the other games?
Were there other games?
Was
Christian?
that my job? I'm not 100% sure because I was following only this game, of course.
You were keeping your eye elsewhere?
I think we had two decisive results. Prague won his game, and Jorden finished with a win against world champion. The other games were drawn. I think the arbiters telling now Alireza, I think they're going to start in 2 minutes. That's what I saw, Alireza.
2 minutes?
The arbiter pointing 2.
I'm used to
a little bit of break, right?
Right.
Or maybe he said it's going to be a 2-game match.
A 2-game match, yeah.
Yeah, we're not
8
sure.
+3, a 2-game match coming up. Frankly, it was very deserving that two players should tie, and they should be on the stage themselves.
Yeah.
You know, because they really outperformed the field.
They have.
Christian.
Alireza outperformed everybody yesterday, and when he needed it the most to stay in this tournament, he
delivered,
with that win against Gukesh, and he had a golden opportunity to finish it off right here, right now. After knight to e4, and kudos to Abdusattorov, he managed to find a way to stay in the game. He managed to find a way to create something by playing this move g4, by playing the active knight to e4 and not going backwards, and just simply asking more and more questions from Alireza. I think at this point the most decisive would have been c5. Yeah. It's easier said than done for us, but looking at it, once you see this trade, b takes c5, you see this pawn on the c-file just nicely placed. Queen to d4 is coming. You don't have to worry about any sort of counterplay on the back rank, and it just feels like these superfluous knights are just not going to stay there for a long time. So you don't have an outpost for the knight on e4. It's going to be very difficult to hold on to this position. He played the move rook to a5, and after queen to b6, finally you get this pin on the b file, which immediately he fell for after c5. But look, 39 seconds for Abdusattorov. You've been worse the whole game.
Right.
And to spot the critical moment and play the only move in the position and follow it up with only moves after this one. Knight takes c5, take, queen to b1, only move. Don't touch the rook, because after queen to b8, king to h7, I'm dropping back, defending the bottom rank with queen to b1, going behind the pawn, and I'm just winning this one.
Right.
So queen to b1, bishop to f1, rook to c8, almost only move. Don't go to d8, which is very natural, by the way, because you have a one-move threat. Rook to d1, that's going to give you the winning position. But after rook to a1, in fact, this one is better for white. So rook to c8, stay connected to the pawn on c5, and queen to e4. Find this idea of queen to c2. Wait one more move, and maybe I'll get my knight to h3 or f3.
No.
You don't want to see my knight lurking around those pastures after knight to e4. So bishop to d3, understandably so, they decided to repeat the position in this one. Just an incredible game. Incredible game. So accurate, so well played by both players.
Yeah, just
finding that rook a5, finding rook b8, and then Alireza realizing he's not better anymore, even though he has a pawn, and pressing the brakes and taking the draw. Because if you risk, knight ends up on f3, you might get checkmated.
Exactly, staying objective. Having said that, I saw a look of like...
He was disappointed.
Of course, he's disappointed. Look, he's disappointed twice. He's disappointed that he is in this position right now into this game, and he's disappointed that he knows he was winning after that incredible find. Let me just show it one more time, that beautiful move. Knight to e4, and take a look at this one.
Head-to-head reminder that in blitz matchups, Alireza had one extra win over Nodirbek, but pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, for sure.
And now the time control they're going to play, I don't know if it's blitz or rapid. What is it called officially?
It's a Dragendorf.
It's a hybrid.
As you can see, we have two players tied for first, so they're going to play a two-game. Okay, it's called rapid match. Time control will be 8 minutes with a 3-second increment. If it's a draw, 1-1, we're going to see one-game Armageddon.
It's interesting because I always thought of rapid chess as being greater than 10 minutes.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
I always thought of blitz chess
as being... Almost 25 minutes, right? That's what you think of rapid. Nowadays, rapid is quicker.
Yeah, but I've always thought of blitz as, 10 minutes or less. And then bullet.
That's why I wasn't sure. But I guess because increment is 3, not 2, now it counts as rapid. So many rules.
So rapid. Well...
I believe players have a 15-minute break before they start the playoff. Christian, you can show us what you want to show?
Well, look, maybe we'll get some time to look at the other games as well at one point, but they don't matter right now, right, for our purposes. So let me show you once again how Alireza built up that advantage, because this was not easy. Take a look at this position after knight to d7. It felt like, by the way, another decision that Nodirbek had to make after d takes c5. Either you take with the d pawn and stay a bit passive, or take with the knight. He, of course, chose take with the knight, give himself a knight
Maximalist.
outpost. But again, it's all about the b4 pawn. This is the weakness that Alireza is going to try to take advantage of. Knight to g5, bishop takes b7, h takes g5, bishop to g2, and knight to d7, knight to f3, bishop f6. They were playing the best moves in the position, and this was the critical moment because after knight to c6, Alireza spent about a minute on this move after knight to c6, and Nodirbek played instantaneously rook to e8, which is a mistake. What he had to do was take first, and after queen takes b2, now you have to either go knight to e5,
Yes.
not easy, but I think you prescribed this, Yasser.
Exactly.
You were
play
looking
knight
at this
e5.
idea.
Yeah. Because
Or
the knight
just
on
simply go
c5
for
is
f5.
so good.
But knight e5, I think that's the way to go.
Because the knight on c5 is so good against the bishop on g2.
You cannot do this. You cannot exchange the pawn on e5 for
Now
the
black
pawn
is
on
for
b3.
choice.
Now
Yeah.
black is for choice. He played this move rook to e8 very quickly, trying to hold on to his momentum, his time advantage. But this opens up the opportunity for this incredible move.
Nice.
Rook to a5. This is a shocking move that you don't see very often. You're using that knight on c6 that was attacking the king side to just simply support the rook coming to b5, and there's no way to stop the picking up of the pawn on b4. At this point, you have to change your mindset. Hey, how do I create something in the position? Because I'm getting steamrolled. I'm losing that pawn, and then the pawns, the b3 pawn is going to start marching. I have to do something fast. And that's exactly what he did with knight f6, recalibrating in the position, b4, knight to e4. At least I have something to look at, the pawn on f2. And we already went through the last few moves of this one. Just incredible play.
If you don't mind, Cristian, go back to the position after knight takes b4, because I think Nazi pointed out, Alireza chose knight to d3, and after g4, knight c2. This looked like a very nice plan. You put your knight on e3, your queen goes to d4, or maybe your pawn goes to b4, knight e3, b4. Would that have been cleaner?
No. Certainly compelling, this one. I think knight e3 is fine as well. There's not a difference in terms of objective assessment between the two of them.
So the knight on d3 is just as good as the knight on e3?
Again, at this point, after queen to b6, if you don't play the move c5, which is so natural in the position, queen to a1 would have been a really bad situation for the black queen. First of all, because I'm threatening rook to a6, where do you put that queen? I'm kicking it away from the b file, and that's quite important. Queen to a1 was a crucial move, and then let's say you go queen to c7, then at the right moment I'm just simply going to exchange this, and I get the central position for my queen. Once I get the central position for my queen, your attack is over, your counterplay is over, you have to go back to f6, otherwise you lose the pawn on g4 as well. And look, this is going to be an easy conversion for Alireza. b5, rook a7, everything flows.
Thank you for those analyses, Cristian. We're going to take a short commercial break while players are getting ready, but don't go anywhere. The most exciting playoffs coming up next.
Hold your breath.
When you visit someone in Croatia, you'll always be welcomed with the warmest hospitality, because that's the kind of hosts we are. What's ours instantly becomes yours. And everything that makes life more beautiful, we love to share with you. The finest local food, our stories and traditions, our customs, and our homes. The hidden beauties of the country, known only to locals. Experiences, memories, and images. Sounds, colors, and flavors. An authentic, welcoming, and unique holiday experience in Croatia. Choose accommodation with the local host label and discover the true Croatian experience. Visit croatia.hr for even more unforgettable experiences.
Let's generate a country with more than 1,000 islands. At the best locations to enjoy with all 5 senses. I want to feel real excitements and adventures. Make it authentic and rich in history. With UNESCO World Heritage Sites.
How many?
A lot. With unforgettable food and wines awaiting to be discovered. Make it a country that cares for its local way of life. Smiles on every face. And beauty at every place.
Oh, come on. Even AI can't create this.
It's Croatia, and it's full of life.
We're gonna
Soon enough.
go do it.
And welcome back, everyone. Wow, what an exciting finish. We have playoffs coming up between Alireza Firouzja and Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Two-game match.
Two-game
8+3 is at the playoff, and in their head-to-head encounters.
It's been quite close. 4 wins for Alireza, 3 wins for Nodirbek, 5 draws. And even in this event, they had very exciting games.
It feels like there's a razor's edge between them, and really.
Last game, Alireza was close to winning, but Nodirbek defended extremely well and survived. Let's again look at the format coming up. They're going to play 2-game rapid match with time control 8 minutes with 3-second increment. I think it was chosen because it's between the rapid they played and the blitz, somewhere in between. Plus, it's exciting. Players are not used to this time control, so it's a switch up for them.
Well, also, it's kind of awkward. Are you playing blitz on the one hand? Can you afford a 2-minute thing, a 1-minute thing? You know, it's a little bit awkward as we see Alireza.
By the way, in this tournament by itself, it's 1.5 to 1.5, with Nodirbek taking the victory in the rapid portion.
Which means he got 2 points for that.
Then he lost in the first blitz game
yesterday,
and then they made a draw in the final game of the tournament.
So
and a draw. Well, no, that's it.
So to even the point totals, Alireza would need to win.
Yes. Yes. So let's see.
Alireza starts with the white pieces. I don't know if they had drawing of lots, probably.
They may well have had. Again, for Alireza, a victory in this playoff is huge for his final standings in the GCT Tour. He would get a bonus of 1 point.
No,
the bonus is gone. He can get maximum 12 points.
So the
now.
maximum can get his 12. Well, he's
12
already...
or 10 points.
He's not playing for the GCT points. I do think they have a monetary bonus for winning this one, but outside of that, the GCT points are safe for Alireza.
So
he gets
if
12
he
points.
loses the playoff, the maximum he can get is 10?
Yes. 10 is guaranteed.
If he wins, he could get 12, but he can't get 13.
Right, are we going to see the Catalan?
With D4 or B3, which is it's been so popular these days, this B2, B3. And we've been seeing B7, B6 by Nodirbek. He's not kicking him off of his prep.
Yeah, this looks familiar. Didn't we see this already? But it was early C takes D5, right, in that game?
Yeah. This type of double fianchetto nowadays is very popular just because you're getting the type of play where if you know the position better than your opponent, you're going to be able to create chances. Not only that, but if you know it better, you're going to be able to create a separation on the clock as well. And in rapid, that plays a huge role.
Hans Kamak, in his terrible book, Pawn Power in Chess, called this the quartz grip, when you put your pawn on D3 and you end up capturing.
Big question, do you play D4 as black?
Yes, that is
take the initiative.
A big question. It's like a Benoni you could take as white and play 95. Sorry.
By the way, there's 2 game guaranteed. So I think it's actually better to start with black because in case you lose the first one, you have a chance to then bounce back with the white pieces in the second game.
Yeah. Whenever you play these elimination matches, I like starting with black as well. And there you have it, D2, D3, as well as knight E5. So from white's perspective, it looks strange, but what we're trying to say is this bishop on E7 is solid, but it's a bit passive compared to the bishop on B2. At the same time, we're also suggesting that the knight on D2 is going to be a little bit more flexible towards the center if we can go knight E5, F2, F4, and then the knight on D2 to F3. It's not much. It's a smidge.
We don't have very exciting position, but as I just said that, Nodirbek goes for D4, changing up the structure.
It's a maximalist. Okay, take it.
Take it, create a... If black could have E5 as well, then I would prefer black, but I don't think you're getting pawn to E5.
So,
generally you want to play
quick question, do I play knight to A3 or knight to E5? It's one or the other.
We'll go knight E5.
Knight E5?
But Alireza went with the other one.
He played knight A3.
I was giving you a 50-50 chance.
Which the problem with this move is that right now I can set up that beautiful pawn on e5, which is the dream for black. I can go knight d7.
Knight to d7.
You cannot touch the pawn on d4 because your bishop on b2 is protecting both of those knights in that case. The knight on a3 is unpre. So after knight d7, my next move is e5. And it does seem like, okay, he went rook e8.
e8. So he's still
looking at e5, right? But what if white goes knight e5?
Yeah, I'm not liking
That's my
this
question.
one. I'm not liking this one.
I thought I was going to play knight e5 a move ago. But now that I've seen rook e8 and I've gotten the inclusion of knight a3, there's no question I'm playing knight e5 now.
Yeah, what else is Alireza considering? Maybe knight c2, but then you're allowing e5.
Knight c2, e5, could he be thinking in that case b4? I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, but why are you giving black this active play, right?
I don't know. I don't like it, no.
And just a reminder, if they draw both games or it's 1-1 with victories, then they go to sudden death Armageddon game.
Nice. And that will be 16 plus 1. We have 95.
Finally on the board.
Okay. We were expecting that a moment ago, but all right. We are here.
I think Alireza is going to follow it up with f4 as well.
Yeah, if we can, f4, but at the moment I see knight c2 as, quote, a winning threat because the pawn on d4 does lack protection and I am ready. Oh, there you go.
That was a surprise, bishop a3.
Just stopping knight c2. That's one way of stopping knight c2.
Do you think he wants to offer more trades with knight d7?
Knight to d7. That's a good question. So knight d7.
But I still like f4 for white. I'd be happy if I get white pawn on e5.
Something like that could be awkward, right? Because then the bishop
Very awkward.
would settle on the d6 square. So once again, f4 here. Knight takes e5. F takes e5, followed by bishop to d6.
It's a beautiful bishop. And
aren't I getting something?
That black pawn on d4 becomes a weakness.
Yes. But the bishop on d6 is a tower of strength.
Incredible accuracy so far for both of these players. 97.8 for white, 96.6 for black. Queen to c7. A few options. f4 is one of them, the one you guys prescribed. Bishop to b2 is an interesting one to take my attention towards the d4 pawn. Yes,
Bishop
indeed.
to b2?
Indeed.
That's
because the knight on
hilarious.
e5, in fact, is not unpre yet.
I mean, I was thinking to defend the
bishop b2
knight.
didn't come to mind.
With rook e1, f4, but bishop b2 never came to mind.
It's a bit of a shocker. I don't think he's thinking about it too much.
'Cause
f4
bishop
just
b2
seems like the most promising choice.
For sure, because the
They're
bishop on
approaching
b7.
the blitz time zone now, almost down to 5 minutes.
That 8 minutes has become 5 minutes pretty rapidly.
The 3-second increment is definitely noticeably more than 2 seconds.
It does seem to allow you to catch up more,
Exactly.
right?
Especially
On
in
time.
those situations where you have only a few seconds on your clock.
Exactly.
See,
Okay,
Alireza
1 minute
not too
advantage
happy.
as we enter, let's say, the blitz portion for Nodirbek. Almost 6 minutes against 5 minutes and counting. I feel the momentum is shifting towards black's side right now.
Well, again, I think f2, f4 is the most challenging for black. You'd capture on e5, I would capture back, and I would seek to play the move bishop to d6.
Rook e1 on the board.
Rook e1. Okay, defending.
So on 95, I think his idea is to take the bishop first, right? I don't think Alireza is looking to trade the queens.
I'm not sure. Queen takes e5 and queen takes c7.
Well, we're about to find out. No, he doesn't mind trading queens.
Exactly.
He believes he's better in this endgame.
Well, he's thinking that this bishop, if the bishop ever...
But yes, sir, that's not going to happen because queen e5,
Yeah.
and take the bishop, knight d7, e5. I get everything with tempi.
You do.
And
you
then
do.
white's advantage should be gone. Black should be completely equal.
Well, okay, so knight to d7, I appreciate.
And then e5 next.
Rook e2, rook
e2, e4.
rook to e2, e5, rook to e1 and f4?
And I'll probably play f6, king f7, and how is white, or why is white better?
King f3, king e4, king d5. A good general leads his army to battle.
Definitely white to be preferred right now. At the same time,
Definitely white to be preferred?
I think so from a practical perspective.
You think
Objectively, this is equal. But
like a Benoni?
from a practical perspective, it feels easier to play for white. At least you know exactly what you're doing. You're playing f4 next.
Right.
Is f5 too ambitious for black?
It's definitely a move. f5 is a move. f5 can be played.
Because I'm preparing on f4 to play e4, sack the pawn, and have a d pawn.
In fact, if you play it slowly with f6, I think that's when you get in trouble with f4.
If you play f5...
And just Nodirbek's not the type of player who likes to sit in passive defense.
Right. Okay, you play f5, I drop back with the rook, f5.
Rook c to d8, I'm preparing for that e4 sacrifice.
And you're not worried about
I'm
bishop
very
to
much
d6?
worried. But I'm hoping that d pawn will be enough compensation for the pawn.
Wow.
Not easy. Not easy right now.
I think the problem as I see it is if it goes wrong, there's no
Yes,
return.
there's no coming back.
That's why I feel white has the easier position to play right now, because you really need to find the right way to sacrifice something as black to be able to get full compensation. If you don't and you play it slowly, that pawn on e5 is going to fall.
Critical decision time for Nodirbek, f5 or f6?
Look, he's been a maximalist this entire tournament. If he shies away from f5 now, I'd be surprised, because it's brought him incredible success to strive for victory with every...
And you're right, Yasser. He's a maximalist, goes for f5.
Exactly. Now, whether it was the right decision, we're about to find out, because...
I think it was the right decision for him.
I think he's
he
going
would
to go
not
rook
have liked
c6
it.
now.
Right.
Rook c6 just feels like you're taking away that d6 square for the bishop. It's one way to continue. I feel this is the way to go, because whenever white plays f4, what black is hoping in the position is that you're going to sacrifice with e4, and if you take on e4, then I go d3 first.
Right.
And I get enough compensation for that. So I think he's going to try to stay flexible with rook c6.
Okay.
Rook d8, I understand, is the best move, according to the engine, but it's such a difficult move to make.
So rook c6, if I play bishop b2, give me the pawn.
Maybe I get the rook from e8 out of the way so I'm not pinned. Let's say rook f8.
Yeah, now I move away.
And f4.
And you go f4.
And then maybe here I can take and go knight c5.
Take, I go bishop takes, yeah? Oh, you've
that's
got rook to d6.
Rook d6, yeah.
Sorry, okay.
Played rook e6.
Okay.
Okay.
But I guess bishop d6 was really bothering him, so he made sure that didn't happen.
Yeah,
exactly.
He didn't like bishop d6.
So rook e6 stops the move bishop to d6.
You're
Again,
also setting up
f4?
to double up on the e file. If I manage to double up and get my king to f7, there's no more f4 in the position. So that actually gives black a perfect position. You have to be fast. You have to create some ideas with white as well.
Right.
Well, Alireza does have now bishop b2, and you can double up because d4 is hanging.
d4 is hanging.
So then after bishop b2, I move rook.
I'm a little bit worried that whenever I move my bishop, I might be allowing knight c5. So if I start with the move b4...
He's played bishop b2.
Bishop b2. I was
I think knight c5 is a move, yes, but you're giving up e5 or d3, yeah?
Exactly. I was thinking I could play b4 followed by bishop b2, and then...
There's a big time difference now on the clock, more than 1 minute extra for Alireza.
I am sighted. My spidey sense is tingling. I'm seeing a pawn. Don't know about you, but how is he going to stop bishop takes
I think the
d4?
e6 rook needs to move, maybe go to g6 to slow down f4.
Rook to g6. Ooh, I'm not sure. And after f4 captures, bishop takes. You still have the rook
take on
d6
g3.
move.
Yeah, I do have rook d6. There's also f4 ideas. But your rooks are doubled on only open file, so that's scary. You have rook a7 come in.
G6,
by the way, rook
best
g6.
move in the position. He found it.
Maybe I just pause.
Is
and
that
say
time difference accurate,
b4.
guys? 3 minutes, 30 seconds for Alireza. 2 minutes only for Nodirbek.
Through the magic of our camera lenses,
It
we
is
might be
accurate.
able to see the
Nodirbek was taking a long think to not lose d4 or e5 pawn. He needed to figure out the right plan. On that f5 move, I think he took a very long think.
I was about to say,
Whoa,
I
Wait a
love
minute.
the move b4 because I think I have f4 in my f2,
And
f4
yes,
in
are
my
you
pocket.
considering at some point to sack the exchange, rook e5, and take on d4?
A5, I like that move.
Maybe. Depends.
I like 2 pawns for the bishop in most cases. So yeah. Okay, a5, a3. Let's go. You want to give?
Nodirbek below 2 minutes now.
I'm a little bit surprised that Alireza isn't playing this one a little bit
Look
quicker.
at his eyes
because
moving. He's looking at the entire board, looking at every possible opportunity for himself to create some chances.
Exactly. F4 now, AB, FE, knight
You're not
C5.
considering b5 at all. Is that just positionally? Oof, b takes a5, something we didn't look at.
Not
And
at
rook
all.
e5.
Wow.
An exchange sacrifice.
Well, he knows
by
he's going to get
Alireza.
2 pawns, and he's hoping he'll be able to pick up the a pawn, a5, and d4.
You'll get one of those. So I'll go rook to b6 right now. Rook b6, you take my pawn on d4, and rook d6.
Okay, I'll move my bishop.
Then I
Goes
take
d3.
both the pawns on
C4
d3
is-
and c4.
And that's a draw, yeah.
I think we're going to see a draw. If he manages to find that. If not, there are some chances for white. I think this is a good practical sacrifice.
And by the way, when your opponent has virtually no time.
He's played f4.
Whoa.
Wow, okay.
I don't feel like that does much.
A5,
take the A-pawn.
let's
Wait a
snap
minute,
on
guys.
one.
I think he's
I
getting
see
real
Nodirbek's
chances
idea.
right
He
now.
wants to play f3 and play against white's king. So it's a good counterplay. He's ignoring the central pawns.
It's a great counterplay. Just a second. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Are you worried about white's king getting checkmated?
I am.
Oh, can white always play like h4 and hide? Actually, I can hide. Yeah, it's still risky.
Okay. I'm thinking about bishop takes d4, f3 check, king h3, and letting you take my
Well,
h2
if nothing
pawn.
else, there's rook h6 perpetual. Looks
It's
like
not a perpetual.
Yeah,
I have
rook
rook
g5.
g5 or rook h5, but yes. Bishop takes d4. He's reaching for the pawn.
This is a tremendous game. So far.
f3 check, king h3, rook h6, king g4, rook takes h2.
Well, guys,
It's
first of all,
crazy.
I can just go rook g6, rook h5. Rook
Well, he
h6.
said rook g5. He's not repeating.
I'm not repeating.
You don't think he's going to repeat?
I'm not repeating.
But then I take and rook d8 and I pick up the pawn on d3. I
I
don't know,
pick
you're
up the
risking.
pawn on f.
Guys,
No, I'm not risking
no f3
anything.
on the board.
Wait a minute.
I'm
That's a
not
shocker.
risking anything. No,
He's just going for the pawn now, but I thought the whole idea was to play f3.
I
That
think
was the
his
idea.
intention was that, but he realized that king h3, king g4.
He wasn't happy with
He
it.
wasn't happy with the resulting position. Okay, bishop e3, c5. I anchor my pawn to c5, or I would love to put my
Is
a
this
pawn
to
up
a
the
result
board.
game? Or Alireza still has some risk?
I think
There's
Alireza.
still some risk because h5, h4
That's
is
right. That just because of
counterplay.
h5, h4, otherwise it would be a two-result game.
Yeah, you put the pawn on, if you give white an extra pawn on h4, like move the a2 pawn to h4, I don't think there's any risk whatsoever for white, but here, maybe.
To be honest, if anybody can win this one, I feel it has to be white. It's just so difficult to make anything happen for black. A lot of things need to go wrong.
But are we
For
trying
black
to
to
rush
get
the
any
a pawn?
chances.
Rook a8 check, a5, a6, a7.
Absolutely.
Rook a8, probably rook f8. Black wants to trade one pair of rooks.
Fair. Although, rook takes f8,
A minute
a5,
each. No separation so far between these two players.
a3.
a5, so just,
Don't go rook a6, because after bishop b6, that's going to be unpleasant.
oh, that would be a
I
strategic.
like this technical move, rook a4, forcing c5 first. Not forcing, but provoking. Then you would go
Yeah.
rook a6.
But I want to play c5.
Can't I play
I'm
bishop
not sure I like this.
No, bishop b6, rook c4, a6, rook a4, a7.
Take the rook. Take the
Take
bishop.
the
yeah.
bishop. Nice.
44 seconds now for Alireza and just right under a minute for Nodirbek.
Okay, I've got to play c5. Bite the bullet.
Rook
No.
c5, he did not want to push that pawn.
Well, if he had played c5 and tried to bring his bishop to d6.
Maybe it was too slow. I would have taken the a5 pawn with rook a6.
I would have played, okay.
All right, but
We'll
let's see.
see.
How can white make progress?
I don't know how.
Because neither of the pawns are moving.
Okay, I've got to play rook check and bishop to b6, right?
Okay.
And then
That's a
I
good
can
idea.
go c5.
But wait, if I go rook a2, I stop your c5.
You're a mean
I've got
person.
counterplay, f2, down to 15 seconds. Alireza shaking his head. He cannot find a way to advance.
That's the problem.
He still thinks he's better, but there's no way to advance. c8, covers, and rook c5 back.
Yeah, there's no way to advance. King h7 and just, or rook f7. Check.
Okay.
Not allowing Alireza
we're
the
going to see the
opportunity of
repetition.
playing bishop to b6.
Wow, Nodirbek is not
No,
rotating.
no repetition.
I mean, he's a
Nodirbek wants more.
maximalist.
It's
5
50
seconds.
against 5 seconds. He's hoping that Alireza blunders something in time trouble.
But bishop to f4? No, sorry.
Also, he has no risk. Rook a8 now wins the pawn.
You're right.
He was winning the pawn. Okay, position hasn't changed much. They're just
There's
shuffling
still rook
pieces.
a7. Rook a7, bishop d2 possibility.
I'm not going to lie. This king h7 defying repetition, it feels like a power play by Nodirbek.
He's
just
trying to
to
bully?
get a psychological edge in this one.
Well, when your opponent has 2 seconds, you have
Why
the right
not?
to do that.
And by the way, that extra second, meaning 3 seconds instead of, 3 plus 2 or 5 plus 2, meaningful suddenly for Alireza.
Now they're
Rook
going
check.
back to the same position. Now Alireza's not giving the check.
I was about to say, wouldn't that have been a 3-time repetition after rook f8?
They found a different repetition against the draw. Ooh, that was a high class game.
Again?
No mistakes.
Maybe Alireza had the better chances of the...
He was never in trouble.
Right. So 2 games in a row. And finally, Nodirbek gets to play with the white pieces himself. He's had black
Twice in a
back-to-back.
row now?
Yeah.
Yes. And you can see it's almost a full house. A lot of people showed up to watch this playoffs, including the players. I see Anish, Ivan, and Foreest, Vincent. They're all there watching.
Hey, how come Maurice hasn't put them to work?
Natalia Zhukova.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Even Bogdan is there. They're also waiting for the closing ceremony, but of course they're enthralled by this
I see Grandmaster Jan.
showmanship of chess. I mean, just an incredible fight between these two.
See, Jan Smeets, Grandmaster from Holland, is Anish's
Second.
second.
A lot of kids in the audience as well.
And there was some tournaments going on
I wish we could get a
alongside.
peek in the players' lounge right now, perhaps to
The
see.
players aren't even in the
Yeah.
players' lounge.
But 2 players are.
Yeah.
Well, for sure, Alireza and Nodirbek. They're somewhere around there. Maybe
Do you
they
think
can
they're with
find
their
them.
seconds right now discussing the next strategy?
I don't think there is a strategy right now. I think right now you just need to stay cool, calm, collected, and try to manage your nerves. That's all it is right now. Because
But also to refresh your openings, like what
Right.
you just remind me of my files. Tell me what I'm doing. Like remind me what I
don't think
in
there's
case
time.
Of what about this? By the way, what about this Berlin with Bishop A4
Yeah.
that Nodirbek played against Deac? That's just a bad move.
But guys,
right?
that's a double-edged sword, right? I mean, we don't know what our opponent is going to do. And that's exactly the situation. You might just tire your eyes for no reason. You might just tire your memory for no reason and put something that doesn't belong there in your head, like this variation that will never happen in the actual game. I think right now it's all about being fresh at the board, not necessarily coming up with ideas, because the ideas, you should have them already from home, right? You should have them from home. Just stay fresh, try to recollect your thoughts, and go into the next one. Because they're playing great chess. I mean, let's be frank.
The accuracy
last 2
was
games
crazy.
have been absolutely amazing
Yeah.
by both of these players.
And Cristian, in your experience as a second, are the players now analyzing their first game, looking if they made a mistake, if they could have played better, or they're
First of
skipping
all,
it?
every player is very different. Every player is different, and they have different personalities. Fabi does like to look at his games generally, but after that, again, you have to forget about it, especially if you have like 5 minutes, 10 minutes in between games. You just have to take a short walk, try to freshen up your mind and go into the next one. You just simply don't have enough time to get any other input in.
Quickly, I just thought Alireza's decision to play b4 takes a5 was extraordinary. And obviously he did it with the intention of following up with rook takes e5.
Yeah.
If he had played a3 with the intention of playing rook takes e5 next,
not only that, but
wouldn't
I think
it have been
b5
nice?
would have been even better. b5 in that position, maybe we can show it on your board. Yes.
Right, so a5, this was a critical moment when Alireza played takes, and I was asking a3.
I like a3 because this way, when you sacrifice the exchange, you keep the 3 connected pawns.
Bingo. The connected pass pawns, and maybe bishop takes d4, takes b6, becomes your best friend. You know, your passers go. I think this would have been, and if you look at the clock times, this would have put a big pressure on much more so
even
than
b5.
the game.
But before that, let's go to Zagreb and Maurice. Maurice, what do you have?
Thanks, Cristian. You talked about what's going on in the Players' Lounge. Well, it's only Nodirbek in the Players' Lounge. You could see it on his face, the intensity. He knows he's this close to winning this competition. If he just wins the next game, the comeback has been absolutely scintillating. Everyone here is loving it. We were talking about how boring the last day would be with the 3-point lead by Alireza, but he has been caught by Abdusattorov. And Alireza, on the other hand, you see him, he has the ankle injury with still a little bit of pain, but he keeps pacing back and forth, back and forth. That's how he relaxes himself, apparently. So the excitement in the playing hall, all the fans, of course, the players, is making this really must-see TV at the very end of a competition that was supposed to be just a cakewalk. So we're all excited. We'll see how it concludes with this last game. We think maybe there will be a Armageddon game, but one more in the regular playoff round. What a thrilling event this has turned out to be. Guys, back to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Maurice. Absolutely. We didn't expect it ourselves. We thought it was going to be a cakewalk, a +3 lead for Alireza, just melted in a hot Croatian sun. It was just like, what happened to my victory?
And now, Nodirbek is definitely the favorite. He's with white pieces. He's higher rated in blitz.
Well, he's withstood the assault of 2 blacks in a row, if you put it like that. Right?
That was not easy, by the way.
Not easy.
There was a lot of pressure
was putting a lot of pressure on
Alireza's side.
Exactly. And now?
This is the second and final game of their 2-game rapid match. Unless it's a draw, then we have sudden death Armageddon. They're off. Sicilian.
Maximalists both. No E5. No E5 on move.
No Caro-Kann?
Nope.
No Caro-Kann.
Bishop B5 check. A little bit disappointing that we didn't see open Sicilian.
C4. Okay, so a Maroczy bind after E5 with the bishop outside of the pawn triangle. Interesting.
This move order is not very common, right?
No, not at all.
That's why Alireza's taking his first think already on move 4.
Yeah.
You play A6.
Can you guys refresh my memory of what happens if this one ends up in a draw? How do
a
we
single
continue
Armageddon
the
game? Sorry?
How do we continue the tie breaks if this one is a draw?
A sudden death Armageddon game.
Single sudden, yeah.
And I don't know if it's 5-4 or 6 versus 5. We don't know the time control of the
I'm not sure either. D2, D3. Okay, I'm thinking with the knight setup that he wants to put his knight on D4. He wants to play bishop to E7, castles, maybe knight to B6, so he can play bishop G4. In fact, knight B6 right here makes a lot of sense, because if you play H3, I can take the bishop on A4. I don't think white ever wants to capture on C6. Bishop
no,
takes
because you want to
C6.
have the control of the D5 square for your knight.
Precisely. So bishop E7.
I'm just hearing the in case we go to the Armageddon, it's going to be 5 versus 4. With, of course, black has the drawing nuts, but 2-second increment from move 61.
Move 61, yeah. So,
And they will
and of
draw
course,
the lots.
draw odds for black.
Yep, and then they'll just draw the lots who gets white and who gets black. In that
Exactly.
situation, everybody likes white, right? You want to play for a win.
Yeah, and I think both of these players, especially, would
With their
prefer-
style, yes.
with their style, would want.
And we saw the knight taking that beautiful square on d5. But as pretty as knight is on d5, oftentimes you take on e7, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Just to get that 2-bishop advantage.
the problem is that the blocked nature of the center doesn't lend itself for the bishops. It's like you have the 2 bishops, but it's not like you get to really enjoy them. A2, A3, intimating that we are ready to play for B4. I would like to force the hand of my opponent. I'd like to play the move knight B6,
Oh, I like this a5 actually, not allowing b4.
just shutting down B4 altogether. But I was about to say, I like the idea of knight B6 to force white to make that decision. By the way, if you let me play bishop to G4 as black,
Then you will get your knight on d4 and be very happy.
Exactly.
I think Nodirbek is laser focused on that b4 idea. That's why he played this last move, bishop d2.
Exactly. And again,
Might
knight
take on
B6.
c6, might take on e7 and go for b4.
Right. That's actually pretty decent idea. I would then likely
It looks
go
very
back.
equal after that, though, right?
Yeah, I'd
It
likely
looks
go
like
back with
position
the knight.
simplifies.
Yeah.
That's not the style that we've seen for.
Okay,
Nodirbek.
how do you play for a maximum right now? The black wants to take on a4 and play bishop to g4.
I don't think there's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
I think Alireza equalized out of the opening. I think
He has.
he found the best moves. Right now, he's the one with the chances to break the position wherever he wants. For example, f7, f5 later on in the game can be played. That move bishop to g4 that you prescribed. If you set up that pin followed by f5, that could be a problem for white.
Oh
So
yes, an initiative could easily go in black's favor.
I think Nodirbek just needs to realize that and just take on c6, take on e7, go b4 and try to equalize the position, try to force matters.
Okay.
Which again is very atypical of him. I don't think we're going to see
Not
this
his
from him.
style, but
It's
it's
just not
better
the way
than-
his mind works.
true. But it's better than taking any big risks in this game when it's the final game.
Guess what?
He is going for it.
He
Yeah.
hasn't
Yeah,
lost
he
his
has to go for it
objectivity.
before.
He's captures, and I think we're about to see b4. Probably you want to do it now.
Before it's too late.
Well, I'm not saying a5, a4 is
I think if you
necessarily
make a
a threat.
waiting move, black will play
H3.
f5.
Yeah, there you go. H3, f5, and
Of
maybe.
course, before is on the board. Didn't
Yeah.
doubt it for a second.
So we take on b4, we take on a1, we take on b4, you take, I play c5, I shut
Yeah.
it down, and
Opposite color bishops and should be
we shake hands.
a
Yeah?
simple equality.
That is a great decision, by the way, by Nodirbek, just
Yes.
realizing the fact that the opening just simply didn't work your way.
That's right.
You didn't get anything, but if you make a draw, the match continues.
That's exactly right.
Why would you accept a worse position instead of just keeping the match going?
Yeah, and keeping one's objectivity is huge. I mean, it was a big
it's an
problem.
important skill.
Yeah, it was a big problem for me. And many times, I wanted to win so badly, I was taking, really excessive risks that make no sense.
We can see in the audience the top players. I see world champion Gukesh sitting next to Vincent and Jorden and Anish and Ivan. They're all just watching this game.
Hey, look, when top players sit down, you want to watch. I remember Karpov-Kasparov matches. The whole chess world just stopped. It was like stopping the clock and saying, okay, just a second.
Because as soon as they're not playing, then they become chess fans themselves. They love this game. They like to watch. And
Exactly.
what a fantastic finale we have here.
That was kind of helpful. Alireza's knight is going to be making a very quick. He's going to play c6, c5, and he's.
Queen a4. He's not taking the pawn yet.
Oh!
He
Whoa!
wants to take the C6 pawn.
He may be overdoing things. What's bishop g4?
Yeah, I think he's going for the c6
Bishop
pawn.
g4, he's going to take on c6.
Leaving
And
that
you're going to
b4
take
pawn
on
alive.
f3?
Yep.
That's dangerous.
No.
I think he's
Guys,
okay with that.
That's how you get checkmated.
That's how you create chances as well. Also how you get checkmated.
Guys, you take on c6, you double up your pawns on f3. I go knight c7 to...
I'm with you, Yasser. I'm liking black.
Wait a minute. I mean, I appreciate going for maximum, but whoa.
Okay, he can still take the b4 pawn, but you're still... No, of course he's going for c6. This is incredible. He's not afraid of the passed pawn on b4. He's not afraid to double up pawns right in front of his king.
Wow. Wow. I'm surprised that my chess barometer, by the way, has not
triple
budged.
zeros, right? But
Triple zeros.
Speaking, Alireza is for choice.
But I'm
Look,
really...
he might be a pawn up after bishop takes b4. At some point, you will take that b4 pawn. But you indeed are really risking getting checkmated.
Queen g5 check, 96. Good luck.
Well, Alireza has an immediate perpetual, right? Bishop takes b4, queen g5 check, queen h5. That's an immediate perpetual.
Which is, it's nice to have
but
that.
Knight e6, knight d4,
Queen
I may
b7,
have
the
a
best move
win.
in the position. Take a look at that and take a bow as well. These players are playing so well right now.
Queen.
Pinning up that knight, so no more knight to e6. Now you have to go queen to d8 to be able to unpin yourself.
Okay.
Queen b7 is a perfect move, actually. It slows
really
down
great move,
Black's
Queen
plans.
b3? No, I don't know about
Also
b3.
stops rook b8 from happening.
But then I go rook b1, right?
Rook e8?
Rook a8.
No, I don't know.
Or
Queen
Queen
d8.
d8.
Yeah, he broke the pin. He desperately wants to play knight e6. We all understand why. You can go
Take
knight,
the pawn on before, yes, allowing
knight
96.
e6.
Let's go.
and we got to play bishop e3. You do
have to go
not want to see the knight landing on either square
Okay,
d4.
but then queen f6.
And here we go. Queen f6 is about...
Queen f6 more or less forces
Queen
a
takes
draw
d6.
right now. Queen f6, you have to defend that with king g2, and I can give you a check on g6, follow it up with queen to h5, and we're going to dance like that and make a draw.
Do we have to dance queen f6, king g2, h5?
You could keep up the pressure h4, h3, right? But
Right.
I will meet that with h3.
The thing is, once I move my rook, then my king at some point can start running away
to e2
via f1, right? So you have to be careful as well with, with black.
I want to keep the... At a certain moment, you had suggested f7, f5 at some moment.
Nowhere near here. It was a long time ago.
Knight to g5.
Knight to g5. Okay.
If bishop g5, that will be a draw.
But king g2?
Queen f6, you can still force me to take on g5.
Thank you. That. So
I think this one is going to be a forced draw right now.
We're heading to the Armageddon game.
Armageddon.
Guys, tell me why, I mean, I hate to be, tell me why this is a draw.
Well, queen h5 or queen f4.
No, I'm going to go queen f6, king g2. Now, all I'm going to do is teleport this rook to g6 and mate you.
Good luck.
All right, let's see the live board. Queen h5 is on.
I can't teleport to my rook.
Unfortunately, you can't.
Yeah, I think we're about to see a draw. Check, check.
King g2, check, and we're going into the Armageddon, guys.
Wow.
How exciting. But bravo, really
applause for an amazingly accurate game.
Both games very accurate.
I think this is 99% for both of the players. It's incredible. Their accuracy right now is just simply incredible. And it's impressive coming from Alireza, who's really struggled today. Let's not forget that he came into today's round with a 3-point advantage. And then he got caught up. And then managed to maintain his composure and actually play incredible chess for the last 2 rounds. So,
I know
quite impressive.
I know you guys are too young to know this, but if you had told me that played correspondence chess
I've heard
at
of it,
99%
That's pretty good.
accuracy. I would agree. These guys are playing blitz.
They're drawing the lots right now.
Let's see
We'll
if
see
we
who
can
gets
hear.
the white pieces.
Oh, thank you.
Can we hear them somehow? No?
I think they already did that.
And what happened?
We hear whispers, but we can't really hear the conversation.
The chess whisperer? 99% accuracy.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible.
Wow.
But also just the decision making that both of these players have been displaying for the last couple of rounds. Nodirbek right now, he has the white pieces. He's coming with so much emotion, so much will to win with the white pieces. He's been under pressure with the black pieces. And then he doesn't get anything. And to stop and realize that and say, you know what, yeah, I'm going to simplify the position, let's make a draw. That takes a lot, because whenever you're playing with the white piece, you always want to get that advantage out of the opening.
Right.
And sometimes it just backfires. He didn't allow himself to go that route. Took on c6, took on e7, played b4, simplified the position. And even after that, queen to a4, queen takes c6. It was looking shaky, but he found the best moves. That queen b7, that was key. That was a key move.
Amazing. Just as you were starting what you were explaining, I was going to say, by the way, this was a critical moment, and to realize that you should take on c6, take on e7, play b4, and hit the brakes.
Yeah, maybe we can see it on your board.
It's not
wow.
Nodirbek's style to just say, okay, I've got nothing out of the opening, let's equalize, make a draw. But he did it at the right time.
Remarkable.
And I'm hearing that in the Armageddon, Nodirbek gets white pieces and Alireza gets drawing outs.
I think Nodirbek is going to be pleased that he got the white
now
pieces.
He can go all crazy and play.
Right. This is what he wants.
Insane opening.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, and for sure, if you had asked me, you know, we're going to see a playoffs, I would go, okay, who's it going to be? These two guys. Okay.
Armageddon, guys.
Let's go.
Armageddon.
I'm all for it.
The most dangerous name in chess, right?
Yeah. Wow.
Incredible tournament, guys. I have to say, incredible tournament so far, and so many storylines as well. Not only for first place, also for third place, all the way until the end. Prague, NVL, going back and forth. But of course, the story of the tournament was Alireza for the first 4 days, and then Nodirbek just catching up with him out of nowhere, 3 points behind, and having the will to actually fight for first. That's just incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Two great days of blitz.
They're so evenly matched, and they're playing so well right now. Both rapid games showed that these players are not tired. They're playing their best chess right now.
By the way, it's very hard to play consistently and so deep. I mean, after 9 blitz games back to back, you do feel like
you expect they're making mistakes, but not even inaccuracies. We didn't see any.
That was really, really remarkable.
And that's exactly why we always say chess is a young man's game, young person's game.
Energy.
Because this is exactly what they need. They need the energy.
Yeah.
And sorry, but around 35, 40 is when you
I'm
start
glad you're
becoming
looking
a
at me
monk,
while you're saying 35, 40.
Okay. No disrespect, Yasser.
Me.
But no disrespect there, Yasser. Sorry.
Hey, look, I could only play 10 hours a day.
When's the last time you played a game of chess, Yasser? Let's go to Maurice. Maurice, what do you have?
Listen, I just walked into the playing hall, and I went to the front row and asked the top players who are watching from that front row. I said, prediction? What you got for this game? Who wins? And to a person, they said, black is going to win. Firouzja. It was Jorden. It was Gukesh. Saric you see there. You see Giri, his second as well. Only one player said Nodirbek, and that was Vincent Keymer. He's the only player in that front row. Deac actually said, non-committally, I don't know. He didn't want to go in. But everybody you see seated right there said, we've got black in this game, and they're saying Firouzja will pull it off. I don't know who's a fan of what, but the players, they're practical, and they'd prefer to have black in this situation. It's exciting no matter how you count it. This has been maybe the most exciting Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz we've ever seen, coming down to an Armageddon, not even ending in the initial tie breaks. Just a tremendous fight. Kudos to those two players who have played just beautiful chess, incredible fighting chess in the last 2 games. But somebody's got to win, and we're going to find out when we come back. Guys?
Daniel sounds like the only honest man in the playing hall there. He didn't know.
And this is the format for the final Armageddon game. 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, 2-second increment from move 61, and if it's a draw, black wins.
Yeah, and that increment came into being just because at the very end, then you get the crash, bang, 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 bang. And with the 2-second increment, the arbiters can say, put the piece properly on the square.
And that's only starting from move 61, so that
Precisely.
white maintains that advantage up to move 61. At that point, the position should somewhat be simplified, right?
Exactly.
It should be understandable for everybody what each player is fighting for. So that's why we have that only after 61 moves.
So strategy for white is put pressure on the clock, right?
Yeah, and you try to gain an advantage out of the opening and press. Armageddon really kind of came into vogue literally when I was stepping out of chess. How about yourselves? When you play an Armageddon match, do you want white or do you want black?
I've won US Championship playing Armageddon with white, so I'm just going to stick with white.
Cristian?
I'm going to say black. I've played
You
a few
like the
Armageddons in
draw
my life.
odds.
I usually take black, and I was quite successful with it, yes.
Right.
So black, and I know most of the top players, they really like black.
Well, you heard Maurice and his
Yeah, Vincent was the only
impromptu
one
poll.
who took Nodirbek and said white's
But
going
you
to
know,
win.
sometimes you have to bid for how much time you want.
Right, I
and you know the
remember
bids
that.
usually are much higher, much bigger difference
that
than
case,
4
you
versus
take black,
5.
of course.
Right.
And usually they still take black, and sometimes they give their opponents so much more time on the clock. So these players really want the black pieces in general. At the same time, Nodirbek, with his style, he knows he can get the upper hand out of the opening, and he can put the pressure on the clock and on the position. Let's see if he manages to do so.
And now that now that I only need a draw.
Berlin? Are we going to see Berlin? Of course.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he saw what he did, what Daniel Deac did,
right?
and this was. I wanted to ask.
I'm not sure if he saw that. I'm not sure if Alireza was checking the game.
Oh, he did. Whoa! Look at
that
this.
played.
Daniel played what I thought was the
gambit.
superior move, D5. Pardon me, E5, E4. Alireza said, "I'll take the pawn."
Early pressure
B5,
from Nodirbek. B5, bishop B3. Take a look at the
There's
clock.
one game in the database where Alireza played this with the white pieces.
So he knows the gambit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does he know it though?
Oh,
Bishop to
Does he
C2, bishop
remember
B7.
it?
Look, if you played it, he knows it. For sure.
But good choice, definitely, for Nodirbek against Berlin. What else can you do?
Well, exactly. You need to win. Yeah, I mean, you got to go for it. Okay, so castles, queen D3.
95, maybe?
Guys, almost a 2-minute advantage right now on the clock. So from 1 to 2, there's no increment. Let's not forget about that. Alireza needs to start speeding up.
A6. A6
Because you're
feels...
used to that increment.
Yeah.
And you rely on it, and now
That's
it's gone.
a lot of pressure coming your way. I don't like this move, knight to a5, allowing the knight to jump in the center of the board like that.
I don't like A6. Like A6 in that position? I mean, at least B4 to try to force some trades. A6.
Now knight
Alireza is
C4.
second guessing himself. Now you can play the move B3 and actually force the knight to take on E5, or at least
I think knight
Queen
has to go
G4.
back, but I like queen G4 aggressive. F5 had to be played.
What was bishop takes H7 check, queen H5? Oh,
He can make
rook
a draw.
E3.
It's covered, yes.
Rook
It's
E3.
covered,
I
yes.
can't do a rook lift. I apologize.
All right,
Okay,
queen
queen
is on the
H3.
king side.
he's maintaining the pressure right now.
He sure
I
is.
really like this queen G4, queen to H3, forcing the
Bishop
weakness
to G5.
with F5.
Bishop 1 to F6. I would still go for B3, kick the knight back to B6. And he's done it.
See what he goes for.
Yes. So the knight does go back to B6.
I mean, you can't take on E5. You don't want to go back to A5, so I think B6 is the only... Oops,
I think he went to
never
A5.
mind.
Knight, wow. Knight to A5. I wouldn't have guessed that move.
Yeah, that was a strange move to me, but he wants to go knight C6.
He's trying to
See,
trade
rook
pieces.
D1. I mean, you're not
White
releasing the
pieces.
pressure right now.
Well, that's the thing.
White pieces look harmonious now. Everyone's
very,
in play.
very much so.
Can we take the pawn on f5, or is that crazy?
You played
You
bishop.
He's
did
not
not.
going for that yet.
But okay, finally we can force a trade. You got to get rid of some of this pressure that the white pieces are
There's some
are
ideas
forcing.
of like, can he play knight g4? Oh, look
He
at that
did.
move. Yes, sir, knight g4. If you
Okay,
take
it's a
queen
visual.
h7, bishop g6, checkmate.
That's a checkmate.
Look at the clock. Down to his last 2 minutes for Alireza.
No increment.
No increment.
But by the way,
That was a blunder. Knight e4, terrible move. If
Oh
knight
my
e3 was
goodness.
found, white was winning. It was +3.
He missed
wow.
it. He had a +3 situation after
Wow.
knight to e3. I
He
will show it
rushed.
to you later on.
Oh,
He
what a
has
missed
so much
opportunity.
time, he needed to slow down.
But now this bishop on d5 is forever.
Oh, it's blocking everything.
Absolutely, that's a tremendous
Take the pawn on
bishop.
c7 though. Don't let that pawn
Wait
leave.
a minute, you take on c7, beat d6, you may never return.
Queen to e3, he's looking at f3 ideas.
c6, just keeping the pawn.
b4.
Alireza
Knight
only needs a
c3.
draw.
Knight c3, he's,
I like this move.
he's creating an outpost, sorry.
I'm not liking this position for Nodirbek anymore. I don't see how he can continue to attack and put the pressure.
That knight takes f6 was a blunder.
It was a huge blunder.
Okay, but wait a minute.
Take with
F
the pawn,
takes
maybe?
e4 and bishops of opposite color. That must
Exactly
be a
what
very.
Alireza wants.
It must be very, very simple for black to
But
play.
minute
It doesn't
30.
matter. It's the time. It's the
no
clock right
increment.
now.
Clocks.
Of course, Nodirbek knows this position is equal, but he's going to keep the pressure on the clock.
This
Rook
is
to
not over,
c8.
guys.
Rook to c8. No,
I think he's going to go for rook a4. He's trying to simplify the position.
makes sense. a4, queen e6, queen f7. Those types
d6,
of.
best move in the position.
Now
That
white bishop is
bishop-
out of play.
How is
It's
it going to
kind of trapped.
return to?
It's not coming back.
Wait a minute. h6, rook to c1.
And he's
Alireza's
finally
playing
broke with
fantastic
a4.
chess.
Alireza wants to take on b3 and follow it up maybe with rook a3.
He's going for it.
Look at that. He's now
Pressuring the b3 pawn.
much better.
Queen what?
Queen g3. He's looking
We can take
towards
bishop
that
takes
d6 pawn.
b3, right?
You certainly can.
Take
But down
that
to
pawn.
less than 1 minute now. Alireza
He just took a
55
glance at
seconds
how many moves they have played.
to know when the increment
Nodirbek,
begins.
to know when the increment kicks in.
That's
30
clever.
moves away.
By the way, 48 seconds, guys, for 30 more moves. He
But
needs to make
bishop-
30 moves right now.
But what was bishop takes b3? How do you deal with that?
He went back, rook a6.
Bishop takes b3.
I know,
Wasn't that just
looks
much
great.
better?
Absolutely.
I'm starting to like this for Nodirbek on this one because
'Cause of the
30
clock.
moves, it's not easy to make with such little time on your clock. 41 seconds for Alireza.
Alireza has to
Ooh,
make every move
hold
with
on.
1 second
Queen.
to not flag.
Oh my God. You're right. He's not getting any increment.
No increment. His position is much better, but as you can see, he's not playing for a checkmate yet. It's not
Rook
easy to find
c8,
the moves.
okay.
Maybe some counterplay
Bishop
from
takes
white.
b3.
Doesn't matter, 30 seconds, you have to make a move.
25 moves to go until the increment kicks in. Ooh,
Oh,
look at that
there's
bishop
a-
d8. That's sneaky.
Yeah, because there was this rook g5 sighting.
Okay, queens come off. Now it's easier to play fast, but Alireza no longer winning.
Winning.
We know he
I'm
doesn't
just
need to
trying to
win,
make
but-
time
He doesn't care
control.
about winning.
I'm trying to make the time control. By the way, rook d5 was maybe a semi-threat. Bishop to b5. Bishop
He
to
has 7
d5.
seconds
I
for
don't
19
think he has,
moves.
I think he has
How
more.
many
I cannot
moves?
see. It says 7 seconds, but that's for 20 moves.
If that's right,
I've
then
got move 41. I've got move 41.
Yes.
So 7 seconds. Yeah, you can't physically make 20 moves
he
in
really
7
has-
seconds.
Wait, no, that was inaccurate. It was a transmission error. He has 19 seconds. That's
Oh.
much better.
19 seconds. I didn't think you could physically make. I mean, these pieces are heavy. They're weighted pieces. They don't just miraculously land on the squares.
Okay, now he needs to make 16 moves in 19 seconds,
Look, he's
which is
better
doable.
right now. It's definitely doable. The fate is in his hands right now.
He wants to play rook to c4, followed by rook to c2. And now he's got rook to b4. and E3 and rook to E4.
He's finding all the best moves, but he should be just playing fast.
Rook to E4. Now he's winning.
He is winning.
Now.
But will he have enough time to deliver a checkmate?
He's got 13 seconds.
10 more moves.
How many moves?
10 more moves, and he starts getting the increment. 10 more moves in 13 seconds.
11 actually for him. Oof, this is hard to watch.
He's got to make a
Nodirbek
move
knows
per
he's
second.
lost. He's trying to figure out how to not lose in 11 moves.
Exactly. How do you take on C2 and play bishop B2? What do you do?
But
What do you
sacked
do?
the
What do you
bishop.
do?
You take on C2, go rook C6. And then just play and just try to flag.
Okay.
I think he has it, guys. I think Alireza has it right now.
Okay, Nodirbek also going down to 20 seconds. He needs to make a decision.
Desperation mode for Nodirbek. There's nothing to do.
And
It's now down a piece.
He's bishop takes D5.
It's all about who's faster. Pieces are dropping. Oh, he blundered a piece.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He's made it.
Move
He's
60.
made it.
They've reached the increment. And this is a draw.
He's made it.
He blundered a rook.
It doesn't matter. He's gaining time right now. It's over. It's over.
Oh, wow.
Wow, what a show we just
wow. At the end, you saw the hyper speed. I told you,
Great
good
job,
reflexes. Good reflexes.
He was in control of this game.
Incredible.
Very deserving.
He did it the hard way, right?
The very, very hard way. Wow.
But still came back and won the event.
I feel like some mafiosa boss. We can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way. I'll take the hard way, sir. Alireza, congratulations.
And he just gave a nod to the audience.
What a deserving champion.
You got the show you wanted.
We got the show. He didn't. I don't think he wanted
he was telling
this.
the audience. He nodded to the audience. You got the show you wanted.
Whew.
Wow.
Incredible.
We have a champion.
We do. Alireza Firouzja wins the Super Rapid and Blitz Croatia, takes home $47,500, and he gave us a beautiful show.
And 12 very important Grand Chess Tour points as well.
Which keeps him in the run-in for the Final Four.
Absolutely. So despite his premature withdrawal from the Bucharest Classic, he is in the mix. He could make it to the finals. And what
he
a
made
great
up for it.
Wow.
What else can you say? Wow, that was incredible.
So he blundered. By the way, not for nothing, but Alireza blundered a bishop, and then
He blundered the rook.
Nodirbek blundered the rook.
And closing ceremony is coming up soon. We're setting up now, Maurice and everyone, to deliver the trophy to Alireza and hear his thoughts.
Wow.
I'm sure he's very happy, but he's going to say something like that, Cristian, that I did this the hard way.
Absolutely. I mean, he feels it himself, and I'm sure he was so upset with himself when he let go of his advantage. 3 points. We could see him on the camera. He was
getting increasingly
not
frustrated.
Happy.
Yeah,
a
yeah,
lot
yeah,
of
yeah,
tension.
yeah.
You could see it on his face. You could read it on his face. Let's take a look at the craziness of those last few moments in this Armageddon, because this was just incredible show, guys. Take. This was what you prescribed, Nazi, to try to complicate matters in this one.
Ooh,
King to
the
F6.
pawn was...
They were both definitely making illegal moves because pieces were flying,
That's okay.
but no one has time for that.
I think this is a little accelerated on the...
60.
It's not. It's actually
I've
live
So
speed.
that rook
Where's
is
the white
actually
rook?
on
Live
E6.
speed.
Yes.
The thing is, at
Where
this
did
point,
he
it
blunder
did
the
not
rook?
matter. At this point, it did not matter because you see...
Oh, there was no rook blunder.
No. But
We just
he
had a
understood their winning time on the clock. He read the time. He was like, okay, I resign.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, you got...
I mean, frustrating for Nodirbek too, right? He fought so hard today, and everything worked out for him.
It really
Alireza
did.
stumbled many times. He caught him. He was at one time even a stall leader. He was so close to winning.
Yeah.
And he gets white pieces in the final Armageddon. Here we have the final standings. While Alireza and Nodirbek tied in the main event, in the final Armageddon, Alireza won, and he takes the bonus money, $47,500. Nodirbek
Same amount of
second
GCT
place.
points. So 11
they
points
split.
each.
13
Yes.
and 10, I
Oh,
guess.
exactly.
12 and 10.
It's not 12.
No.
Ah,
So
but
they
it's
get the same
11.
amount of points. Alireza got some more money in his pocket.
Then
That's not bad.
Praggnanandhaa tied for third. They also share Grandchester points 7.5. They both needed more, especially
This is
in
great
PL.
for Alireza because Nodirbek stole a lot of points from everybody else.
Yes, he's also a WC. He's a wild card player, is Nodirbek. Just as you said,
Yeah.
stole a lot
Stole
of
a
GC.
lot of GCT points. So
If I'm a tour player, I hate that.
he's
Yeah,
happy.
Nodirbek is also a wild card, by the way. So
Yes, that's what
because I see Gukesh has a wild card, Bogdan-Daniel, Nodirbek's also a wild card. He was so close to winning. We would have another case of wild card taking all the points.
Yeah, I thought when I saw Gukesh's WC, I thought that was for
World champion. It's for both.
Wow. Trophy award ceremony coming up, but Alireza.
It's actually happening right now. Let's go to Zagreb. Over to you, Maurice.
Thank you, guys. Well, it was an exciting event, absolutely thrilling, and we will now hand over the winner's trophy to our champion. But before that, we have a few words that will be said, starting with the executive director of the Grand Chess Tour, Michael Khodorkovsky.
Thank you, Maurice. Isn't it exciting and intriguing final hours of the Super tournament here in Zagreb? It's first time ever we have tie break that concluded really on wire, and I would like to congratulate Alireza with such great performance. I want just to add that we are finishing our European first half of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, and we're excited to go back to the United States, where we will have 3 exciting tournaments in August. In a little bit more than 3 weeks, players will come and will fight to qualify for finals, which also will be held in St. Louis. And on this good note, I would like to thank our partners, Ministry of Sport and Tourism, as under patronage of the Croatian government, and of course, Super Foundation. And it is a privilege for me to introduce Chief of Staff to Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Zvonimir Firka-Petršić.
Thank you. We are, on behalf of the Croatian government, we are very excited to have for the 7th time in a row the Grand Chess Tour here in Zagreb, and congrats to Firouzja. I think it was an amazing tournament, as every year now. We are very glad to have Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb, and also to have this tournament next year, as Garry Kasparov told it at the opening of this tournament. We hope that we will provide to this phenomenal tournament this very nice venue as every year. And once again, congrats also to our partners, thanks to whom we can organize this very nice tournament. Croatian government is giving his sponsorship and high patronage, and we will continue to do so because it's a very important promotion of the King's game, and of the King's game and of the chess. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Firka. And in behalf of Super Foundation, first of all, thanks for cooperation of government of Republic of Croatia. Also, thanks to Prime Minister Mr. Plenković and to the whole government. Also, thanks to Grand Chess Tour for giving us a chance to organize all of this once again. I'm happy that every year I see a big movement. All the people who are involved in this great tournament, I see that they improve each year. Although they think they couldn't do better, I would say congrats to all of them. And again, Mr. Firouzja, thanks a lot for coming again to Croatia, and congratulations on the victory. Here is the.
Thank you so much. Well, it's time for the champion to speak, Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, this had to be one of the hardest tournaments you've won. You had a 3-point lead, obviously. It didn't go well, but when it counted, you delivered. Your feelings?
Yeah, I mean, today is the worst Blitz career of my life. Actually, the worst day of my life, career-wise, I think. I scored 3 out of 9, I think. So it's a really horrible performance for me, but at the end, I'm happy that I managed to get the tiebreaks at least.
You say it's the worst day. A lot of us have a bad day and we collapse. You had a bad day, but you pulled it off at the end. What were you thinking that kept you strong?
Yeah, I'm the most proud against Gukesh. I had to win that game to force the tie breaks. So that game was really important, and I was happy that I managed to find some tricks.
I know you're disappointed, but what does this win, I mean, a win is a win after all, mean for you in the career moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I had more smooth wins before in Grandchester, but yeah, this is one, I take it anyway.
Indeed. Well, congratulations on a spirited result. You are the champion.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice. Congratulations, Alireza, and of course to Nodirbek as well. You guys put on a tremendous show, and to all the players for making it such a wonderful tension-filled tournament.
We had such amazing games to comment on, so thank you to all the players. And once again, huge congratulations to the winner, Alireza Firouzja.
Absolutely, and thank you to Anastasiya and Maurice for bringing all the action from Zagreb and giving us the behind the scenes as well as the front row seat.
I'm not going to say this one was the most exciting Grandchester event that I've seen, but it's definitely top 3. I mean, this was just absolutely incredible. The whole storyline of the tournament was incredible, and the fact that Alireza, and I thank Maurice for asking Alireza that, how did you keep your composure in those particular moments? This was the worst day of my chess career. And then to be able to win that one with Gukesh, with black pieces under so much pressure. He was completely lost. He had to fight against that pawn on d7. And remember what he came up with. This mating pattern with f4, f3, bishop h3.
h3 check, bishop g2 mate.
The stuff of genius.
Yeah,
in that
with
one,
no time.
with 10 seconds on your clock. He was very proud, deservingly so, of that game. And all deserved. I mean, congratulations to Alireza. Congratulations to our champion. Just an incredible performance.
Exactly, and it's these types of events, these types of performances that create champions. As we have a new
We have Grandchester standings now after 3 events have completed. Fabiano remains in the lead. He's only played 2 events out of 3. Vincent in second. Alireza jumps to the 3rd place, but he's played all 3 events.
Right.
Wesley in 4th and MVL, and Praggnanandhaa in 5th.
Right.
Yes, I think still pretty much everybody's in play. I mean, Javo here, Prague, if they win one of the other events, they will jump right up.
Maxime, 3 events already, only 14 points, is not looking great. He really needs to go all out in the Sinfield Cup.
Yeah, he needs an absolutely outstanding performance. But all eyes will be turning to St. Louis as the Rapid and Blitz in St. Louis, as well as the Sinfield Cup and the finals.
That's the final moment right there. Look at the release of emotion.
Such a relief that
I want to see if we can check the nod that he gives the audience. Let's see if we
as he leaves the stage.
That.
I did
as
see that.
As he leaves the stage, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, what in the world just happened right there?
Yeah, both players were playing with just 2 seconds left with no increment.
And boy, did they
He's
at
still
the very
setting
end.
up the pieces.
That's a way to calm down. That is simply a way for him to calm down at the end of this tournament, and there he is. Yes. You like that?
I'm an idiot.
You like that?
Yeah, I blew a 3-point lead. Nice. Nice.
What a tournament.
Wonderful, yes.
Guys, thank you. It was really a lot of fun calling the action with you both. You make me feel young, keeping me on my toes.
Cristian, how was your first time in the new studio?
Oh, it's great. I love the new studio, and I'm sure I'll be seeing it again soon. I think I will rejoin you in during Sinfield Cup. Rapid and Blitz. Maurice is going to be back, I believe, but then I will be back as well.
Can't wait, more events coming up. But again, thank you, everyone. Thank you for watching. This was a fantastic show, and we will see you soon. Goodbye from St. Louis.
Goodbye from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.